Committee will come back to order. Madam Secretary, with your indulgence, we will take up one little housekeeping matter. The question is on the motion of the gentleman to include the document in the record. The chair opposes the motion. Those in favor of the motion may signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed by no.
No. Roll call, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
The recorded vote has been requested. The chairman says the chairman's vote. Do it. Yeah, I'm sorry. Secretary, call the roll.
Mr. Westmoreland?
No.
Mr. Westmoreland votes no. Mr. Jordan?
Mr. Who? I'm sorry. I couldn't hear.
Oh, sorry. Mr. Jordan? No. Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Roscom?
No.
Mr. Roscom votes no. Mr. Pompeo?
No.
Mr. Pompeo votes no. Mrs. Roby? Mrs. Roby votes no. Mrs. Brooks?
No.
Mrs. Brooks votes no. Mr. Cummings?
Yes.
Mr. Cummings votes yes. Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Mr. Smith votes aye. Mr. Schiff?
Aye.
Mr. Schiff votes aye. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez votes aye. Ms. Duckworth? Ms. Duckworth votes aye.
The clerk will report.
And Mr. Gowdy?
No.
Mr. Gowdy votes no. Yeas 5, noes 8.
And the motion is not agreed to. Madam Secretary.
My apologies, sir. It was 7.
Motion still not agreed to. Even South Carolina math can figure that out. Madam Secretary, before we broke, there was a question asked that I thought was a fair question, which is, why was I talking about Mr. Blumenthal's emails? I do think that's a fair question. I think it's an equally fair question to ask why you were reading Mr. Blumenthal's emails. I think both are fair, so I want to go to June of 2012, which is an interesting time period to look at. It started. Charlene Lamb was an employee of the State Department, and she sent an email which you may be familiar with. It's at tab 56. I'm not going to read it, but it's at tab 56, where she described Benghazi as a soft target, attacks on Americans not staffed adequately. It's a very haunting email to read. It was actually 3 months to the day when our 4 fellow citizens were killed, and that's on June the 7th, 2012. Also on June the 7th of 2012, your Deputy Chief of Staff, Mr. Jake Sullivan, is emailing Ambassador Stevens, asking the ambassador to look at a memo Sidney Blumenthal sent you. And in fact, Mr. Sullivan writes to the ambassador, Chris, checking in with you on this report, any reactions? All right, that's on exactly the same day that I believe our ambassador's papers were accepted in Libya. It's the day after an IED attack on our compound, and Chris Stevens is being asked to read and react to an email by Sidney Blumenthal from your Deputy Chief of Staff. This is what he's writing on the 7th. This is after he's been turned down on a request for more security. This is our ambassador. Appreciate you giving this proposal consideration, even if the conclusion was not favorable for us. We'd be interested in pursuing the other avenue you suggest, high threat trained agents. Best, Chris. So I've got this contrast in my mind. An ambassador is newly in place. It's a day after an attack on our facility. Your Deputy Chief of Staff is sending him an email from Sidney Blumenthal asking him to take time to read and react to it. And then, to the best of my recollection, that's forwarded to you. So help us understand how Sidney Blumenthal had that kind of access to you, Madam Secretary, but the ambassador did not.
Mr. Chairman, because I think that your question does help to clarify matters. Chris Stevens emailed regularly with Jake Sullivan, one of my closest aides in the State Department. He could have emailed to Mr. Sullivan knowing that it would have been immediately responded to on any issue that was of concern to him, and he did not raise issues about security on that day or other days. And I think it's important to recognize that when an ambassador is at post overseas, especially one as experienced a diplomat as Chris Stevens, he knows where to pull the levers, where to go for information, where to register concerns. And I think he did exactly as one might have expected. He dealt with security issues through dealing with the security professionals who were the ones making the assessments. And I think that Ambassador Stevens understood completely that that's where the experts were, and that's where anything he requested or anything he was questioning should be directed.
Speaking of experts, who is Victoria Newland?
A very experienced diplomat. She served as our ambassador to NATO, appointed by President George W. Bush. She served as one of the advisors as a Foreign Service officer delegated to the White House for Vice President Cheney. She served as the spokesperson for the State Department during my tenure, and she is currently the Assistant Secretary for Europe under Secretary Kerry.
She wrote this to the ambassador on June the 13th, 2012. That is a week after the facility was attacked. It is only a handful of days after he was turned down on a request, specific request, for more security. Chris, I know you have your hands full, but we'd like your advice about public messaging on the spate of violence in Libya over the past 10 days. So she's asking him for help with public messaging. Jake Sullivan, which is the other half of the question that I don't think we got to. I understand that Chris Stevens was a rule follower. I understand that. I've got no qualms. My question was actually not why Chris Stevens didn't contact you, but why did Jake Sullivan send Chris Stevens a Sidney Blumenthal email to read and react to on the day after the facility was attacked? The same day he was denied a request for more security, and instead of email traffic back and forth about security, it's read and react to a Blumenthal email.
Well, I think any ambassador, if one were sitting before the committee, would say that they handled a lot of incoming information and requests. Some of it was about what was happening in country. Some of it was about what was happening back in the United States. And Chris felt strongly that the United States needed to remain in and committed to Libya. So he was concerned that there might be a feeling on the part of some, either in the State Department or elsewhere in the government, that we shouldn't be in Libya. And he was adamantly in favor of us staying in Libya. So part of what the discussion with him and Jake Sullivan and others was, how do we best convey what the stakes the United States has in staying involved in Libya would be? And I thought that was, very much in keeping with both his assessment and his experience.
Well, I appreciate your perspective, Madam Secretary. Let me share with you my perspective. And if you need to take a time to read a note, I'm happy to pause.
No, I'm just being reminded, which I think is important, that, remember, Chris spent the vast majority of his time in Tripoli, not in Benghazi. So a lot of what he was looking at is how you deal with not only those in authority positions in Libya who were based in Tripoli at that time, but also representatives of other governments and the like. And I think it is fair to say that any time you're trying to figure out what's the best argument to make especially if you're someone like Chris Stevens trying to put together and make the best argument about why the United States should remain committed to Libya and others as well. He's going to engage in conversations about that.
Well, with respect, Madam Secretary, no matter what city he was in Libya, having to stop and provide public messaging advice to your press shop and having to read and respond to an email sent by Sidney Blumenthal, it doesn't matter what town you're in. He needed security help. He didn't need help messaging the violence. He needed help actually with the violence. You have said several times this morning that you had people and processes in place. And I want to ask you about an email that was sent to you by another one of your aides, Ms. Uma Abedin. That would be exhibit number 70 in your folder. She emailed you that the Libyan people needed medicine, gasoline, diesel, and milk. Do you know how long it took you to respond to that email?
Well, I responded to it very quickly.
4 minutes. My question, and I think it's a fair one, is the Libyan people had their needs responded to directly by you in 4 minutes, and there is no record of our security folks ever even making it to your inbox. So if you had people and processes in place for security, did you not also have people and processes in place for medicine, gasoline, diesel, milk?
You know, Mr. Chairman, I've said it before. I will say it again. I'll say it as many times as is necessary to respond. Chris Stevens communicated regularly with the members of my staff. He did not raise security with the members of my staff. I communicated with him about certain issues. He did not raise security with me. He raised security with the security professionals. Now, I know that's not the answer you want to hear because it's being asked in many different ways by committee members. But those are the facts, Mr. Chairman. Ambassadors in the field are engaged in many different tasks. They are basically our chief representative of the President of the United States. So they deal with everything from foreign aid to security to dealing with the personal requests for visas that come from people in the country they are assigned to. And Chris Stevens had regular contact with members of my staff, and he did not raise security issues. Now, some of it may have been because, despite what was implied earlier, there was a good back and forth about security, and many of the requests that came from Embassy Tripoli, both for Tripoli and for Benghazi, were acted on affirmatively. Others were not. That is what an ambassador, especially a diplomat as experienced as Chris Stevens, would expect, that it would be unlikely to be able to get every one of your requests immediately answered positively. So, yes, he had regular contact with my aides. He did not raise security with me, and the security questions and requests were handled by the security professionals.
Madam Secretary, with all due respect, those are two separate issues. Who Chris Stevens had access to is one issue. Who had access to you and for what is another issue. Because you have said you had people and processes in place. You also have people and processes in place for people who want to send you meaningless political advice. You also have people and processes in place for people who want to inquire about milk and diesel fuel and gasoline. You also have people and processes in place for people who want to provide insults towards folks you work with in the administration. All of that made it directly into your inbox, Madam Secretary. That is my question. My question is, how did you decide when to invoke a people and process and who just got to come straight to you? Because it looked like certain things got straight to your inbox and the request for more security did not. And while you're answering that, I want to inform and instruct why I'm asking it. You have mentioned the ARB on a number of occasions again today. This was not the first ARB. We had one after Kenya and Tanzania. And that ARB could not have been more specific. The Secretary of State should personally review the security situation of our embassy facilities. That ARB put the responsibility squarely on you. So with respect to that previous ARB recommendation, and in contrast, what did make your inbox versus what did not, did you personally review our security situation as the previous ARB required?
Well, let me see if I can answer the many parts of your question, Mr. Chairman. Yes, personal email came to my personal account. Work-related email did as well. And I also relied on a number of my aides and staff members, as well as experienced Foreign Service officers and civil servants, who were similarly engaged in gathering information and sharing it. And as I said, and I will repeat, Chris Stevens communicated with a number of people that I worked with on a daily basis in the State Department. So far as I know, he did not raise any issue of security with any of those people. He raised it where he knew it would be properly addressed. If he had raised it with me, I would be here telling you he had. He did not. And so I think it's important to try to separate out the various elements of your question, Mr. Chairman, and I will do my best to continue to try to answer your questions. But I have said before, and I will repeat again, Sid Blumenthal was not my advisor, official or unofficial, about Libya. He was not involved in any of the meetings, conversations, other efforts to obtain information in order to act on it. On occasion, I did forward what he sent me to make sure that it was in the mix. So if it was useful, it could be put to use. And I believe in response to the email you pointed out originally from Ambassador Stevens, he actually said it rang true and it was worth looking into. So I think it's important that we separate out the fact that Mr. Blumenthal was not my advisor. He was not an official of the United States government. He was not passing on official information. He, like a number of my friends who would hand me a newspaper article, would buttonhole me at a reception and say, what about this or what about that? We're trying to be helpful. Some of it was, a lot of it wasn't.
Chair will now recognize the gentlelady from California, Ms. Sanchez.
Thank you. Secretary Clinton, I listened very carefully when Chairman Gowdy was questioning you in the first round of questioning. I have to say I was kind of surprised. We waited more than a year to finally get you up here to testify. We spent almost $5 million and we interviewed about 54 witnesses. And when the chairman finally got his chance to question you, he asked you he quibbled actually over the definition of the word unsolicited. As if that wasn't bad enough, then he doubled down on this idea that Sidney Blumenthal was your primary advisor on Libya, a claim that we heard the Washington Post awarded for Pinocchios. He said on Sunday on national television that he had zero interest in the Clinton Foundation and other topics, but then he just spent his full time, the full questioning time in the first round, asking you about the Clinton Foundation, media matters, and other topics that don't really have anything to do with the attacks that occurred in Benghazi. And my own sense of incredulity was, really? Is this why we've asked you to come to testify about that? The overwhelming sense that I get from the Republican side of the aisle is they seem to be arguing somehow that Sidney Blumenthal had access to you while Ambassador Stevens did not. Do you think that that's an accurate statement?
Of course not, Congresswoman. You know, you didn't need my email address to get my attention. In fact, most of the work I did, as I said this morning, had nothing to do with my emails. It had to do with the kind of meetings and materials that were provided to me through those who were responsible for making decisions on a whole range of issues. And as I just told the chairman, if Ambassador Stevens had grave concerns that he wanted raised with me, he certainly knew how to do that.
He could speak to your office or your staff?
Absolutely.
Or you directly on the telephone? Absolutely. Did he ever ask you for your personal email address and you turned him down? You shut him down?
No, he did not.
Can't email me? The other thing that I'm hearing from the other side of the aisle is they're arguing that there was this, security was, it was sort of decomposing in eastern Libya, and that no security improvements were ever made to the Benghazi outpost. That's not a true statement, is it?
No, it is not.
In fact, there were many security enhancements that were asked for that were actually made, although there were other requests that were made that were not fulfilled. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. The other line of questioning that sort of surprises me is that over the course of this investigation, Republicans have repeatedly asked why the U.S. was still in Benghazi on the night of the attacks. During the Select Committee's first hearing, which was more than a year ago, the chairman posed the following question. We know the risk of being in Benghazi. Can you tell us what our policy was in Libya that overcame those risks? In other words, why were we there? And the Accountability Review Board had already answered that question. It explained that Benghazi was the largest city and historical power center in eastern Libya. Further went on to say, although the rebel-led Transitional National Council declared that Tripoli would continue to be the capital of post-Gaddafi Libya, many of the influential players in the TNC remained based in Benghazi. And the ARB went on to explain that Ambassador Stevens advocated for a U.S. presence in Benghazi, and his status as the leading U.S. government advocate on Libya policy and his expertise on Benghazi in particular caused Washington to give unusual deference to his judgments. Secretary Clinton, do you agree? Was Ambassador Stevens a leading expert on Libya policy, and did you also give his opinions a lot of weight and respect?
Yes, I did, Congresswoman.
And do you recall Ambassador Stevens advocating from the ground up for continued U.S. presence, specifically in Benghazi?
Yes, he did.
In fact, Ambassador Stevens' emails, many of which this committee has had for more than a year, confirm what you've just stated. Mr. Chairman, I would ask unanimous consent to enter this document into the record, and it's being passed out to the members of the committee.
Without objection.
Secretary Clinton, I understand this email is not one that you have seen before, as it was not addressed or sent to you. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In the email before you, then Special Envoy Stevens wrote this proposal for continued presence in Benghazi at Embassy Tripoli, as Embassy Tripoli was reopened following the fall of Gaddafi. He suggested two potential models. Option A was a slimmed-down compound, and Option B was a virtual presence with 0 full-time State Department staff in Benghazi. Special Envoy Stevens sent this email to Jean Kretz, then the ambassador to Libya, his deputy chief of mission, and the director of the Office of Maghreb Affairs. At the time, these career diplomats had a combined 83 years of foreign service experience. Would the recommendation of this team be given a fair amount of weight within the department?
Yes, it would.
And is that the way that it should work, that the views of experienced diplomats should count in decision-making?
They certainly did to me, and I think that should be the practice.
In the same email, Special Envoy Stevens states, quote, my personal recommendation would be Option A, which was the option for a slimmed-down compound. He then notes a few of his key rationales for wanting to stay. In an earlier September 6, 2011 email advocating for continued Benghazi presence, Special Envoy Stevens provided more reasons, including the opportunity to, quote, monitor political trends and public sentiment regarding the new Libya. The revolution began in eastern Libya, and the view of these 2 million inhabitants will certainly influence events going forward. Secretary Clinton, do you agree with Ambassador Stevens' view that there were important reasons to have a presence in Benghazi despite the risks?
Yes, I do.
Other documents show that Ambassador Stevens continued to advocate for continued U.S. presence once he became ambassador to Libya. In fact, at the end of August, just 2 weeks before the attacks, he was working on a proposal for a permanent presence. As that proposal explained, quote, a permanent branch office in Benghazi to provide a permanent platform to protect U.S. national security interests in the region and to promote a stronger, healthier, and more vibrant bilateral relationship with the new, free, and democratic Libya. While Ambassador Stevens took seriously the significant security incidents in Benghazi that occurred in June, he never decided that the risk outweighed the benefit, and he never recommended closing the post in Benghazi. He worked with his counterparts to try to manage that risk as best they could. In its report, the Benghazi Accountability Review Board found, quote, the total elimination of risk is a non-starter for U.S. diplomacy, given the need for the U.S. government to be present in places where stability and security are often most profoundly lacking and host government support is sometimes minimal to non-existent. Secretary Clinton, this is such a difficult issue, the balancing of interests. From your perspective as a former senator and Secretary of State, how do you best ensure that we are striking the right balance going forward?
Well, Congresswoman, thank you for that question, because I do think that's what we should be talking about, and several of you have posed similar questions. I think you do start with the best expert and experienced advice that you can get from across our government. And as you rightly point out, Chris Stevens never recommended that we close Benghazi. He advocated for keeping Benghazi open, and as you rightly refer to this email, for a particular configuration that would fulfill the needs of our country being represented there. Obviously, you have to constantly do this balancing act that I referred to earlier today. And most times we get it right. In fact, the vast majority of times we get it right. With Benghazi, the CIA did not have any plans to close their facility. The opinion of those with the greatest understanding of our mission, our diplomatic mission in Benghazi, was exactly the same, that we should not close down, we should not leave Benghazi. And it's, obviously something that you have to be constantly evaluating in all of these difficult, unstable spots around the world. But I appreciate your bringing to the committee's attention the strong opinion of the man who knew the most and was on the ground and who understood what we were trying to achieve in Benghazi, Ambassador Stevens.
Was it your understanding that he certainly understood the risk of being there?
He definitely understood the risks, yes.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair will now recognize the gentlelady from Indiana, Ms. Brooks.
Secretary Clinton, I'd like to ask you a bit about your decision-making and the discussions you had as it related to how long the Benghazi mission itself was going to last. I'm putting up a map just because most of us really don't know much about Libya, don't know much about the geography of Libya, and as we've talked about these various communities, I don't think most people really realized. So I want to share with you that we know from my last round that Chris Stevens went into Benghazi in April of 2011. And I want to talk to you about what happened the rest of that year. And just because there was a lot going on, I thought it would be helpful to have this map. So by mid-July, our government formally recognized the TNC as the official government of Libya, replacing the Gaddafi regime. And TNC was based in Benghazi at that time. And then in August, after the Gaddafi government fell, Gaddafi went over he left Tripoli, where Gaddafi had been headquartered, and he went into hiding in Sirte. Now, once that happened, the TNC moved their Benghazi headquarters over to Tripoli. And then in September, we reopened our embassy in Tripoli, and Ambassador Kretz returned. He had been evacuated previously, and Chris Stevens stayed in Benghazi. Does that sound like an accurate summary of the summer of 2011?
It does sound accurate, except I'm not sure exactly the duration of Ambassador Stevens' presence in Benghazi during those months.
Well, that leads to my next question. What was your plan for the mission in the fall of 2011 and going forward? What were the discussions you had, and who did you have those discussions with about the mission of Benghazi going forward in 2011?
Well, as you may have heard, Congresswoman, the email that Congresswoman Sanchez introduced into the record was from the fall of 2011, and there was quite a discussion going on between officials in the State Department, in the intelligence community, in both Washington and Libya about the path forward. the Transitional National Council had been based in Benghazi, and there was a dispute even within the Libyans themselves as to whether they would split the government, whether the government would be located predominantly but not exclusively in Tripoli, or, as some were hoping, predominantly but not exclusively in Benghazi. So this was all a very live subject that was being debated, both in Libya and with respect to what our response would be in Washington. So we at Chris Stevens' strong urging and that of other of our experienced diplomats wanted to maintain a presence in Benghazi in some form. We reopened our embassy in Tripoli, which had been the historical capital, certainly under Gaddafi. But this was a constant discussion about what we should do, when and where, and I think that's why this email from Chris Stevens about his recommendations is so informative.
Well, and thank you, and I'll get to that in just a moment, but I have to ask you, I assume that your Chief of Staff, Cheryl Mills, was intimately involved in these discussions with you and with your top staff. She's one of your staff, as you were referring to them, is that right?
Well, she covered a broad range of issues. I'm sure she was involved in some of the discussions, but she had many other responsibilities, so I can't say all of them.
I'd like to refer you to an update on Tripoli operations provided to Cheryl Mills on September 14th. And at the top of that two-page memo, assumptions for Benghazi in September were gradual winding down of operations over the next 6 months, transition to Tripoli only by January 2012, no consulate. No consulate meant no consulate in Benghazi. This was in September. Would that be fair and accurate? And were you in that briefing with Ms. Mills, or did she brief you about the fact that in September the game plan was to shut down Benghazi?
Well, I think you have to look at that in context, Congresswoman. There was not an active plan for a consulate in Benghazi at any point during this period. That is not what the compound in Benghazi was. It was a temporary facility placed there to help us make a determination as to what we would need going forward in Benghazi. There was a strong argument that Chris Stevens and others made that they hoped eventually there might be a consulate, but there was never an agreement to have a consulate.
And in fact, if it had been deemed a consulate, it would have had a different level of security. Is that correct? Than a temporary mission compound.
Well,
Isn't that accurate? That consulates have certain levels of security. There are standards, there are protocols. When it is a consulate, it gets a certain level of security.
That is the hoped for outcome. That is not what happens in the very beginning in many places, especially the hot spots and the conflict areas where a consulate is stood up.
Can you talk with me about the decision then? There is a briefing with respect to, after the closing rather, of the consulate in Benghazi by January of 2012. We know it didn't close. It did not close. You went to Tripoli in October of 2011. Ambassador Kretz was still there. How about Chris Stevens? Did Chris Stevens come over from Benghazi to see you when you went for that big trip in October 11?
I don't recall. I don't recall if he did or not. This was about Ambassador Kretz, and Ambassador Kretz was the person that we were meeting with at that time.
What was your purpose for meeting with Ambassador Kretz if Chris Stevens was your expert in Libya?
Ambassador Kretz was an expert as well. Ambassador Kretz was our ambassador. You remember, as I mentioned to you before, he had been our ambassador, and then because he reported very accurately about what he observed regarding Gaddafi and Gaddafi's henchmen, when WikiLeaks disclosed internal U.S. government cables, and Gene Kretz's cables were publicized talking very critically about Gaddafi, he was then subjected to threats, and then we took him out. We did not close the embassy at that time. So he had returned to finish out his time, and we were in the process of moving him to another assignment and nominating Chris Stevens to replace him.
But you didn't during that one trip to Libya. You didn't talk to Chris Stevens, best of your recollection.
While I was in Libya, I don't recall that. Of course, we consulted with him with respect to planning the trip as to who we would meet with, what we would ask for. We were trying very hard to get the people in positions of authority at that time in Libya to let us work with them on everything from border security to collecting weapons and trying to disarm the militias. We had a lot of business we were doing with them.
So going back to Ms. Sanchez's email with respect from John Stevens to Ms. Polishek, it talks about option A, as you've pointed out, slimming down the compound. And so he weighed in on, in October, he was weighing in on whether or not the compound should stay open. But I'd like to direct your attention to an email that's at tab 4, dated December 15th from Chris Stevens. And I might add for the record, we do not still, to this day, have all of Chris Stevens' emails. We received 1,300 more this week. We received most of them last week. We don't have the universe yet of Ambassador Stevens' emails. But he emailed to a reporting officer who we know was in Benghazi still. He wrote, "Interesting. Has security improved in Benghazi in recent weeks? Also curious what you guys decided to do regarding future of the compound." He was in Washington, D.C., or back in the States during that time. And in December, Ambassador Stevens, your soon-to-be ambassador, didn't know what was going to happen with the compound in Benghazi. How is that possible?
Well, Congresswoman, one of the great attributes that Chris Stevens had was a really good sense of humor. And I just see him smiling as he's typing this because it is clearly in response to the email down below talking about picking up a few, quote, fire sale items from the Brits.
Those fire sale items, by the way, fire sale items are barricades.
That's right.
They are additional requests for security for the compound. That's what that fire sale was, because we weren't providing enough physical security for the compound. Isn't that right? So they're picking up a fire sale because other consulates are pulling out, other countries are pulling out.
Well, I thought it showed their entrepreneurial spirit, Congresswoman,
Absolutely.
and I applaud them for doing so. We did respond to a number of the security requests, the physical security requests. The posters that were up earlier this morning were only about the number of diplomatic security personnel. You're talking about physical barriers, physical additions to the compound. There were quite a few of those that were undertaken.
But how is it that Mr. Stevens did not know in December whether or not the compound was going to remain open?
Well,
or do you think that was a joke he was making?
Well, I think that if it were not an example of his sense of humor, it was also as part of the ongoing discussion about Mission Benghazi's future, which he went to great lengths to describe what he thought should be done. You know, a lot of it was trying to decide, could we afford it? Could we maintain it? What did we need to have there? So, yes, there was an ongoing discussion. And I think he knew he was going to be in line to go to Tripoli, and he wanted to know exactly what the decision was going to be about the compound. He had weighed in, not only in that email, but in numerous discussions with his colleagues back at the State Department.
And finally, Secretary Clinton, we know that the compound, the Benghazi mission, was extended for yet another year, because that same month your Benghazi point person here in Washington, Jeff Feltman, sent a memo wanting to extend Benghazi through 2012, and he sent it to Undersecretary Patrick Kennedy, who approved it. Another high-level official who, by the way, for the record, State Department has given us none of Undersecretary Patrick Kennedy's emails yet. Same with Jeffrey Feltman. Very high-level officials within the State Department. Are you familiar with that memo sent on December 27th entitled Future of Operations in Benghazi, Libya? Are you familiar with that memo?
Well,
and if so, did Assistant Secretary Feltman discuss that memo with you at the time and discuss extending the mission in Benghazi in December of 11?
I'm familiar that there was an ongoing discussion about the future of the mission in Benghazi.
A discussion
and
between whom, man?
Between all of the relevant officials in the State Department.
Help me with understanding.
Well, Jeff Feltman was one of them.
Okay.
Obviously, Chris Stevens was one of them, but there were many others who had information and expertise to add to it, and there was a recommendation that Benghazi be continued through 2012 as part of the continuing evaluation of whether or what we wanted to have on a more permanent basis in Benghazi.
And do you recall, were you in those discussions? Were you specifically in those meetings? You've shared that you didn't do a lot by email, that you had more meetings and briefings. Were you in those meetings about extending Benghazi through the end of the year?
There were certainly meetings in which I was advised about the process being undertaken as to determine whether Benghazi should be extended. So yes, I was aware of the process that was ongoing, and I was kept up to date about it.
And were there any minutes or any briefings?
The gentlelady's time has expired. Chair will now recognize the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Smith.
I just want to clarify a couple of points. First of all, Ambassador Stevens had access to you.
Yes, he did.
In fact, as we were here, a former, I forget, I don't have the name in front of me, but an ambassador in Russia said that, he always had access to you, always had constant communication with you, never had your email address. I would hope that ambassadors would have more direct and immediate lines of communication, and Ambassador Stevens certainly did, correct? Yes. Mm-hmm. And also, did Ambassador Stevens ever advocate either leaving Libya or abandoning Benghazi?
To the contrary, Congressman, he was a very strong advocate for staying in Libya, including in Benghazi.
And I think, what we've learned here is, well, nothing, frankly, that we didn't know already. The security situation in Libya was dangerous,
right,
without question. Would you say that Ambassador Stevens was unaware of any aspect of that?
No, I would not. I think he was very aware.
So he knew the security situation in Libya quite well.
That's right.
And yet, and again, I want to be clear on this, in his communications with you, and he had many, even if he didn't have your email address, did he ever say, did he raise the security issue directly with you?
No, he did not.
And, on the day in question, obviously he chose to go to Benghazi. He, as you have described earlier, as, gosh, all across the world today, diplomats are weighing the risks and the benefits in a lot of dangerous places, and he had to do that, and he chose to go to Benghazi.
He did, and Congressman, ambassadors in the countries they are representing the United States in do not, as a practice, ask permission from the State Department to travel in the country where they are stationed.
Right. And as well, they should not. They need to be in charge of their country. I'll also point out, on the question of emails and which ones you've received and haven't received, unfortunately, the State Department, which has been spending an enormous amount of time producing documents for this committee, cannot produce thousands of emails at the drop of a hat. And the committee chose to prioritize, your emails, but also Ms. Abedin's emails, Cheryl Mills' emails, basically Sidney Blumenthal's emails to you. They chose to prioritize those emails over the others. So the State Department is trying to get this information, but it is a question of the priorities of the committee, which brings me to the last point I'll make, and I won't take the full 10 minutes here. There are a lot of accusations that have been made back and forth about things that have been said that were or were not true. I think the one thing that was said in this hearing that is clearly the farthest from the truth is that this is not a prosecution. If you listen to the other side, this is unquestionably exactly that, a prosecution. I'd ask viewers to just go back and listen to Chairman Gowdy's questioning of you before the first break and tell me that that's not a prosecution. And I think, again, I don't know if shame, embarrassment, whatever word you wish to choose, it shouldn't be a prosecution. We have the former Secretary of State here. We should be genuinely trying to inquire about how we can gather more information. Now, the only interesting facts that seem to be brought up are always referenced back to the ARB, which just points up the fact that the information that we need, and again, I really want to emphasize, this was a serious, serious matter for the United States. A loss of 4 Americans is something we need to take incredibly seriously and investigate, and we did. And the information that we found out, as you've pointed out, was not always flattering. And there was no question that mistakes were made, and we hopefully learned from them. But that was investigated. So what is the purpose of this committee? And, you know, when you look at the emails they request, when you look at the questioning, the purpose of this committee is to prosecute you. And there'll be time enough for that in the next year. You know, and people will do it. We don't need to spend $4.7 million in 17 months to simply prosecute you. And all the questions about, look, the security situation was well known in Libya. The security situation in Pakistan is well known. I visited the embassy in Yemen in 2009, about a month after someone had shot a rocket-propelled grenade through the front door. The security situation there is incredibly serious, as well as it is in a whole lot of other places. And those are difficult decisions. But the effort here today seems to be that somehow you personally decided not to do your job in Libya. Okay? You were apparently the advocate of the policy in Libya, apparently passionate about it, but not passionate enough to care about the security situation in Libya. And, you know, Chris Stevens is incredibly passionate about Libya. Wanted to make that country work. Now, it is proven very, very difficult. Do we want to go back to Muammar Gaddafi in charge? I don't think so. And just, sorry to make a policy point, as long as I have a few minutes, you know, it's interesting to juxtapose Libya with Syria. Because, you know, just as many of my Republican colleagues are ripping apart the Obama administration and all those involved for choosing to remove Gaddafi, they are ripping apart the Obama administration, all the current officials, for choosing not to get involved in Syria. What that points up, frankly, is the difficulty of the job that you had. And I thank you for taking it. I'm not sure I would be so bold. It is a very, very dangerous world. Bad things are going to happen. And what we are witnessing today is if bad things happen, you know, you will be dragged out over months and months and months in this partisan atmosphere. And that is very, very unfortunate. This needed to be investigated. I mean, you know, 9/11, we didn't investigate 9/11. You know, 9/11 2001, just to specify, with the length and depth that we have chose to investigate this. So again, I come back to the central point, to the central problem with this committee. It is a prosecution. It is a partisan exercise. It is not trying to investigate and find out the truth. And again, we are now, a little quick math here, 5 hours into it, count the break, maybe 4 hours into it. We have learned nothing substantively new about what happened in Benghazi. Very serious things happened. They were investigated. They were reported. Mistakes were made. They were reported. But this committee, in all that time and effort, has unearthed nothing. Instead, they want to prosecute you. And you rip apart your every word, your every email. 2 staffers 5 levels down from you who said something bad about you. I mean, my goodness, I hope I don't ever have to undergo that kind of scrutiny. I would not survive it, and I don't think many would. So, you know, I hope in the hours that we have left to do this that we will try to circle back to learning something new, to figuring out how we can best strike that balance that you described, of being present in the world, but also trying to keep our people safe. Throughout the history of the country, my aunt was actually a Foreign Service officer way back when, and you know we have lost many diplomats, and she tells me about it all the time. And you know, it's a difficult balance. If we can get back to that, if we can learn something new about what happened in Benghazi, I think that might be helpful. But right now, this committee is not doing a service to the 4 people who died or their families, or to preventing any of these future incidents from happening. So I thank you for your testimony. I thank you for your leadership and your willingness to do a very, very difficult job. And with that, I yield the remainder of my time to the ranking member, Mr. Cummings.
Madam Secretary, maybe an hour or so ago, we were talking about the diplomatic security folks on the night of the incident, and you look like it appeared that you wanted to say a little bit more about that and what they. Speaking of that, the incident, would you like to elaborate?
Well, thank you, Congressman. You know, I don't want anything that is said to me or about me to take away from the heroic efforts that the diplomatic security officers exhibited. The 5 men who were with Chris and Sean Smith risked their lives repeatedly and were themselves under grave threat. I wanted to point out that even when we try to get it right, which we do try, sometimes there are unintended consequences, and there is an example out of this tragedy. Coming out of previous assessments of attacks on facilities, we now have safe havens, safe rooms in facilities, particularly residences. The diplomatic security officers were able to get both Chris and Sean into that safe room. Of course, the idea behind the safe room, why security experts advocated for them, was to protect our civilians, our diplomats, from attacks like the one that was occurring. The attackers used diesel fuel to set the compound on fire. And the safe room was anything but safe. I'm sure the committee members know that neither Chris Stevens nor Sean Smith died from injuries directly inflicted by the attackers. They both died of smoke inhalation. And one of the recommendations in this ARB report is that when we have safe havens, we need to have equipment that will enable people that are safe within them to withstand what happened in Benghazi. The lead diplomatic security officer, who was with both the ambassador and Sean Smith, endeavored to lead them to safety through a wall of black smoke. He wanted to get them out of the compound interior up to the roof, where they could be out of the fire and also out of the attackers' assault. He himself nearly died of smoke inhalation. When he looked around to make sure that both Sean and Chris were with him, he couldn't find them. Rather than proceeding and saving himself, which would be a natural human instinct, he turned back into that black diesel smoke, desperately trying to find Chris and Sean. He did find Sean, and Sean had succumbed to smoke inhalation. And the diplomatic security officer managed to take Sean out of the building. He could not find Chris Stevens. One of the horrors of the hours after the attack was our failure to be able to find where the ambassador was. We hoped against hope that he had somehow gotten himself out of the compound and that he was alive somewhere, maybe in the back. And additional efforts by the diplomatic security officers and then eventually by the CIA reinforcements that arrived to find his body, or to find him, hopefully, were unsuccessful. And they had to withdraw because of the continuing attack back to the CIA annex before we knew what had happened to the ambassador. We were desperate, and we were trying to call everybody we knew in Benghazi, in Libya, get additional help. What appears to have happened at some point later is that Libyans found Ambassador Stevens, and they carried him to the hospital in Benghazi. And Libyan doctors labored nearly 2 hours to try to resuscitate him. And I mention all of this because I want not just the committee members, but any viewers in the public to understand This was the fog of war, that the diplomatic security officers and then later the CIA officers responded with heroism, professionalism, as they had been trained to do. We thought things would be safe once they took refuge in the CIA annex. And as we know, even though that was a highly fortified, much more secure facility than our diplomatic compound, and one that we had nothing to do with in the State Department, it turned out also to be a target for the militants, which is where the two CIA contractors, Mr. Woods and Mr. Doherty, died. But in looking at all of the information, the Accountability Review Board, and particularly Admiral Mullen, who was focused on what happened, what the security personnel did that night, came out agreeing that they were heroic and they did all they could do to try to save their colleagues' lives.
The gentleman yields back. Madam Secretary, I appreciate you going through their heroism. I really do. It's moving to hear from it, and frankly, it infuriates me to hear folks to my left who don't raise a single whisper about spending $50 million to train 5 ISIS fighters. But God forbid we spend 1/10 of that to give some answers to the family members sitting on the first row. So I appreciate you discussing their heroism while some of my colleagues discuss money. With that, Mr. Pompeo.
I should add for that, I think, Mr. Smith gave a soliloquy. I think it was elegant, but more importantly, I think it was representative of the behavior of the Democrats on this panel. Since May of 2014, not one finger, not one question for a witness. They say they want to get at the truth, but the truth of the matter is they spent most of their time today, anybody can rewind the tape and find they spent most of their time today attacking members of this committee in this process, and I regret that. I think that's a violation of their duty to the country, and most importantly, their duty to the families. I want to go back to a couple things I talked to you about a bit before, Madam Secretary. So Ambassador Stevens didn't have your email, is that correct? Your personal email?
I'm sorry, what did you ask me?
Ambassador Stevens did not have your personal email address. We've established that.
Yes, that's right.
Did he have your cell phone number?
No, but he had the 24-hour number of the state operations in the State Department that can reach me 24/7.
Yes, ma'am. Did he have your fax number?
He had the fax number of the State Department.
Did he have your home address?
No, I don't think any ambassador has ever asked me for that.
Did he ever stop by your house?
No, he did not, Congressman.
Mr. Blumenthal had each of those and did each of those things. This man upon whom provided you so much information on Libya had access to you in ways that were very different than the access that a very senior diplomat had to you and your person. I had a picture up here a bit ago of a man named Wissam bin Hamid. You said you didn't recognize who he was. Were you ever briefed that he was present at the compound the night that Ambassador Stevens was killed?
We're trying to track down the basis of your question, Congressman. We have no information at this time.
My question is a yes or no question. It's pretty simple.
Well, I don't have any information that I can provide to you, yes or no, because I know nothing about this.
So the question is, were you briefed? And the answer is?
We don't know anything about it. So how could I have been briefed about something we know nothing about?
Great, thank you. Are all ARBs created equal?
Well, there have been 19, including the one that we impaneled after Benghazi. They've all been led by distinguished Americans. They've all been set up in accordance with the laws and rules that the Congress established when they created the legislation to establish ARBs. So I assume in those respects they are created equal.
Yes, ma'am. You know, I asked a pretty simple yes or no question, I guess. And I'm happy to let you expand. I'm happy to bring breakfast in. But when we ask a yes or no question, it'd sure be helpful if we could get to the answer. It wasn't a trick question at all. Are the recommendations of each ARB worthy of equal treatment?
Well, they certainly are worthy of follow-up by the department, and I believe that they have been.
There was an ARB, please, if you put up the poster, please. There was an ARB in 1998. You said this before in your testimony. 200 folks were killed. Here's what its recommendation said. It said, quote, special mission security posture that was inadequate for Benghazi and was, excuse me, this is from the most recent one. I want to know if you agree with this. Special mission security posture that was inadequate for Benghazi and grossly inadequate to deal with the attack that took place. Do you agree with that statement from the current ARB?
I accepted the recommendations of the current
Madam
ARB.
Secretary, my question is if you agree with it.
I don't think that's a relevant question, Congressman. I think the question is, I accepted their recommendations, and obviously their recommendations were based on their very thorough investigation and analysis. So clearly, I endorsed the entire board's work.
In January 2014, Senator Feinstein, noted conservative, said, quote, in her report, the incidents at the TMF and CIA were likely preventable, end of quote. Do you agree with that statement from Senator Feinstein's report?
Well, I would like to think that anything of that magnitude and the loss of life could have in some way been preventable. I think that what the ARB recommended were steps to try to enhance our ability to prevent future attacks.
Let's go back. I want to go back now. I have the right poster up. I apologize for that. In 1998, here's what the ARB said. It said, quote, the Secretary of State should personally review the security situation of embassy chanceries and other official premises, closing those which are highly vulnerable and threatened, end of quote. You've told us all day today that you don't think you should have been involved, quoting again from the ARB, personally reviewing security. How do you square that?
Well, there are a couple of important points to make about this, Congressman. First, I made a number of decisions to close embassy, chanceries, and other official premises based on security. I closed the embassy in Tripoli. I had to evacuate all of the Americans out of Libya. We had to, lease ferries that came from Malta. We closed embassies and other facilities when we had a strong consensus recommendation that it was necessary to do. So that is a statement of secretarial responsibility. Now, with respect to looking at every security request, how high should the wall be, whether there should be barricades placed on the east or the west side, that is handled by the security professionals. So clearly, I closed embassies. I recommended that embassies and other facilities be closed. So I understand what that point is.
Madam Secretary, this is yes or no question. Do you think you complied with what the ARB in 1998 said and personally reviewed the security at Benghazi?
Well, that is not what my understanding of the 1998
It's just words,
ARB.
Madam Secretary. They're right there.
Well, and I just answered. I personally reviewed security situations of chanceries and other official facilities that were recommended because they were highly vulnerable and threatened to be closed. And we closed some. Some we were able to reopen, which is kind of part of the process. With respect to the 1998 ARB recommendations, by the time I became secretary, having succeeded two secretaries who served during very dangerous and threatening times, there was an assessment made that I certainly was briefed into that we had to look at how best to professionalize the security and the expert advice that we were receiving. That was exactly what I did, and I went further than that. I created a new position, a deputy secretary for resources and management. I also had recommended after our ARB, the Deputy Assistant Secretary for High Threats. So this was a constant discussion about how to make us secure, but not whether or not the Secretary of State should decide on the height of the barricades. I think that's where we may not be fully understanding one another, Congressman. Of course, specific questions about closing embassy chanceries and other official premises that were vulnerable and threatened, of course they came to me. I had to make the decision. Deciding whether the wall would be 10 feet, 12 feet, whether there'd be 3 security agents or 5, that was the province, as it should have been, of the professionals.
Madam Secretary, here's another one from the 1998 ARB. Quote, first and foremost, the Secretary should take a personal and active role in carrying out the responsibility of ensuring the security of U.S. diplomatic personnel abroad. Do you believe you complied with that requirement from the 1998 ARB?
Yes, I do. I believe that I had established a process, and I said earlier today, State Department and our security professionals have to be 100% right, and I think that what happened in Benghazi was a tragedy and something that we all want to prevent from ever happening again. But there were many, many situations, many security issues that we had to deal with during the 4 years that I was Secretary of State. And I did leave what I hope will be a very important additional position, namely the Deputy for High Threat Posts, that now will focus solely on what are considered the highest threat places in the world for our personnel.
Madam Secretary, I hope you can understand the difference between creating a deputy under Assistant Secretary and America's senior diplomat getting involved in personal security. The amount of resources that can be moved, the speed with which they will move, rested only in your hands.
Well, I just respectfully disagree with that, Congressman. It's been my experience that you want to find people who are dedicated 100% to security. You don't want a secretary or anyone dipping in and out, maybe making decisions based on factors other than what the professionals decide. At least that is my very strong opinion.
Yes, ma'am. Leaders lead. I've just got a few seconds. In all of the materials that have been produced to us today, I have not yet found the document that was prepared at your request for post-Gaddafi planning. Did you have such a document prepared prior to the time that Mr. Gaddafi was removed?
We had a number of documents. We had a long list of areas that we were working on and the process for following up on those areas. I don't know if it was one document or a dozen documents, but we had a lot of work that was ongoing, both at the State Department and at USAID.
And did you ask for those documents to be prepared? Do you know if you had a team working on that, or if it was just something that was happening of its own accord?
We had a number of people who were working on that. There were, as I said, I sent both of my deputies out to Libya to meet with the Libyans. You know, we can do all the planning we want in Washington, but it's very important to ask the Libyans both what they want and what they expect from us. And so we had an ongoing dialogue that lasted over many months.
Yes, ma'am, I agree with that. We'll get a chance to talk about that in a bit. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair will now recognize the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Clinton, I apologize. My line of questioning will probably be a little bit boring because I'm going to get into some details that actually have to deal with security and how we can better safeguard America's diplomats now and onwards. I have to say that the ARB conducted by Admiral Mullen, a man of great military pedigree and long service to this nation, quite honorable, brave service, as well as Ambassador Pickering, I thought was well conducted and well thought out. And in fact, don't just take my word from it, I'm a pretty low-ranking member of the House, but Buck McKeon, the Republican chairman, longtime Republican chairman of the House Armed Services Committee also, and never once in our committee hearing did I hear him malign the work that was done in that ARB, as we on that committee also looked into what happened. So I want to look at some of the findings from that ARB, and I want specifically to examine the failures of the Blue Mountain Libya security guards and the February 13 militia on that exact day, September 11th, 2012. My understanding is in Benghazi, neither the host country's militia forces nor the State Department's private local guards were capable of defending our personnel. These poorly trained forces either did not show up, they retreated in the face of danger, or simply lacked the necessary tools to fight back effectively. I want to learn the lessons from Benghazi and hold everyone accountable, not just the State Department, but every agency involved, as well as Congress ourselves and this committee itself, for implementing significant comprehensive reforms that will prevent future tragedies. So, looking at the work that I've done on Armed Services Committee and on Oversight Government Reform, I've been consistently concerned with the cost and consequences of federal contract mismanagement. Costs the American taxpayers a lot of dollars. So I want to look at the State Department's policy of awarding local guard contracts using a very inflexible contract vehicle known as the lowest price technically acceptable, or LPTA, vehicle. I think that should have raised red flags here in Congress. When life and limb are at risk, such as when buying body armor for our troops overseas or barriers for our embassies, I don't know that lowest price technically acceptable is the right vehicle. So can you discuss a little bit why is it that the State Department appears to have awarded local guard contracts in Libya using this contracting method?
Congresswoman, I think that's another very important question. I think the State Department, like much of the rest of the government, often feels under pressure to go to the lowest price, whether or not that lowest price is the best contract. And we had a lot of challenges, not just in Libya, but in many places around the world, trying to work to find the right contractors to provide static security for a lot of our posts and facilities, to find more kinetic contractors who could be the front line of defense, since we, as we discussed earlier, were stationed in so many places where there were not American military that could be called and quickly respond. So I would like very much, and perhaps there could be a working group with Armed Services and Foreign Affairs and others to look to see whether we couldn't get a little more flexibility into this decision-making, because the February 17th militia was viewed by the CIA, which had vetted it, as well as by our diplomats, as a reliable source for kinetic support. Sometimes it worked, and sometimes it didn't. And the static support proved to be not very useful at all on that night. So I think you're really raising an important issue about how to get more flexibility into the contracting, because we're not going to be able to bring American military forces to every place where we are in a high threat post, either because the military can't afford to do that for us or because the host country won't invite us in. And the other problem, as you pointed out, is that if the host country doesn't have any real resources, it's hard to know how much they can produce. That night I was calling the president of Libya and demanding that he find any friendly militia, any friendly anybody, to show up and to support us. When our reinforcements, the security reinforcements from Tripoli landed, a militia showed up and, in fact, kept them there until they had a big enough group to accompany them to the CIA annex. So it's a very unpredictable and even erratic process, and it starts with, in many instances, the lowest price, and I don't think that's always the best way to get a contract for security.
I happen to agree with you, and I think actually the LPTA that I'm talking about, that actually sets very inflexible standards for specifically the Department of State, is actually a law passed by Congress in 1990. So when you talk about maybe some sort of a working group, Congress needs to do our part and maybe amend a 35-year-old law that actually forced the State Department to go with the lowest price. Secretary Clinton, can you address what actions Congress can fix problems that have to do with host country instituted stringent policies given the use of private security guards? My understanding is that the country of Libya, the host nation in this case, did not allow your security contractors to carry firearms. The Blue Mountain Guards, I think the Blue Mountain Guards were not allowed to carry firearms.
Right.
Is that right?
Yeah, the Blue Mountain was not. Certainly our diplomatic security officers were. The militia members who were supposed to be providing kinetic help for us were. So it was only the static guards that were not. Now, I will say that, some of those guards did stand their ground. They were basically run over. Several of them were injured the night of the attack. So I don't want to cast aspersions on all of them and the service they provided, but it was not adequate for what we needed then or really at any time.
Are we facing that same type of restrictions in other nations as well, in other hotspots? We talked earlier about the 19 missions that are out there with this type of issues with the LPTA and contracting, and as well as host nation requirements?
Yes, we do. You know, the host nation gets to call a lot of the shots. Under the Vienna Convention, the host nation is responsible for providing security for diplomatic posts. But when a host nation is either unwilling to do so, as we do have in some places where we are present, or unable to do so, because I do think with the Libyans, there was a desire to be helpful, but not a capacity to produce what we needed. We have to really work hard to get the kind of support that is required. And, you know, in some cases, we've been able to work out arrangements with the host countries. Some we have just defied them and tried to be very quiet about what we were doing, and others, you know, we are prohibited. So it's a constant, again, it goes back to that balancing of risk and reward that we're always doing.
Going back to the ARB conducted by Admiral Mullins and Ambassador Pickering, how many of their recommendations did U.S. Secretary of State accept?
I accepted all of them. They made 29 recommendations, Congresswoman. I accepted all 29 of them and began to implement them before I left the State Department, and I know that Secretary Kerry has continued that work.
Do you recommend for future secretaries and for this committee and other members of Congress some sort of a formal review process as we go onwards? I don't want there to be a review process that is triggered by death of Americans. This goes back to my earlier question about institutionalization of this process so that we make sure that our men and women in embassies right now are safe, and that they're safe tomorrow and a year from now and 10 years from now. What needs to be done so that we can make sure that our 4 heroic dead did not lay down their lives in vain?
Well, Congresswoman, before the attacks in Benghazi, the Congress never fully funded the security requests that the administration sent to Congress. Following Benghazi, that has improved, but there are still areas where I think greater funding and responsiveness would be helpful. It was unfortunate that we didn't get all the resources that might have enabled us to do more in all the high-threat posts before Benghazi, but I appreciate what the Congress has done since. The one specific recommendation that I would like to see the Congress act on expeditiously is the training facility that would be set up in order to train diplomatic security officers specifically for these high-threat situations. And I think this is overdue. I know that on a bipartisan basis, representatives from Virginia, which is the state where the site that has been identified is found, have urged in a recent op-ed that the Congress act on this. I would certainly echo that as well.
Thank you.
I thank the gentlelady. Madam Secretary, they've called votes, but we're going to try to get in Mr. Roscom, and I'm going to recognize Ms. Brooks for 10 seconds before Mr. Roscom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to clarify for the record, I made a statement previously that we had received none of Undersecretary Patrick Kennedy's emails. We've received some through production of other individuals' emails. We have not received a full production of Undersecretary Patrick Kennedy's emails. So I just wanted to clarify. We do have some, but it is through other email production. Thank you. Yield back.
Yes, ma'am. Gentleman from Illinois.
Thanks. Secretary Clinton, can I just direct your attention to the screen? You're familiar with that clip. We came, we saw, he died. Is that the Clinton doctrine?
No, that was an expression of relief that the military mission undertaken by NATO and our other partners had achieved its end, and therefore no more American, European, or Arab lives would be at stake in trying to prevent Gaddafi from wreaking havoc on Libyans or causing more problems to the region and beyond.
I want to direct your attention, and maybe direct the group's attention right now, to something that hasn't really been discussed. There's been this explicit criticism of Republicans being partisans today, but I want to direct your attention to what is actually going on with you and your team, many of whom are here today with you. So Jake Sullivan, one of your close advisors that you just told us about, put together the TikTok on Libya memo, and that was a memo that was all about you. It put together 22 different accomplishments, and you were the central figure in all 22 of those accomplishments. And I've got to tell you, it's really well put together. He uses language of action and initiative and leadership. Let me just give you a couple of these. HRC, that's you obviously, announces, directs, appoints special envoy, travels to G8, secures Russian abstention, secures transition of command and control, travels to Berlin, Rome, Abu Dhabi, Istanbul. He's basically laying the foundation that the Libya policy is your policy. Essentially, he's making the argument that it's your baby. And you are clearly familiar with this timeline because in email exchanges with your senior staff, you were not happy about it. And the part that you weren't happy about wasn't that you were the focal point, is that it didn't include enough. So you said, this is your email. What bothers me is that the policy office prepared the timeline, but it doesn't include much of what I did. Another time you said, the timeline is totally inadequate, which bothers me about our record keeping, and I'll come back to that in a minute, Secretary. For example, I was in Paris in 319 when the attack started. It's not on the timeline. What else is missing? Go over as soon as possible. Now, this timeline was put together, according to your senior staff, explicitly for an article that came out in the Washington Post entitled, Clinton's Key Role in Libya Conflict. And in fact, according to your staff, quote, the comprehensive TikTok memo Jake had put together was done in large part for the Warwick piece. It was a piece written by Joby Warwick at the Washington Post. And again, according to your staff, the great detail Joby had came entirely from Jake. That's Jake Sullivan. Joby didn't do any independent research. That's according to your staff. Now, this article, it's one of these articles that you read a couple of times if it's about you. Here are some excerpts. Washington Post. A foreign policy success for the Obama administration and its most famous cabinet minister, Secretary of State Hillary Rodham Clinton. Or this. She went to Paris. There were no instructions from the White House on whether to support strong action in Libya, said a senior State Department official. Yet within 3 days, the official said Clinton began to see a way forward. And I think my personal favorite is this. Clinton, ignoring the advice of State Department lawyers, convinced Obama to grant full diplomatic recognition to the rebels. Now, you and your team were pleased with the work that you did and the risks that you took, the leadership that you took. A couple of hours ago, you told me, hey, I'm the diplomat here. I'm driving the policy. And isn't it true that you'd been thinking about getting political credit actually for months on this?
No.
Well, if that's your answer, let me draw your attention, Madam Secretary.
But Congressman, you let me please,
all right,
if I
fair enough.
could. We were trying to make sure that what was written, because it's not always accurate, in case you all haven't noticed in your own careers, what was written about a very important foreign policy effort by this administration was accurate. This was all in response, as I understand it, to a reporter trying to ask questions and us providing the best possible information we could. In fact, trying to make sure that we ourselves had a good timeline and that our record keeping was accurate. I think that is not an uncommon experience here in Washington. Somebody calls you up, says, I'm writing a story. What can you tell us? And you tell them.
Well, Secretary Clinton, that's not all that was going on, though. Isn't that right? Because you knew that this was good for you. Because this is what you were writing in August of 2011. This is right after Tripoli fell. You wrote, what about the idea of my flying to Martha's Vineyard to see the president for 30 minutes and then making a statement with him alone? Or you asked your staff how to convince the White House that this would be good for the president. And these are your words, Madam Secretary. It's a great opportunity to describe all that we've been doing before the French try to take all the credit. In fact, your staff told you that they thought it would be a political boost for the president, showing that he was huddling with you instead of being on vacation. And so you asked your chief of staff, Jake Sullivan asked your chief of staff, Cheryl Mills, to call Dennis McDonough, now the president's chief of staff, to put together a full court press. I'll wait while you read Jake's note.
Thank you. Because I don't...
Well, here's my question.
Yeah, I'm waiting for a question.
Well, go ahead. You finish reading, and I'll start talking.
Well, one thing I wanted, which
Well,
since I don't have what you're reading in front of me, Congressman,
it's tab 12.
Well, that has now been handed to me, and it's clear that I wanted to make sure Chris Stevens, Jeff Feltman, DOD got credit. I wrote that. You did not quote that.
Yeah, but this is all about state of mind at that particular point. You were thinking about credit for you, isn't that right?
No, that's not. I wanted those who were part of this policy to be given recognition, and I also wanted to be sure that we had the President and the White House coordinating with us. It was a very gutsy decision for the President to make, Congressman. It was not by any means an easy call. As I alluded earlier this morning, I was in that Situation Room many, many times, watching the President have to balance competing interests, competing opinions, trying to make a decision. When he made the decision that the United States would support NATO and support the Arabs, there was no guarantee about how it would turn out. And I personally believe he deserved a lot of credit, as did Chris Stevens, Jeff Feltman, the Department of Defense, and others. We had a daily phone call, a daily secure phone call that often included the President, included the generals the generals and the admirals responsible for our mission, included our top diplomats. This was a very important and challenging effort that we undertook, in large measure to support our NATO allies. So I wanted everybody who had any role in it to be acknowledged.
Well, and then on August 2011, you received an email from Sidney Blumenthal, that's tab 11, in which he wrote this to you. This is a historic moment, and you will be credited for realizing it. When Gaddafi himself is finally removed, you should, of course, make a public statement before the cameras wherever you are, even in the driveway of your vacation home. You must go on camera. That was Blumenthal's admonishment to you.
And I don't recall doing that, just in case you're going to ask me.
Yeah, but I mean, look, the timing. You forwarded Blumenthal's suggestion to Jake Sullivan, and you were focused on how dramatic it would be. You were working to make this the story of the day, isn't that right? This is your email to Jake. This is tab 11. This is your words, Madam Secretary. Sid makes a good case for what I should say, but it's premised on being said after Gaddafi goes, which will make it more dramatic. That's my hesitancy, since I'm not sure how many chances I'll get. So 2 months before the end of the Gaddafi regime, and you're already planning on how to make your statement dramatic to maximize political gains. Isn't that right?
Congressman, I think that what we were trying to do was to keep the American people informed about this policy. It was, as you recall, somewhat controversial. Now, there were Republicans as well as Democrats who advocated for it, and there were Republicans as well as Democrats who were concerned about it. So I think as Secretary of State, I did have an obligation at some point to be part of the public discussion about what had occurred. And I see nothing at all unusual about trying to figure out when would be the best time to do that.
Isn't it true that your staff heard from the White House after the Warwick piece in the Washington Post that they were concerned, that is the White House, of the amount of credit that you were getting as opposed to the amount of credit the President's getting? That's true, isn't it, Madam Secretary?
Look, the President deserves the lion's share of the credit.
And why is the White House uptight that you're taking the credit?
Well, I was often being asked that. The President had a lot of other stuff going on. He was still trying to, rescue the economy, a lot of other things happening. So from my perspective, the President deserves the credit. He's the one who made the decision. I was honored to be part of the team that advised him, and insofar as I was able to explain what we did and what the import of it was, I was ready to do so.
So when Jake Sullivan, tab 11, emails you and said that you should publicize this in all of your television appearances. They wanted to, quote, have you lay down something definitive, almost like the Clinton doctrine. That wasn't the Obama doctrine. Is that right, Madam Secretary?
Well, I
this
think
was the Clinton doctrine.
Well, look, I think that the effort we made, the way we put together the coalition, the way I put together the coalition that imposed sanctions on Iran, I think that there is a lot to talk about. I talked about smart power. If you're talking about what I believe we have to use every tool at our disposal. Lead with diplomacy, support with development, and when necessary, as a last resort, not a first choice, defense. So, yes, is that what I believe? It is what I believe, and I think that, Libya was, to some extent, an example of that.
And you were the author of the Libya policy. You were the one that drove it. It was your baby. It was an attempt to use smart power, and that's what you tried to do. Isn't that right?
It certainly was something that I came to believe was in the interests of the United States to join with our NATO allies and our Arab partners in doing. The decision, as all decisions in any administration, was made by the president. So the president deserves the historic credit, what role I played. I'm very grateful to have had that chance, and I'm very convinced that it was the right thing to do.
Well, you just recited the Clinton doctrine to us, and let me tell you what I think the Clinton doctrine is. I think it's where an opportunity is seized to turn progress in Libya into a political win for Hillary Rodham Clinton. And at the precise moment when things look good, take a victory lap, like on all the Sunday shows 3 times that year before Gaddafi was killed, and then turn your attention to other things. I yield back.
Well, Congressman, that is only a political statement, which you well understand, and I don't understand why that has anything to do with what we are supposed to be talking about today.
Madam Secretary, votes have been called, so we will go vote and be in recess.
We'll be gaveling back in shortly. Hillary Clinton entering the hearing.
Number of emails. Committee will come to order. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Again, we apologize for that vote series. And with that, we will go to the gentlelady from Alabama, Ms. Roby.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Clinton, I want to talk to you about August 17th, 2012. On that day, you received 2 memos about Libya and its security. The first one described a deteriorating security situation and what it meant for your people on the ground. The second one also described Libya's security as, in simple terms, a mess. So this memo wanted you to approve $20 million to be given to the Libyan government to bolster its own.
Could you tell me what tab that is on the materials
sure.
that you
Yes,
have referred to?
The first one is, I believe, is it 33 and 30? 33 and 34.
Thank you.
I apologize. So you received those two memos. The second one also described Libya's security in simple terms as a mess, and it was then that you were approached about approving this $20 million that we've referred to as the contingency fund, $20 million that would have gone to the Libyan government to bolster their own security there in country. And then, in fact, a few days later, you approved that $20 million. And I'm going to get back to that in a minute, but I want to circle back based on those two memos to some questions that my colleague, Mr. Pompeo, asked about the 1998 ARB. You had talked about in that line of questioning that you, in fact, had made the decision to close some embassies based on the premise that the 1998 ARB recommended the Secretary of State should personally review the security situation. You made a distinction between whether the walls should be 10 foot high versus whether or not it was a highly vulnerable situation. And so I wanted to ask you, when I was listening to that, knowing that I was going to address these August 17th memos, I wanted to ask you, when you were looking at these two memos on August 17th, one said their security was one in disarray, and the other said they paint a picture of a country in chaos. And I wanted to just ask you, in your opinion, as Secretary of State that had closed embassies, whether those references to the security situation in Libya would amount to one as highly vulnerable per your own words.
Congressman, I want to answer your question, but I think we need the right tabs.
Excuse me, 8 and 32. I apologize.
Thank you very much. Let me take a look at those, 8 and 32. On August 17th, there was a memo from Beth Jones, the acting Secretary of State, describing a spike in violence and characterizing it as perhaps a new normal. It is very clearly something that we were following, as I have said throughout the hearing today. It said that the International Committee of the Red Cross had withdrawn personnel from Benghazi and Misrata, but continued to work in the rest of Libya. It also pointed out that there is a lack of effective security, and that the transition, the kind of transition we wanted to see for the people of Libya, and particularly in Benghazi, was not as forthcoming from the Libyans themselves. I think that the description here is certainly something that we were aware of, and a list of recent violence in Libya is something we were aware of. And the ongoing monitoring of the situation in Libya is something we took very seriously. I can tell you that these kinds of assessments were not uncommon for other places, high threat, dangerous, unstable places, even war zones, where we were also operating.
Would you categorize those type of descriptions as highly vulnerable?
Well, I think that, again, there was no recommendation based on any of the assessments, not from our State Department experts, not from the intelligence community, that we should abandon either Benghazi or Tripoli.
Right, and I understand that. And Secretary Clinton, I guess one of the questions that we need answered is, you were a huge advocate for our presence there to begin with. What prevented you from making the decision based on the knowledge that you had from these memos about the deteriorating security situation? What prevented you as Secretary of State from making that decision on your own?
Well, Congresswoman, I took into consideration a wide variety of factors. There were a number of places where violence would spike, and we would have to make a decision. At this point, what we were trying to do was work with the Libyan authorities. That's what the August 17th memo from Deputy Secretary Nides refers to. We were trying to provide additional security assistance so that the Libyans could do more to assist themselves. And, you know, it is the case that in the world we're in today, there are a lot of places that are dangerous. Violence goes up and goes down. Part of what Acting Assistant Secretary Beth Jones was referencing in this memo is this is a new normal? And the Secretary does personally oversee the decision to order departure or shut down posts, and it is important to take that ultimate responsibility very much to heart, which I did. But I think that there was no recommendation to do that. And again, I was following it, I was watching it, I was trying to, you know, make a very well-reasoned analysis. But I was also listening to the people who were both on the ground and with a lot of experience, who had served in Iraq, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Yemen, other places like that, and there was no recommendation.
Secretary Clinton, what I'm trying to make a distinction between is the decisions that you made with respect to Benghazi and decisions that your staff made with respect to Benghazi. But I'm already running out of time, so I do want to get back to that $20 million that we talked about. On numerous occasions, the finger has been pointed at Congress for not properly funding the security, or the funding not being available for the security requests. Yet I find it curious that you were able to find $20 million to support increased security forces in Libya, yet we weren't able to find money to support your own people on the ground. And, you know, particularly in light of the fact that Mrs. Lamb said that funding wasn't an issue. So I think that it's been a little bit misleading to say it's Congress's fault, but then also it's worth pointing out that there was $20 million found for Libyan security and no dollars found to support increased security for our own people.
Well, as I know you're aware, Congresswoman, the Congress sets spending levels in categories of spending. And as I said earlier, the requests for diplomatic security to do exactly what you are referencing were underfunded. They were underfunded continuously. I am pleased that following the tragedy at Benghazi, we began to get more support from the Congress. But one of the funds that is very important when you're actually talking about an American presence in the country goes back to questions that I was being asked by Congresswoman Duckworth. If we can help build up the Libyan security forces, they are the host country. It is their responsibility to protect diplomatic posts. So I don't see these as unconnected, but it is true that we spent money for diplomatic security out of what the Congress appropriated for diplomatic
Secretary Clinton,
security.
Charlene Lamb said herself it wasn't a budget issue. So do you take issue with that statement?
Well, I can only tell you that our analysis of the underfunding of security for our diplomatic posts was very much in line with what I have just said, that we asked for money in this administration in the earlier years, and we were underfunded. And so I can tell you that it would have been very helpful to have more money for diplomatic security, and I want to thank the Congress for upping the amount of money that went to diplomatic security, working with the Defense Department to get more Marines deployed to more posts, and the other actions that have been taken post-Benghazi.
We appreciate that, although, again, I really think there's a conflict between Charlene Lamb's statement and some that you've made about that. But real quickly, Mr. Chairman, I want to run through one quick timeline and make an observation. On August 17th, you received a memo on the deteriorating security in Libya. The same day, you were asked to give $20 million to the Libyan government to beef up its own security. Your department issued a warning telling American citizens to get out of Libya and not to travel there. And then Libya itself issued a, quote, maximum alert for Benghazi. You several times made the statement, and we believe you, that Ambassador Stevens was your friend. And I'm wondering why, with all of this in front of you, the Secretary of State, why did it not occur to you to pick up the phone and call your friend? I know you've mentioned experts. I know you've said that Ambassador Stevens and other diplomats go into these high-threat situations with their eyes wide open. But I just want to hear from you why, with all of this information in front of you, particularly on the date of August 17th, did it not occur to you to pick up the phone and call your friend, Ambassador Stevens, and ask him what he needed?
We knew what he was asking for. Those requests went to the security professionals, and I would only add, with respect to the travel warning, we issued travel warnings for many, many places in the world. They are really aimed at informing American travelers, business travelers, tourists, about conditions that they might face if they go to countries. They are not a criterion for determining whether we keep or end a diplomatic presence. And I just want to go back to the point you were making and read from the Accountability Review Board. For many years, the State Department has been engaged in a struggle to obtain the resources necessary to carry out its work with varying degrees of success. This has brought about a deep sense of the importance of husbanding resources to meet the highest priorities, laudable in the extreme. But it has also had the effect of conditioning a few State Department managers to favor restricting the use of resources as a general orientation. It is imperative for the State Department to be mission-driven rather than resource-constrained. And one overall conclusion in this report is that Congress must do its part to meet this challenge and provide necessary resources to the State Department to address security risks and meet mission imperatives.
My time is out, and I'm afraid my chairman is going to tell me to be quiet. But the last, do you know?
I'm not going to tell you to be quiet. I'm just going to ask you if you might hold it. I'm going to try to be a little quicker on the gavel than I've been, just in the interest of time. So.
Okay. I'll circle back then. Thank you. I yield back.
I would recognize the gentleman from Maryland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me say that the Madam Secretary and committee, the August 17, 2012 information memo just referenced is not something new.
That's right.
It's not something that this committee uncovered.
That's right.
In fact, Congress has had the information memo for years. It was attached as an exhibit to the Benghazi ARB report that Secretary Clinton sent to Congress before her testimony to Congress in January of 2013. The ARB had it and considered it important enough to append it to its report, and Congress already questioned the Secretary about her awareness of security conditions in Libya in the run-up to the attacks.
Will the gentleman yield?
We just gave you an extra 3 minutes. I gotta use my time. I'm sorry. If I have extra time, I'll give it to you. Within months of the attacks, the Republican investigations of Benghazi had begun, and the chief investigator, Madam Secretary, who was chairman of the House Oversight Committee, Darrell Issa, made it clear that his efforts were directed at you as he spoke at a political event in New Hampshire. Chairman Issa had said he came to that political event in New Hampshire to, quote, shape the debate for 2016, end of quote. How right he was. At that event, Chairman Issa explained, can we roll the tape, please?
We need to have an answer of when the Secretary of Defense had assets that he could have begun spinning up, why there was not one order given to turn on one Department of Defense asset. I have my suspicions, which is Secretary Clinton told Leon to stand down. and we all heard about the stand-down order for 2 military personnel. That order is undeniable. They were told not to get off the airplane and
The idea that you would intentionally take steps to prevent assistance to Americans under attack in Benghazi is simply beyond the pale. The claim has also been disproven multiple times over. First, it was disproved by the ARB, which issued its report at the end of 2012. Admiral Mullen, former chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staff and had led the ARB's military review, and concluded that the military had, and I quote, done everything possible that we could, end of quote. Then the Republican-led House Armed Services Committee issued its report in February 2014, Madam Secretary, which detailed all of the steps taken by the military to mobilize upon hearing of the attacks, including immediately redirecting a surveillance drone to Benghazi, ordering 2 Marine fast platoons to Rota, Spain to deploy, one bound for Benghazi, the other for Tripoli, ordering the commanders in extremis force training in Croatia to move to a U.S. Naval Air Station in Sigonella, Italy, and dispatching a special operations unit to the region from the United States. About his review, the chairman, Howard Buck McKeon, a Republican, stated, "I think I've been pretty well satisfied that given where the troops were, how quickly the thing all happened, and how quickly it dissipated, we probably couldn't have done more than we did," end of quote. Chairman Iss's Oversight Committee, which I am the ranking member of, even spent years actively pursuing evidence for this claim and found nothing. And as it says in the Democratic report we put out on Monday, none of the 54 individuals interviewed by our select committee has identified any evidence to support this Republican claim against you. In fact, not one of the 9 congressional and independent investigations has identified any evidence to support this assertion in the last 3 years. My question: I sincerely hope this puts this offensive claim to rest once and for all. I'm asking you, Madam Secretary, did you order Defense Secretary Leon Panetta to stand down on the night of the attacks?
Of course not, Congressman, and I appreciate your going through the highlights of the very comprehensive report that the House Armed Services Committee did on this. I think it's fair to say everybody, certainly Defense Secretary Panetta, Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman Dempsey, everybody in the military scrambled to see what they could do, and I was very grateful for that. And as you rightly point out, logistics and distance made it unlikely that they could be anywhere near Benghazi within any kind of reasonable time.
Now, Madam Secretary, the Benghazi attacks occurred during a period of significant upheaval and intense volatility in the Middle East and North Africa. There was tremendous unrest throughout the region. I would like to play a clip that shows what was happening at dozens of posts throughout the world, and then I would like to get your reaction if you can. Please play the tape.
Protests have spread over an amateur video made in the United States which mocks Islam. In the Afghan capital, Kabul, 1,000 Afghans held a violent protest, burning cars and tires and shooting at police. In the Indonesian capital, Jakarta, hundreds of protesters from hardline Islamic groups threw petrol bombs and rocks outside the American embassy. And in Pakistan, at least one protester was killed. In Beirut, Hassan Nasrallah, head of the Shia Muslim movement Hezbollah, called for a week of demonstrations against the video. Tens of thousands have turned out in a tightly organized, peaceful protest. Well, let's go live on the hub now to the streets of Beirut.
Secretary Clinton, what was your sense of how things were unfolding?
Congressman, they were very dangerous and very volatile. Starting on Monday with the attack on our embassy in Cairo, going all the way through that week into the next week, there were numerous protests, some of which you have shown us clips of, and they were dangerous. You know, the one that I was particularly concerned about happened in Tunis, and it was the Friday after the attack in Benghazi. We knew from monitoring the media, from reports coming in from our embassies throughout the region, that this was a very hot issue. It was not going away. It was being kept alive. We were particularly worried about what might happen on Friday, because Friday is the day of prayers for Muslims. So we were on very high alert going into Friday. I got a call through our operations department from our ambassador in Tunis, who was in the safe room in the embassy in Tunisia. There were thousands of demonstrators on the outside. They were battering down the barriers and the walls around our embassy. They had already set on fire the American school, which is very close to the embassy. And the ambassador and his team were desperate for help. Their calls to the government of Tunisia, the host government, had gone unanswered. I immediately got on the phone, calling the foreign minister, calling the prime minister, who were the heads of government. I could not find either one of them. I called the president, President Marzouki. I got him on the phone. I told him he had to rescue our people. He had to disperse the crowds that were there because of the video. He said, I don't control the army. I have nothing I can do. I said, Mr. President, you must be able to do something. I've got all of my people inside the embassy. They are being attacked. If the protesters get through into the embassy, I don't know what will happen. He said, well, you know, I do have a presidential guard. I said, Mr. President, please deploy your presidential guard. At least show that Tunisia will stand with the United States against these protesters over this inflammatory video. To his great credit and to my great relief, that is exactly what he did. He sent the presidential guard. Those of you who have traveled know that sometimes they're, you know, men in fancy uniforms, sometimes they're on horses, but he sent them. He sent whatever he could muster to our rescue. And the crowd was dispersed. The damage was extensive, but we thankfully did not have anything other than property damage to the embassy and to the American school. And the government of Tunisia later helped us to repair that. But it was the kind of incredibly tense moment. We had protesters going over the walls of our embassy in Khartoum. We had protests, as you rightly point out, all the way to Indonesia. Thankfully, no Americans were killed, partly because I had been consistent in speaking out about that video from the very first day when we knew it had sparked the attack on our embassy in Cairo. I spoke about it because I wanted it to be clear to every government around the world that we were going to look to them to protect our facilities. And it was a very tense week, Congressman, one that I think demonstrated how volatile the world is and how important it is for the United States to be on top of what people themselves are reacting to. And that's what I tried to do during that time.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank the gentleman from Maryland. The chair will now recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Westmoreland.
Madam Secretary, I want to thank you for giving us a play-by-play of what happened in Tunisia. Could you do the same thing of what happened in Benghazi? Could you tell us the same kind of play-by-play that who came to the rescue there? Because I don't know of anybody that did. So I don't know who you called and their lack of ability to get anybody there. It's just hard for me to comprehend why you would give us that blow-by-blow of something that we're not even investigating here, but we appreciate it. But I do want to ask you.
Well, Congressman, if I could,
Sure.
Several of you have raised the video and have dismissed the importance of the video. And I think that is unfortunate, because there's no doubt, and as I said earlier, even the person we have now arrested as being one of the ringleaders of the attack on our compound in Benghazi is reputed to have used the video as a way to gather up the attackers that attacked our compound. So I think it's important. These are complex issues, Mr. Congressman, and I think it's important that we look at the totality of what was going on. It's like that terrible incident that happened in Paris.
I got you.
Cartoons sparked 2 Al-Qaeda trained attackers who killed, nearly a dozen people. I think it's important that as you are members of Congress looking into these issues, that you look at the totality so we can learn the best lessons to try to.
Yes, ma'am. Well, reclaiming my time, let me ask you about a little thing. You said that you spent a lot of sleepless nights, and I can't imagine. And you said you often wondered what you could have done different. What did you come up with?
Oh, a long list, Congressman.
Give me your top 2.
Well, to go back to the point that Congresswoman Duckworth was raising about contractors, if we'd had a more reliable security force in large enough numbers, well-armed and well-focused on protecting our compound.
What could you have done different than what you did do?
Well, I'm trying to tell you. I think if the militia that had been engaged by both the CIA and the State Department had been more reliable.
But you didn't have anything to do with that, you said.
But I made a long list, Congressman, about anything that anybody could have done. And that's how I looked at it. I looked at it from the perspective of what are the many pieces. Contracting is a part of that. There are many other issues that we need to address. That's really the main reason I'm here, to continue to try to do what I can to honor those who were lost and to make sure that, we are well prepared to try to prevent. Now, we know we can't prevent everything. That's the way the world is, but to do the very best we can, and there are many elements that go into that.
So the contractors would be number 1. What would be number 2?
Well, if there had, I don't think that's an unimportant point. We had a militia, we had an unarmed static force that probably couldn't have done much more. It should, I think, inspire us to look for ways to get host countries to permit there to be more dedicated security forces, well enough armed and trained to be really a force to protect our compounds and our other facilities. That would have perhaps made a difference. It certainly might have made a difference if we had more help from the CIA there on the compound, if maybe we had a rotating presence. But I have to say, in reviewing a lot of the analyses that have been made by security experts, very well-trained, experienced security people, they're not sure that anything would have stopped the attackers. And I know that Admiral Mullen, when he went into his work for the ARB, was concerned that none of the diplomatic security officers had fired a shot. They had their weapons, they hadn't fired a shot.
I'm not trying to cut you off, and I've tried to be nice, and you're doing well. We both talk slow, so let's give each other a little breathing room here. You talked about Miss Victoria Newland. You know her, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay. This was her briefing on September the 13th. Some reporter named Elise had asked her a question about the security, and her response was, "I'm going to reject that, Elise. Let me tell you what I can about the security of our mission in Benghazi. It did include a local Libyan guard force around the outer perimeter. That guard force never showed up that night, and it did not normally patrol the outer perimeter. The only people that patrolled the outer perimeter was the unarmed Blue Mountain. But," she said, "this is the way we work in all of our missions. all around the world, that the outer perimeter is responsibility of the host government, which there wasn't really a host government at the time. There was obviously a physical perimeter barrier, a wall, and then there was a robust American security presence inside the compound. I don't think 5 DS agents not fully equipped or armed for what they were facing, you could call a robust American security presence?
Well,
would you have used the word robust?
I would certainly have said that the security on that night was reliant on a militia that did not perform as had been expected.
I'm not talking about the militia on the outside. I'm talking about the robust American presence on the inside.
It was considered robust in the sense that the request had been for 5 diplomatic security officers to accompany the ambassador. There were 5 there. And they did, as I have testified to, the very best they could. They were armed. And in the course of the thorough investigation conducted by the Accountability Review Board, as I was saying, Admiral Mullen zeroed in on this, having more than 40 years experience in the military. And he wanted to know why the DS agents had not fired their weapons. And they explained, as many since have heard who have interviewed them, their assessment was that it would have resulted in the loss of even greater life, and they chose not to. And Admiral Mullen reached the conclusion that they acted appropriately. So even though we had the 5 DS agents that had been requested, they were overrun and unable to do more than they did.
They were overrun because they didn't have any defensive positions to fight from, because they refused to give them additional sandbags because they did not want it to look like a military compound. I've heard that testimony. I want to ask you about the FEST. Are you familiar with the FEST?
Yes.
What is the FEST, Madam Secretary?
It is an emergency support team to help stand up embassies that have, or consulates or other facilities that have been impacted by either natural disasters or some kind of attacks. Exactly.
Kidnapping. And where are they located?
They're located in the United States.
At Langley Air Force Base?
I'm not sure of where they're located now.
They're there. And it's an interagency task force, includes the FBI, I guess the DOD, and the State Department. And if you look at the State Department website, FEST comes up under that, so I'm assuming that you are the lead in those agencies.
It's an interagency effort.
Okay. But it was deployed in 1998 in Kenya, correct? After the embassy bombing there of the towers, and to Tanzania, correctly?
That's correct.
They were there, ready to go on short notice. They said they could have been ready in 4 hours to leave. And this is the group of people that would go into a situation, as you described, when an embassy had been overrun, attacked, kidnapping, or whatever, to basically give guidance to any of the other forces or help that was coming in, correct? And I know that your staff, and we've got a number of emails from your staff, that originally recommended that that you send the FEST team. And I think they may have talked to Mr. Sullivan, or it was somebody that got an email, and they said they would pass it up the chain. And somebody made the decision not to send the FEST team, which would have been, as Secretary of State, I would think, since it was a State Department-led mission, that would have been the first thing that you would have wanted to get out. But instead, if I understand correctly from the email chain, your first request was to see how soon the FBI could get over there. Is that a true statement?
Well, Congressman, the FEST went to East Africa to help rebuild our embassy capacity. They have expertise in once our 2 embassies were bombed. How do we regain communications, for example? We were not going to rebuild in Benghazi, so there was no reason to send a FEST team. There was a reason to try to get the FBI investigators into Benghazi as soon as it was safe for them to go, so they could start to try to build a case so we could bring the perpetrators of the attack to justice. That was absolutely the primary goal that we had in working with the FBI. And I think it's, you know, when we make a decision on a deployment of the FEST, it is not just the Secretary of State. In this case, there was the NSC involved, there was the CIA involved, there was a civets about it, and the considered conclusion was we're not going to rebuild in Benghazi. So yes, we did.
Well, that was a quick decision to make that night that you were not going to rebuild in Benghazi.
Well, the FEST would not have. There was nothing to rebuild.
But you just mentioned all the agencies that would have been important to get on the ground as quick as possible and summarize what the situation was to give you that direction. But I know I'm out of the time, Mr. Chairman, but I do want to say what Ms. Roby was trying to get you to say is what decisions did you make in regard to Benghazi, and what were you responsible to make? And I think that's what all of us want to know. What did you do? And what decisions did you make? And you said everybody else is responsible for everything else. What were you responsible for?
I was responsible for sending Chris Stevens to Benghazi as an envoy. I was responsible for supporting a temporary mission that we were constantly evaluating to determine whether it should become permanent in Benghazi. I was responsible for recommending Chris Stevens to be the ambassador. I was responsible for working on the policy both before and after the end of the Gaddafi regime. I was responsible for quite a bit, Congressman. I was not responsible for specific security requests and decisions. That is not something I was responsible for.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair will now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Schiff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary, we're now almost at the end of the second round of questions, and I find it necessary to amend something I said after the first round, and that is, I don't understand the core theory of this case. I thought I did, but after this round, I honestly don't understand where my colleagues are coming from. I'm probably not as good a lawyer, undoubtedly not as good a prosecutor as our chairman. Most of what we've gone over in this round, frankly, were questions that were asked to you when you testified before the House the last time, before you testified before the Senate. They were the subject of the ARB report. But there were a few unique lines of questioning that I want to comment and ask you about. One of my colleagues spent his time asking about some of your interactions with your press people, critiquing your overall Libya strategy and something he called the Clinton Doctrine. We've been assured this committee, contrary to what Representative McCarthy said, is not about attacking you. But frankly, I don't see the relevance of any of those questions in terms of what actually happened in Benghazi, except as a means of trying to attack you or make a political statement regarding the presidential campaign. And then there was the continuing preoccupation with Sidney Blumenthal. The chairman spent both panels asking you about Sidney Blumenthal, and I have to say, I just don't understand the preoccupation with Sidney Blumenthal. You would think for the time we've spent on him that he was in Benghazi on the night manning the barricades. There is not a member on this dais that doesn't have friends they've known for a long time that send them unsolicited emails, and we're too polite to write back saying, you know, this really isn't all that helpful. There's not a member here that hasn't had that experience. So I don't know why that is so remarkable. So I honestly don't understand this fixation, but I do know one thing about Sidney Blumenthal. It's been abundantly clear here today. My 7 colleagues do not want the American people to read what he said in his deposition. And I'll tell you, it's not because of anything he said. What they really don't want the American people to see is what they asked. And it was what Ranking Member Cummings intimated, which is they've gone on national TV to say, we're not interested in the foundation, we're not interested in all these other things, we're only interested in whether we've gotten everything. But when you read that deposition, you see that is exactly what they were interested in. Now, I can't release it myself, but I can tell you Sidney Blumenthal by the numbers. So here's Sidney Blumenthal by the numbers. Republicans asked more than 160 questions about Mr. Blumenthal's relationship and communications with the Clintons, but less than 20 questions about the Benghazi attacks. Republicans asked more than 50 questions about the Clinton Foundation, but only 4 questions about security in Benghazi. Republicans asked more than 270 questions about Mr. Blumenthal's alleged business activities in Libya, but no questions about the U.S. presence in Benghazi. And Republicans asked more than 45 questions about David Brock Media Matters. I have no idea what that is even, and affiliated entities, but no questions about Ambassador Stevens and other U.S. personnel in Benghazi. That's Sidney Blumenthal by the numbers. Now, there were a couple lines of questioning that I did understand. One of them was about the Accountability Review Board report. Now, not the one actually that's relevant to today about Benghazi, but the one that was written 17 years ago about a different attack in Tanzania. Mr. Pompeo put up a very nice chart. They've got great exhibits, selectively quoting from that report. And the implication was that the secretary should have security, should be the one deciding the security in every facility around the world. What he didn't read to you was part of the same section of that report, which says, quote, in the process, the secretary should re-examine the present organizational structure with the objective of assuring that a single high-ranking officer is accountable for all protective security matters and has the authority necessary to coordinate on the secretary's behalf. Quite a different impression you get from reading the whole thing. We had a debate about whether we should participate in this committee, given where it was going and where it's been. Mr. Cummings said we should so we could be in the room to point out when a witness wasn't treated fairly. I have to say I think he was right, much as I held the opposite opinion. But it's important to be able to point out, if they're not going to give you the actual report or give you the time to read it, where they want to be selective to make a point. Now, I don't think that selectively quoting that 17-year-old ARB sheds much light on what happened in Benghazi, but it is a nice way to attack you. I also want to talk a bit about something that I spent a lot of time on as the ranking on Intel and as a member of the investigation that the Intelligence Committee did. That was a Republican-led investigation. 2 of my colleagues here are on the same committee, went through the same investigation. And my colleagues have intimated that, that there was an effort to spin what happened. And they have neglected to point out, as you might imagine and as you well know, that the intelligence we got after an attack like this in the fog of war, initially you believe one thing and then you get more information, you understand something better, and then you get more and you understand still something better. And we were briefed by the director of the CIA at the time. I wish he were here today. And our understanding kept evolving. And in the beginning, we got it wrong. And I've looked through that, and in that initial intelligence, within a few hours, there were some reports indicating it was a direct attack, as you told the Egyptian Prime Minister at the time. That was what was understood in the immediate hours. Within 24 hours, though, we had intelligence, both open source and signals intelligence, that there was a protest, that the protest was hijacked, and that it became an attack. And your statements were indicative and reflective of what we knew then. It wasn't until about a week or 10 days later, when we actually got the videos from the compound, that we learned definitively there was no protest. Well, that simple chronology sheds a lot of light on why you and Ambassador Rice said what you did at the time. Not a member here has shown anything you've said or the ambassador said that was at all inconsistent with what our intelligence agencies told us exactly at the time. It may come of interest to some of my colleagues who are not on intelligence to know that there are still a great many people in the intelligence community that believe the video was part of the motivation of some who attacked us on that night. I wish Frankly, we spent more time giving you an accurate representation of the documents and the reports and the facts instead of making an effort to demagogue on this. I find it fascinating, frankly, that my colleagues put so much reliance on the 17-year-old Accountability Review Board report, but they place no weight in the one actually about Benghazi. Thomas Pickering has 40 years of experience. There's probably no one in the diplomatic corps more respected. Admiral Mullen, the other co-chair, chair of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, someone the Republicans and Democrats both respected tremendously. Are we now to believe that they're a bunch of rubes, that they had the wool pulled over their eyes, or they were corrupt or incompetent? Why is their report of so little value? It's hard for me to escape the conclusion that the one centric fact of them all is that you are running for president and with high poll numbers. And that's why we're here. And I say all this because I never want to see this happen again. I don't want 4 years from now or 8 years from now or 12 years from now in another presidential election for us to be in here or for one side or the other. I don't want the Republicans to say, let's do Benghazi again. That really worked. Or the Democrats to say, they did it to us, let's do it to them. And I think, frankly, by only pointing these things out, that's the only way we're going to avoid having this happen again. Well, let me just ask you on that 17-year-old ARB, and in light of Mr. Morell, who came in and talked to us, not about the security at the diplomatic facility, but at the CIA annex. His testimony was all of the improvements to security at the Benghazi base, the idea to conduct an assessment, the assessment itself, the implementation of its recommendations were all done without the knowledge and direction of the director and I. It happened exactly where it should have happened, which is in that security office. So same view on the CIA's part. Of course, they're not here. But would you like to comment on what the full recommendation of the Tanzania ARB was and the very similar process used in our intelligence agencies?
Thank you very much, Congressman Schiff. And I think you make an excellent point. I'm aware of Deputy Director Morell's testimony. It's very similar to what I have said here. It's very similar to what I believe General Petraeus would have said had he come before you. That the issues about security, whether we're talking State Department or we're talking CIA or any other agency, are not made at the level of secretary, director. It is made at the appropriate level of the security professionals. And I think what Mike Morell told you in the Intelligence Committee investigation, you would hear from anyone in the government at a high level who has to deploy Americans around the world. We see that with the Defense Department. You know, we see breaches of security on our military bases, and we know that everybody is struggling to get it right. And as I have said, in the vast majority of cases, our security professionals do. And then, unfortunately, there are instances where they do not. And that's why we have after-action reports, or why we have the Accountability Review Board to look at what happened and try to learn from it. And going all the way back to Tehran and Beirut and East Africa and the 100 attacks on facilities around the world since 2001, we have tried to learn and apply those lessons, and will, I hope, continue doing so.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair will now recognize the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Clinton, just a few minutes ago, you said some of you have raised the video. Raised the video? You raised the video. At 10:08 on September 11th, 2012, you raised the video. At 10:08, with Americans still fighting for their lives an hour and a half before the attack ends, you raised the video. So I want to go back to that 10:08 statement. In our first round, you said that the statement was not meant to explain the type of attack or the cause of the attack. So let's look at your statement. Official press statement from the Department of State, statement on the attack in Benghazi, press statement, Hillary Rodham Clinton, Secretary of State, Washington, D.C., September 11th, 2012. 12 sentences in this statement. I'm going to focus on the one. Some have sought to justify this vicious behavior as a response to inflammatory material posted on the internet. There's a cause, there's a motive presented there, and there's only one motive. You say this, you say, inflammatory material caused vicious behavior. Vicious behavior that led and resulted in the deaths of 4 Americans. There sure seems to be cause there.
Congressman, may I read what I said? What I said is that I condemn in the strongest terms the attack on our mission in Benghazi today. As we work to secure our personnel and facilities, we have confirmed that one of our State Department officers was killed. We are heartbroken by this terrible loss. Our thoughts and prayers are with his family and those who have suffered in this attack. This evening, I called Libyan President Magharif to coordinate additional support to protect Americans in Libya. President Magharif expressed his condemnation and condolences and pledged his government's full cooperation. Some have sought to justify this vicious behavior as a response to inflammatory material posted on the internet. The United States deplores any intentional effort to denigrate the religious beliefs of others. Our commitment to religious tolerance goes back to the very beginning of our nation, but let me be clear. There is never any justification for violent acts of this kind. In light of the events of today, the United States government is working with partner countries around the world to protect our personnel, our missions, and American citizens worldwide.
Right, and I'm asking, you said the first round there was no motive, no cause. You weren't trying to explain the cause of the attack. It sure seems to me like you did.
Well, Congressman,
you presented inflammatory material was the reason for the vicious behavior. Is that not a cause and effect?
Well, that's not what it says. What I said was some have
You know what you said? You read the whole thing.
I did.
I'm asking about that one sentence because earlier you said there was no cause, no motive presented. I think there was. And that's what I think most of the American people thought.
Well, I know there was a great deal of news coverage that looked at the events in Cairo, looked at what happened in Benghazi, and drew some comparisons and maybe even connections. I know, as we've just heard from Congressman Schiff, there was a lot of fast-moving analysis by the intelligence community to try to make sense of all of this. And I can only tell you from the perspective of having been
Secretary Clinton, hang on a second. If the intelligence may have changed some, but your story didn't. That's the point.
Well, that is
privately, your story was much different than it was publicly. Again, you said to the Egyptian Prime Minister, we know the attack in Libya had nothing to do with the film. It was a planned attack, not a protest. You said to your family, terrorists killed 2 of our good people. So your story privately is much different than what you're telling the American people. The intelligence may have changed, the video may have had an impact in other places, but in Benghazi it didn't, and you tried to put them all together. That's what bothers us. Let me show you a slide here. This is from September 14th. And the first statement's by Jay Carney. Let's be clear, these protests were a reaction to a video that had spread to the region. We have no information to suggest that Benghazi was a pre-planned attack. The statement below is from your press person in Libya. Sends this to Greg Hicks and to the experts in the Near Eastern Affairs Bureau, the same people who said Susan Rice was off the reservation on 5 networks. Here's what they get. Here's what she says to them. Benghazi, more terrorist attack than a protest. We want to distinguish, not conflate the events. This was a well-planned attack. So again, privately, the experts in the Near Eastern Affairs Bureau, the experts on Libya, know that this was a well-planned attack, but publicly, Jay Carney is saying the same thing you're saying publicly. We have no information that this was pre-planned. This was caused by a video.
Congressman, the next morning at 9:59, I gave another statement, and I listened carefully to what you said, and you kept talking about cause. Well, the word cause is not in my statement of the night before.
I'm referring to what you said to me in our first exchange a few hours ago.
No, well, I'm sorry, Congressman. If I haven't been clear, I will try to be clearer. I was talking about people throughout the region trying to justify attacks on our facilities, as we saw later in the week, and justifying their behavior and repeating it and using the fact of the video not only to arouse crowds, as we saw in the video clips that the ranking member played, but also that would deter governments from coming to our rescue because they would be perhaps ambivalent about doing so. So you're right. I mentioned the video because I feared what would happen, and in fact, it did happen. And in the next morning, the night before was a brief statement that we put out because we knew we had lost Sean Smith, and I felt an obligation to tell that to the American people.
Madam Secretary?
The next morning, I gave a much longer statement, and it was very clear. Heavily armed militants assaulted the compound and set fire to our buildings.
Secretary
That's
Clinton,
what it says.
Secretary Clinton, that's all good, but you said you were trying to communicate to folks all over, all the folks you have around the Middle East, right?
Yes, I was trying to send a message, yes.
Okay, I got it. But that's not what the experts said. They said, don't conflate the events. Tell the truth about Benghazi, talk about what happened there. Other places where the video may have had an impact, fine, say that. Why'd you put them all together? When you didn't do that privately, when you told your family about Benghazi, it was terrorists killed 2 of our people. When you talked to the Libyan president, Ansar al-Sharia did it, Al-Qaeda did it. When you talked to the Egyptian prime minister, we know it's not a film, we know it's not a protest, we know it's not a video, it's a terrorist attack.
Well, Congressman, I was working off the information that we had, which was that Ansar al-Sharia claimed responsibility. And at that point, I did say that it was an Al-Qaeda related group.
Look at the difference in these two statements. One says it wasn't a pre-planned attack, that's Jay Carney talking publicly. The other one says, from your experts in Libya, says it was a well-planned attack. Now, they could not be further apart. They could not be. That's what that's what I'm having a hard time figuring out. And you know what's interesting? The date of this, 9/14/12, 9/14/12. You know what else happened on the 14th? September 14th? There's another document that's kind of important. That's the same day that Ben Rhodes drafted his talking points memo. Bullet point number 2, to underscore that these protests are rooted in an internet video, not a broader failure of policy, because we couldn't have Libya, your baby, as Mr. Roskin pointed out earlier, we couldn't have that fail. Can't have that. So the same day you got Jay Carney saying this was no way a pre-planned attack, and the experts in Libya, talking Greg Hicks and the Near Eastern Affairs people, are saying it was a well-planned attack. That same day, the talking points that get Susan Rice ready for the Sunday shows, make sure you focus on the video. Make sure you focus on the video, not about a broader policy failure. After all, we got an election coming in 50-some days.
Well, Congressman, I believe to this day the video played a role. I believe that the person we have...
But your experts didn't.
There were many experts. If you look, you probably haven't had an opportunity to read the excellent report issued by the Democrats, but on September 13th, the intelligence community issued its first thorough, fully coordinated assessment of what happened in Benghazi. It said, we assess the attacks on Tuesday against the U.S. consulate in Benghazi began spontaneously. The attacks began spontaneously following the protests at the U.S. Embassy in Cairo. Extremists with ties to al-Qaeda were involved in the attacks. There is no contradiction. The protest, because of the video, bringing in those who are affiliated with al-Qaeda, there is no contradiction, Congressman.
How about this contradiction? Well-planned attack, no pre-planned attack. How about that? One of them is well-planned, one of them isn't. Jay Carney says there was no pre-planned attack, and the experts in Libya said it was a pre-planned attack.
Well, the experts in Libya were among the experts looking at this and analyzing it. We went on the basis of the intelligence community, and they were scrambling to get all the information that they could. And yes, the intelligence community assessment served as the basis for what Ambassador Rice said when she appeared on the Sunday show. And on September 18th, when the video footage arrived from the security cameras, the deputy CIA director has testified. It was not until September 18th when the CIA received the Libyan government's assessment of video footage that showed the front of the facility with no sign of protesters that it became clear we needed to revisit our analysis. And then, after they looked at the video footage and FBI reporting from interviews of personnel on the ground in Benghazi during the attacks, the CIA changed its assessment. And that was explained thoroughly in the bipartisan report issued by the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, which did a very thorough job, Congressman.
Gentleman yields back. Madam Secretary, I think we're going to take a quick 10-minute break. Two of my colleagues throughout the day have asked for 10 seconds. I've had a third colleague ask for 10 seconds. If she holds it to 10 seconds, I will give the gentlelady from Alabama 10 seconds.
I just wanted to point out that the ranking member is actually incorrect. The August 17th memo that I was referring to in my last question, we have not had the opportunity to discuss with Secretary Clinton and how it affected her decisions, and it was just declassified last week.
All right. With that, we will take a 10-minute break and come back. Welcome back, Madam Secretary. The chair will now recognize the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Roscoe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary, the other side of the aisle has admonished the Republicans for not having a theory, and let me tell you a little bit of a theory that I've developed from my reading and research and listening today, and it's this: that you initiated a policy to put the United States into Libya as the Secretary of State, and you overcame a number of obstacles within the administration to advocate for military action, and you were successful in doing that. Ultimately, the decision was the president's, as you acknowledge, but you were the prime mover. You were the one that was driving. You were even contemplating something called the Clinton Doctrine, and you were concerned about image. You were concerned about credit, which is not something that is unfamiliar to people in public life. But then I think something happened. And my theory is that after Gaddafi's death and essentially a victory lap, then I think your interest waned, and I think your attention waned. And I think the emails that Mrs. Brooks put forth, you had an answer, and that was, look, I got a lot of information from a lot of different places, but I think you basically gave a victory lap, sort of a mission accomplished quote in October 30th, 2011 in the Washington Post. This is what you said, and this is very declarative. We set into motion a policy that was on the right side of history, on the right side of our values, on the right side of our strategic interests in the region. It has all of the feel of a victory lap, but there was a problem. And the problem, Madam Secretary, was that there were storm clouds that were gathering, and the storm clouds that were gathering was a deteriorating security situation in Benghazi. And you had a lot to lose if Benghazi unraveled. If Libya unraveled, you had a lot to lose. Based on the victory lap, based on the Sunday shows, based on the favorable accolades that were coming, if it went the wrong direction, it would be on you. And if it was stable and it was the right direction, you were the beneficiary of that. So the question is, how is it possible that these urgent requests that came in, how did they not break through to the very upper levels of your inner circle, people who are here today, people who served you? How did those requests from two ambassadors, Ambassador Kretz and Ambassador Stevens, that came in on these dates, June 7th, July 19th, August 2nd, and March 28th, all of 2012, how is it possible that those didn't break through? You've told us that that wasn't your job, basically. You said, I'm not responsible, but here's my theory. I think that this is what was going on. That to admit a need for more security was to admit that there was a deteriorating situation. And to admit a deteriorating situation didn't fit your narrative of a successful foreign policy. Where did I get that wrong?
Congressman, look, we knew that Libya's transition from the brutal dictatorship of Gaddafi, which basically destroyed or undermined every institution in the country, would be challenging, and we planned accordingly. We worked closely with the Libyan people, with our allies in Europe, with partners in the region, to make sure that we tried to get positioned to help the Libyan people. And yes, the volatile security environment in Libya complicated our efforts, but we absolutely, and I will speak for myself, I absolutely did not forget about Libya after Gaddafi fell. We worked closely with the interim government, and we offered a wide range of technical assistance. We were very much involved in helping them provide their first parliamentary elections. That was quite an accomplishment. A lot of other countries that were post-conflict did not have anything like the positive elections Libya did. In July of 2012, the transitional government handed over power to a new General National Congress in August. We were doing everything we could think of to help Libya succeed. We tried to bolster the effectiveness of the interim government. We worked very hard to get rid of the chemical weapons, coordinating with the transition Libyan authorities, with the UN and others. And by February of 2014, we had assisted in destroying the last of Gaddafi's chemical weapons. We were combating the spread of anti-aircraft shoulder-fired missiles because of the danger that they pose to commercial aircraft. And we were providing assistance, some of which I discussed earlier with Congresswoman Roby. We had humanitarian assistance. We brought people for health to Europe and to the United States. But much of what we offered, despite our best efforts, we had the Prime Minister come to Washington in the spring of 2012. Much of what we offered was difficult for the Libyans to understand how to accept. I traveled, as you know, to Libya and met there. I stayed in close touch with Libya's leaders throughout the rest of my time as secretary. Both of my deputies went there. We talked with the Libyan leadership frequently by phone from Washington and communicated regularly, as I have said, with our team based in Tripoli. And all of this was focused on trying to help stand up a new interim government. And we were making progress on demilitarization, demobilization, trying to reintegrate militia fighters into something resembling a security force, and on securing loose weapons. I think it's important to recognize, and of course I was ultimately responsible for security. I took responsibility for what happened in Benghazi.
What does that mean when you say I took responsibility? When Mr. Westmoreland asked you that question, you said, what, contracting and so forth? So when you say you were responsible for something, Madam Secretary, what does that mean? If you're responsible, what action would you have done differently? What do you own as a result of this? So far I've heard, since we've been together today, I've heard one dismissive thing after another. It was this group. It was that group. I wasn't served by this. I wasn't served by that. What did you do? What do you own?
Well, I was just telling you some of the many related issues I was working on to try to help the Libyan people.
What's your responsibility to Benghazi? That's my question.
Well, my responsibility was to be briefed and to discuss with the security experts and the policy experts whether we would have a post in Benghazi, whether we would continue it, whether we would make it permanent. And as I've said repeatedly throughout the day, No one ever recommended closing the post in Benghazi.
No one recommended closing, but you had two ambassadors that made several requests, and here's basically what happened to their requests. They were torn up.
Well,
They were
that's just not
dismissed.
true, Congressman.
Oh,
I
Madam
know
Secretary, they didn't get through. It didn't help them. Were those responded to? Is that your testimony today?
Many were responded to. There were affirmative responses to a number of requests for
And
additional
you laid
security.
this on Chris Stevens, didn't
in
you?
both-
Because you said earlier he knows where to pull the levers. So aren't you implying that it's his responsibility to figure out how he's supposed to be secure because Chris Stevens knows how to pull the levers? Is that your testimony?
Ambassadors are the ones who pass on security recommendations and requests. That's true throughout the world.
And when he does, and
they
they're
too
not
rely on their
responded
security
to,
professionals.
what's his remedy if they're not responded to? What's his remedy if it's no?
As I testified earlier, he was in regular email contact with some of my closest advisors.
So hit
He was
resend, is that it?
He was in regular email contact and cable contact with a number
Cables didn't
of
get
other-
through. You created an environment, Madam Secretary, where the cables couldn't get through. Now,
Well, that is inaccurate. Cables, as we have testified and as
they
I
didn't get through to you. They didn't break into your inner circle. That was your testimony earlier. You can't have it both ways. You can't say all this information came into me and I was able to process it, and yet it all stops at the security professionals.
Well,
But let me
that's
turn
not
your
what
attention.
Congressman, that's not what I was saying. I think we've tried to clarify that, millions of cables come in. They're processed and sent to the appropriate offices and personnel. With respect to
They
specific...
didn't get through. They didn't make any difference. They couldn't break into the inner circle of decision making. Now, let me draw your attention in closing to testimony that you gave before the House Foreign Affairs Committee in January 2013. And you said some wonderful things about Ambassador Stevens, similar to what you said in your opening statement today. And they were words that were warm and inspirational and reflecting on his bravery. But I think in light of the facts that have come out since your testimony, and I think in light of things that the committee has learned, he's even braver than you acknowledged. In January 2013, this is what you said to Congress. Nobody knew the dangers or the opportunities better than Chris. During the first revolution, then during the transition, a weak Libyan government, marauding militias, even terrorist groups, a bomb exploded in the parking lot of his hotel. He never wavered. He never asked to come home. He never said, let's shut it down, quit, or go somewhere else. Because he understood that it was pivotal for America to be represented in that place at that time. But Secretary Clinton, I think you should have added this. Chris Stevens kept faith with the State Department that I headed, even when we broke faith with him. He accepted my invitation to serve in Benghazi, even though he was denied the security he implored us to give him. I and my colleagues were distracted by other matters and opportunities and ambitions, and we breached our fundamental duty to mitigate his danger and secure his safety, and that of Glenn Doherty, Sean Smith, and Tyrone Woods. That'd be more accurate, wouldn't you say, Secretary Clinton?
Of course I would not say that, and I think that it's a disservice for you to make that statement, Congressman. And it's
Who does it disserve?
It is a disservice of how hard the people who are given the responsibility of making these tough security decisions.
The people that were
attempted
disciplined,
to do so.
did they keep faith with Chris Stevens? No.
Well, Chris Stevens was someone who had a commitment to our presence in Libya.
There's no question.
And we want to honor that by continuing
There's
to
no
do what we can to support the Libyan people's transition. It is very much, in my view, in America's interest to continue to try to do so.
I yield back.
Gentleman's time's expired. The chair will now recognize the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary, I just want to talk a little bit more about what has been done for embassy personnel security, diplomatic personnel security since then. My understanding is in Benghazi there were some security improvements that were made. Could you talk about some of those, both prior to the attacks as well as some of the things that perhaps you sort of alluded to with more ventilation in the safe rooms or some of those things?
Yeah. There were a number of security improvements that were made to the facility. Again, there was an emphasis on trying to buttress the outer walls to try to, create a more effective guard entrance. There was an effort to try to make sure that the facility itself was hardened so that it could withstand attacks if that came to pass. It was in a series of decisions made by the security professionals. In November of 2011, our people in Benghazi said they needed to hire additional local guards. Money was approved that day. In December of that year, they asked for money to buy Jersey barriers. The funds were sent by the end of the week. In January of 2012, the RSO, meaning a regional security officer, requested that all personnel deploying to Tripoli and Benghazi for more than 30 days complete the specialized Foreign Affairs Counter-Threat Training course, which was soon implemented. Also in January 2012, they asked for money for sandbags, security lights, steel door upgrades, drop-arm reinforced car barriers. That was promptly sent. Later that month, they were sent extra helmets, bulletproof vests, and a WMD response equipment. In February of 2012, they requested support for a major renovation of the walls surrounding the complex, including making the walls higher, adding concertina wire, laying barbed wire. That project was completed. In March 2012, they asked to construct 2 extra guard positions. That was completed. In April 2012, they needed help from experts in technical security, and by May, a special team visited to enhance security equipment and security lighting. In June 2012, following the IED incident, immediately a regional team was sent to enhance the perimeter, and additional funding was approved for more guards. In July 2012, they said that they needed a minimum of 3 American security officers in Benghazi. From then on through July, August, and September, they always had 3, 4, or 5 American DS agents overseeing the expanded contingent of Libyan guards on site. Those are just some of the requests and the affirmative responses, Congresswoman, that were provided specifically for Benghazi.
Thank you. Well, we know that short of putting people in bunkers and never allowing them outside of embassy compounds, and we're going to have some sort of a threat to our diplomatic personnel security. And obviously it was not enough. What I'd like to know is, in light of that, what efforts have been put into to provide for contingency operations, especially for known potentially volatile periods in the calendar year? September 11th comes through every year. 2016, September 11th is probably going to be an especially volatile time period. So can you talk a little bit about what you have done or what you put into place, and any difficulties you may have come across in coordinating with DOD, the intelligence agencies, other across the government? Is there a move? I know this is not a secure room, so we can't talk about things that are rated secret, but, September 11th is coming. Prior to that week, are we moving aircraft carriers nearby? Are we putting an air wing on a 6-hour leash with, 1 lift of aircraft on a 2-hour leash? What are we doing? Do we have fast teams and fest teams gearing up, ready to go? What is going on in light of the lessons learned at Benghazi? And what did you personally directed to take charge to happen, especially at your level of interagency cooperation?
It's an excellent question, and it's really at the heart of what I hope will come out of this and the prior investigations. In December of 2014, Assistant Secretary Starr from the State Department testified before the Select Committee that 25 of the 29 recommendations made by the ARB had been completed. And a September 2013 Inspector General's report noted that the ARB recommendations were made in a way that was quickly taken seriously, and that I took charge directly of oversight for the implementation process. Here's some examples. More diplomatic security and DOD personnel are on the ground at our facilities today. We have increased the skills and competency for our diplomatic security agents by increasing the training time in the high-threat course. We've expanded the Foreign Affairs Counter-Threat course so that the skills are shared by not just the diplomatic security agents, but people like Chris Stevens and Sean Smith as well. We've also been working hard to up the interagency cooperation. The interagency security teams that you asked about earlier, Congresswoman, that's a continuing commitment that we are working on. And I know because of this terrible tragedy, DOD is much more focused on what needs to be thought through with respect to planning and reaction. We had problems in the past with the pastor from Florida, Terry Jones, inciting riots and protests that resulted in the deaths of people, including UN and others who were stationed in Afghanistan. And so we're trying to stay in very close touch between the State Department and DOD. In that case, Secretary Gates actually called him and asked him please not to get involved in what he was doing because it was dangerous to our troops and our civilians. Unfortunately, he has a mind apparently of his own. So we are trying to have a closer, coordinated planning and response effort. With respect to your specific questions that are really within the purview of the Department of Defense, like the deployment of certain Navy vessels, air wings, and the like, I think that DOD is trying hard to think about how, particularly in North Africa and the Middle East, they can respond. Because one of the claims that was made that was proven to be untrue was that DOD withheld sending air support, and indeed the closest air support that would have been in any way relevant was too far away. So they're trying to think about how they better deploy and station various assets so that they can have a quicker response time. I've not been involved intimately in this now for 2 years, I guess more than 2 years. So I can't speak directly, but I know that this was part of the important work that was underway when I left.
You spoke about thank you. You spoke about you making personal phone calls to ask for help from the heads of local government. And you spoke a lot about the power of the chief of the mission, the trust that you put into these professionals that are there. So when an embassy comes under attack, especially after this Benghazi attack, from this time forward, do ambassadors, do they need to call you to ask for help from other agencies of U.S. government? Or do they have the ability, if there's a DOD, if there is a CIA or DOD force nearby, a Marine fast team, for example, does the ambassador have to come through security, or do they need to call you to have you call for that? How does that work?
No, and there's an example out of the Benghazi attack. There was a pre-existing understanding between the diplomatic compound and the CIA annex, and there was no need for anybody at the compound to call Washington to alert the CIA annex. They immediately contacted the CIA annex, and they sprang into action to try to come to the assistance of our team at the compound. So we're trying to have more pre-existing arrangements like that, and that goes to your question. If there are assets in the region, how do we plan for contingencies so that they can be immediately triggered and try to respond? I obviously spoke to the White House, I spoke to General Petraeus, I spoke to lots of other people that evening trying to get whatever help we could get. We did get a surveillance plane above the location, but it took some time to get there. It had to be diverted.
I'm sorry, it was an unarmed drone, correct?
Yes, it was unarmed. It was on our UAV. Yeah, UAV, right. So we asked for everything we could get, and everybody immediately tried to provide it. But I think now there's more awareness that maybe we should be doing these scenarios ahead of time to try to figure out what could be done without having to, reinvent it every time.
Thank you. I'm out of time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentlelady from Illinois. The chair would now recognize the gentlewoman from Indiana.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I'm going to follow up on what the Congresswoman from Illinois is discussing, which is facility, and I appreciate the laundry list that you just listed with respect to the security improvements or whatever happened with respect to Benghazi. But I have to ask you if you're familiar with the fact that in the wake of the 1998 bombing attacks in Nairobi and Dar es Salaam, Congress passed something referred to as SECA, the Secure Embassy Construction and Counterterrorism Act, which requires the Secretary of State to issue a waiver if, under two conditions, if U.S. government personnel work in separate facilities or if U.S. overseas facilities do not meet the security setback distances specified by the Bureau of Diplomatic Security. The law specifies that only the Secretary of State may sign these waivers, and that requirement is not to be delegated. Was a waiver issued for the temporary mission in Benghazi and the CIA annex after the temporary mission compound was authorized through December of 2012? And did you sign that waiver, Madam Secretary?
I think that the CIA annex I had no responsibility for, so I cannot speak to what the decisions were with respect to the CIA annex. That is something that I know other committees.
But you acknowledge you were responsible for the temporary mission compound.
Yes, of course, but you put them together. I just wanted to clarify that I had no responsibility for the CIA annex, obviously. The compound in Benghazi was neither an embassy nor a consulate. Those are the only two facilities for which we would obtain a formal diplomatic notification. And those were the only kinds of facilities that we would have sought waivers for at the time, because we were trying to, as has been testified to earlier, understand whether we were going to have a permanent mission or not. That means you have to survey available facilities, try to find a secure facility, and the standards that are set by the Interagency Overseas Security Policy Board are the goals we try to drive for. But it is very difficult, if not impossible, to do that in the immediate aftermath of a conflict situation. The temporary mission in Benghazi was set up to try to find out what was going on in the area, to work with the CIA where appropriate, and to make a decision as to whether there would be a permanent facility. So we could not have met the goals under the Overseas Security Policy Board, nor could we have issued a waiver, because we had to set up operations in order to make the assessments as to whether or not we would have a permanent mission, whether that mission would remain open. And we made extensive and constant improvements to the physical security, some of which I mentioned before.
Madam Secretary, thank you. So it is obvious that a waiver was not signed, and you've given a defense as to why a waiver was not signed, and it was temporary because it was made up. It was something different. The compound had never become official. And so therefore, you did not sign a waiver, which, when most of our people are stationed in such dangerous places, let me get into that with respect to the dangerous places. We know that Libya, you've testified before, was incapable of providing host nation support. And that involves protecting our diplomats and other U.S. government officials who travel there. So if the Libyan people didn't have a government capable of providing security, and we didn't have U.S. military in Libya, then we have two options. We either leave when it gets too dangerous, or the State Department makes sure that they provide that protection. And I want to just chat with you a little bit about the fact that when Ambassador Stevens returned there in late May 2012, after being named the ambassador, less than 4 months later he was killed, but the number of violent attacks that occurred during that summer are off the charts. They're against Westerners. I'd like you to refer to tab 6. It is a 51-page document prepared by your head security guy in Libya for security incidents, serious security incidents between June 2011 and July 2012. 51 pages long, 235 significant security incidents, 235 attacks in 1 year. In Benghazi, there were 77 serious attacks in 1 year. 64 in 2012. Now let me just tell you, as I flip through this, and I'm not talking Benghazi, as I showed earlier, it is a large city, about the size of DC or Boston. I'm not talking about violent attacks like everyday robberies, burglaries, holdups. I'm talking about assassination attempts and assassinations, bombings, kidnappings, attacks on the Red Cross. The Red Cross gave up and pulled out. The people who always go in when disaster strikes, they pulled out. That doesn't include 20 other major incidents. Bombings on police departments, the courts. Think about this. If you're in the city of Washington, D.C. or Boston, and we're now over in Benghazi, and all of these types of bombings are happening, and these security incidents are happening, there are hundreds more, actually, I could talk with you about, but frankly, I don't have time. I hope I've painted the picture because I'm baffled. You sent Chris Stevens to Libya and to Benghazi. And granted, he never raised the flag and said, I want out. And granted, he never said, shut down Benghazi. And I understand and appreciate that you deferred to him. But you also, Madam Secretary, we have no record of you ever talking to him. That you never talked to him personally after May of 2012 when you swore him in as our ambassador. Am I wrong? Did you ever talk to Ambassador Stevens when all of this was going on in the hotbed of Libya? Well, that is a yes or no question, Madam Secretary. I'm sorry. Did you ever personally speak to Ambassador Stevens after? We don't know the answer. Did you ever personally speak to him after you swore him in May? Yes or no, please?
Yes, I believe I did.
And when was that?
I don't recall, and I want to clarify for the record that this document is about all of Libya, not just Benghazi.
Absolutely.
I don't want anybody to
77 are
misled.
about Benghazi.
And, you know, Congresswoman, look, I appreciate, and I really do, the passion and the intensity of your feelings about this. We have diplomatic facilities in war zones. We have ambassadors that we send to places that have been bombed and attacked all the time.
And you're their boss. Is that
right.
correct?
You're right, I am.
You're their leader. Is that correct? And are there ever situations where you call them, where you bring them in, where you are personally caring and concerned and are letting them know that? Are there situations where you recall, and I'd like to know what the conversation was with Ambassador Stevens and what month it was with Ambassador Stevens, because there are no call logs with him. There's nothing from the Ops Center with him that we have found. We have no record that you had any conversations with the ambassador after you swore him in and before he died, and you were his boss.
I was the boss of ambassadors in 270 countries. I was the boss of ambassadors in places like Afghanistan, where shortly before I visited one time, the embassy had been under brutal assault by the Taliban for hours. I am very well aware of the dangers that are faced by our diplomats and our development professionals. There was never a recommendation from Chris Stevens or anyone else to close Benghazi. Now, sitting here in the comfort of this large, beautiful hearing room, it's easy to say, well, there should have been. Somebody should have stood up and said, do that. But that was not the case. And it is a very difficult choice with respect to any of these facilities, given the level of threat and instability that we confront around the world today. And it's deeply, deeply distressing when any of our facilities or our personnel are in danger. And we do and have done the best we can, and I think we can do better, which is why I implemented all of the ARB's recommendations, which we have barely talked about.
And
but those were essential in trying to improve and better position and prepare and respond, and that's what we tried to do. And, I find it, deeply, saddening, because obviously everyone who knew him, everyone who worked with him, including Libyans, as I said at the very beginning, would have given anything to prevent this from happening. Our security professionals usually, in fact, more than 99+% of the time, get it right.
And Madam Secretary, if we would have given anything, had you talked to him in July, he would have told you that he had asked to keep the security in Libya that he had. He was told no by your State Department. We didn't give him everything. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady's out of time. The witness may answer the question if she'd like to.
Well, it's the same answer I've been giving all day.
Right.
Chris Stevens had an opportunity to reach me directly anytime he thought there was something of importance. The people with whom he worked, the people who were around him and with him, they very well understood the dangers that they were confronting, and they did the best they could under the circumstances, and many of the security requests, as I just detailed, were agreed to, others weren't.
Gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, I want to begin by thanking you for your patience and your endurance during today's hearing. It's been quite a long day. And I also want to begin by apologizing for my Republican colleagues who apparently either want to write your answers for you or testify for you, because I think it fits in better with their outlandish narratives of what happened. And since they insist on criticizing you for not doing anything right, I want to talk to you a little bit more about a line of questioning that we pursued in the first round of questions. I asked you a little bit about what you were doing the night of the attacks in Benghazi, and I want to just continue that a little bit more. Now, you said previously that you had spoken with the White House that evening, with the CIA, the Defense Department, and the State Department. You also spoke directly with people on the ground at the embassy in Tripoli that night at around 7 p.m. And I can tell from the documents that we've seen that you asked to speak with Deputy Chief of Mission in Tripoli. Can you explain the purpose of that call and why you felt that was important?
Well, for a number of reasons. They were a source of information. They had their own sources on the ground that they were reaching out to, trying to gather additional insight into what happened, what provoked it, who was behind it. But much more importantly, even than that, they were in a great state of dismay and grief. And I thought it was important to speak with our team in Tripoli directly, so that they knew that we were trying as best we could from so far away to help them and to help their colleagues. We also had pushed to have an additional team of security officers fly from Tripoli, and really the embassy in Tripoli just took that on. They, in fact, probably came up with the idea and put it together and got the plane and sent more help on the way to Benghazi. But it was a very personal conversation between me and those who were in our embassy. This is a place that I'd spent a lot of time and paid a lot of attention to. As I said earlier, we had to evacuate the embassy before, while Gaddafi was still in power. I talked to those people in our embassy family as they were on the ferry going from Tripoli back to Malta. So we tried to, engage with, listen to, and support our teams when they were facing these very difficult circumstances.
Now, this committee has interviewed your staff that was with you that evening of the attacks, your Chief of Staff, Cheryl Mills, and your Deputy Chief of Staff, Jake Sullivan. And they explained that you personally participated in a secure video teleconference with senior officials from the intelligence community, the White House, and the Department of Defense. Your Chief of Staff, Cheryl Mills, told the committee that your attendance at the deputies level meeting broke with protocol and surprised other attendees, but that you simply said, quote, "These are our people on the ground. Where else would I be?" Why did you think that it was important for you to participate personally in that deputies committee meeting?
The people who were on that civets were part of the operational decision making, and I wanted to know firsthand from them what they were trying to do to help us, particularly DOD, also the intelligence community, because at that time, as I recall, the CIA annex had not yet come under attack, and we were trying to get all Americans out of Benghazi. We were trying to provide planes for evacuation. So there was a lot of detail that was being worked out, and I wanted to be as hands-on as I could be to know, number one, what all the other agencies were doing to help us and what we could do to try to assist them in their efforts to get to Benghazi and do whatever was possible.
Were the participants surprised by your visit on the
Apparently they were, because they weren't expecting me to walk into the room and sit down at the table.
Do you think that your appearance on that teleconference conveyed to them how seriously you were taking the attacks and the response to the attacks?
I'm sure it did, Congresswoman, but we'd been sounding the alarm and reaching out for several hours by then. And we were getting a very positive response from everyone.
From the Defense Department?
Yes, the Defense Department, you know, the CIA, obviously the White House was deeply involved in reaching out and coordinating with us. So we knew people were trying to help. There was never, ever any doubt about that. I just wanted to hear firsthand about their assessments of what they could do. Could anybody get there in time? How were we going to evacuate the Americans? And we were also still unsure of where our ambassador was, which made all of this incredibly difficult for everybody in the State Department. We didn't know where he was. We didn't know whether he was alive, and it was shortly after that in the evening when we found out that he was not.
Your Chief of Staff also explained to this committee that you were concerned the night of the attacks not only for the safety of your team in Benghazi, but also about your teams in Tripoli and elsewhere. She said this about you, quote, "She was very concerned. She was also very determined that whatever needed to be done was done, and she was worried. She was worried not only about our team on the ground in Benghazi, but worried about our teams that were on the ground in Libya and our teams on the ground in a number of places, given what we had seen unfold in Egypt." Can you explain some of the context of the evening and why you were concerned, not just about what was happening in Benghazi, but the risk that Americans were at elsewhere?
Well, that's exactly right. I was quite concerned about Tripoli because we didn't know if there would be coordinated attacks. We were still trying to gather information about who was behind what happened in Benghazi. In the course of the conversations with our team on the ground in Tripoli, began to explore whether they should move from where they were in the place that was operating as our embassy at that time to a more secure location. There were lots of considerations about what to do to keep our team in Tripoli safe. And then, as I testified earlier, we were very concerned about the impact of the video sparking unrest, attacks, violence in a wide swath of countries. It turned out that that was well-founded concern as we saw the attacks and protests across the region all the way to India and Indonesia. So there was a lot of effort being put into not only doing the immediate tasks before us in Benghazi and doing whatever we needed to do to keep our people in Tripoli safe, but beginning to talk through and prepare for what might happen elsewhere.
I want to switch line of questioning for just a second. I've got a couple of minutes left. Following the attacks on Benghazi, but before the Accountability Review Board completed its work. You did a number of things to evaluate and improve security at overseas posts. And this is even before the ARB had finished its investigation and issued its finding and recommendations. I know you've mentioned them multiple times today, but some of my colleagues appear to have amnesia about what you really accomplished. So can you tell me about some of the steps that you took to implement in the State Department even before the ARB completed its work?
Well, although the ARB had not completed its own investigation, clearly in the aftermath of Benghazi, we were doing our own evaluation of what had happened, what we knew about the circumstances, and what we needed to do to try to get ahead of any other potential problems. One of the decisions that I made and discussed with General Dempsey and Secretary Panetta was how we could get more assistance from the Department of Defense. And in particular, we sent out teams to the high threat posts that we had to get evaluations from those on the ground so that we would have a better idea of where there might be necessary upgrades to security that we could immediately try to act upon. So we did begin a conversation with the Department of Defense, which I think it's fair to say, and as Admiral Mullen himself testified, sees the scope of the American diplomatic presence as beyond the capacity of the Defense Department to be responsive to. So we had to begin to first look at the high threat posts, then we had to take the second layer about those that we think could become more dangerous going forward, and really begin this process, which, as I told Congresswoman Duckworth, I'm confident is still continuing, because we can't get behind the curve in being able to predict where there might be problems in the future. We had a perfect example of that in Yemen. We kept the embassy open in Sana'a under some very difficult and dangerous circumstances for a very long time. We even moved it physically to a more well-defensed position. Thankfully, we have not had incidents resulting in American diplomats being killed, but it was a constant challenge to us. And there are many other examples, like the one that Congressman Smith has raised twice, Peshawar, which is an incredibly dangerous high-threat post. So what we tried to do was to close as best we could the relationship between state and DOD. So wherever DOD could help us, they would be prepared to factor that into their planning. And I was very grateful for their responsiveness.
We're grateful for yours. Thank you very much. I'll yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair will now recognize the gentlelady from Alabama, Ms. Roby.
Secretary Clinton, I want to follow up on questions about the night of the attack and decisions made then. You wrote in your book, Hard Choices, that you were directing the State Department response the night of September 11th, 2012, but you also stated that you left your office on the night of the attacks and went to your home in Northwest Washington because you said you knew the next few days were going to be taxing and the department was going to be looking to you. I want to talk about a few things. Do you have a SCIF in your home?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and who else was at your home? Were you alone?
I was alone, yes.
The whole night?
Well, yes, the whole night.
I don't know why that's funny. I mean, did you have any in-person briefings? I don't find it funny at all.
I'm sorry, a little note of levity at 7:15.
Well, I mean, the reason I say it's not funny is because it went well into the night when our folks on the ground were still in danger. So I don't think it's funny to ask you if you were alone the whole night.
Congresswoman, you asked if I had a SCIF. I had secure phones. I had other equipment that kept me in touch with the State Department at all times. I did not sleep all night. I was very much focused on what we were doing.
Okay, who was at your office when you left? Was Cheryl Mills, your chief of staff, still at the office when you left?
I don't remember. I know that a lot of my staff were
I'm going to
there.
go through and name them. We'll see if you remember. Jake Sullivan, was he still there?
Well, yes, they were all there when I left. They were all there.
Okay,
certainly
Victoria Newland was there when you left?
When I left, everyone was there.
Philippe Ranes was there?
I can give you a blanket answer. When I left,
Well, no, I'm going to ask specifics. Was Patrick Kennedy there?
I'm sure he was.
Was Philip Ranes there?
I don't know. I don't know
What
whether.
about Stephen Mall?
I'm sure that the core team at the State Department was still there.
Beth Jones?
I'm sure she was.
And Bill Burns and Thomas Nides?
I have no specific recollection of any of the names you've given me because when I left, I knew I would stay in touch, and I do not know how long anybody else stayed at the State Department.
What time did you learn that Sean Smith had died?
That was earlier in the evening.
So that was before you left?
Yes.
Okay, and then what about Ambassador Stevens? Was that before?
It was before I left.
Okay, and then what about his confirmation of his death, before or after you left?
We knew that, yes.
Okay, and what about the recovery of his body? Was that before or after you left?
We got word that we had a sighting of
confirmation.
Well, I'm trying to tell you what we knew and how we found out because it was something that we were trying to determine, and we had mixed signals about what we learned, and it was our understanding, and certainly by the time I left, that he was most likely not alive, but I'm not sure exactly when we were able to confirm that because it depended upon getting firsthand information from a Libyan contact.
Okay. Where were you when you learned of the second attack? Were you at home?
I was at home.
And did you go back to the State Department when you learned about the second attack, or did you stay home?
I stayed home. I went to the State Department early in the morning. The CIA annex attack, as I recall, was late in the evening, early the next morning, by our time, around 5 a.m. or so in Benghazi.
Did you meet with the president that night?
I talked with the president. I did not meet with him.
How many times did you talk to the president?
I talked to the president that evening. That was the only time I talked with him on the 11th, and then I went over to the White House the next morning.
So once. And do you recall what time you spoke to the president? You said that evening. Do you recall more specifically what time?
I think it was late in the evening. I don't know exactly when.
What did you discuss?
I'm sorry, what?
What specifically did you discuss with the president?
Well, I don't usually talk about my discussions with the president, but I can tell you we talked about what had happened during the day. I thanked him for his very strong support because he made it absolutely clear that everyone was supposed to be doing all they could, particularly DOD, to assist us wherever possible. And I'm sure I thanked him for that.
What did he say to you?
Again, I don't talk about the conversations I have with the president. We talked about the events of the day and his determination to do everything he could to try to help our people in Benghazi.
Did you meet with Secretary Panetta?
No, I did not.
Did you speak to Secretary Panetta?
The next day.
Not on the 11th?
No.
Okay. Did you talk with General Dempsey?
The next morning I did.
So you did not meet with him or talk with him on the 11th?
Congresswoman, it wasn't necessary. Everybody was doing everything they could think of to do. It's one of the reasons I sat in on the civets.
I'm just trying to figure out if you did or you didn't.
Well, I'm telling you, I sat in on the civets that Congresswoman Sanchez was asking me about because I wanted to talk to the operational people, and they were represented on that civets. They were the ones who were carrying out the orders that they received from the president on down.
What about Petraeus? When did you speak to him? And
I spoke to Petraeus that afternoon because I knew that we had an agreement with the CIA annex, and I spoke with him about an hour after finding out about the attack and after gathering information about what we thought was happening in Benghazi.
Did you, your surviving agents were evacuated to Tripoli the morning of the 12th. Did you talk to the survivors either that night or once they arrived in Tripoli?
We did not speak to them directly. We obviously made arrangements for them to be safely evacuated and then to be transported to a hospital facility that we thought was safe from any potential attacks.
Did you talk to them the next day?
No.
Did you talk to them later that week?
No, I did not.
Did you talk to them when they first got back to the United States?
I did not talk to them until they had had an opportunity to be debriefed and to provide information that would help us understand what happened, help the intelligence community, and help the FBI as they were trying to build their case.
How would it have harmed the case that they were trying to build for you, Secretary of State, just to check in on their well-being?
I did check on their well-being. I kept
personally.
I did personally talk with the people who were taking care of them, transporting them.
The survivors. When did you talk to the survivors?
I talked to the survivors when they came back to the United States, and one who was for many months in Walter Reed on the telephone.
Okay, and going back to Panetta and Dempsey, you have stated that they were the decision makers, but you never spoke with them while your people were on the ground.
I'm sorry.
I want to make sure this is clear. Panetta and Dempsey were the decision makers when it came to response. We've already talked about the fest, so I'm not going to get back into that. But what I'm trying to clarify is that they were the decision makers. Your people were on the ground in harm's way, and you never had a conversation with them.
I did not need to. During the turmoil of that afternoon and into the evening, we knew the president had personally told them both in the Oval Office that he expected them to do everything they possibly could do. And I knew that they would then turn to those officers responsible for carrying out that order. They were represented on that civets. That's why I sat in it. And remember, too, Congresswoman, we had a lot of other threats coming in. We were still worried about Cairo.
I understand, but you had your people on the ground that were being attacked. I want to get back to the survivors in the little time I have left. Did you talk to the survivors directly at all?
Yes, I did.
At any point, can you tell us when?
It was kind of a rolling series of conversations. When they came back to the State Department, I met with and talked with them. As you know, their names have never been made public. I don't intend to today.
Can you give me a month?
I'm sorry, what?
A month?
It was, for some of them, it was less time than that. And for one of them, I talked with him on the phone. I did not get to physically see him until he'd been released from the hospital, and that was early in 2013.
I think, Mr. Chairman, there's two messages here. I think the first message is that is the message that you sent to your personnel the night of the attack, that you went home. They all stayed there, and you didn't go back to the next morning. I think the second message that is sent is that you used the FBI's inquiry as an excuse not to check in with your agents who were on the ground, who survived that horrible night, just to ask them how they were. And I yield back.
Well, if I could respond, Congresswoman, I think that, again, is part of a theory that you and your colleagues are attempting to weave. It was made very clear that the FBI wanted a fresh and clean opportunity to speak with the survivors, which I totally understand. And in fact, their investigation has led to the charging of at least one person, and I hope we find all of them and bring them to justice.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start by pointing out that at this point, Secretary Clinton has testified here for longer than she did in the previous two testimonies on this subject combined. We've been here now for 9.5 hours, and the questions are increasingly badgering. I would even go on to say increasingly vicious. And again, we're hoping to elicit information that will help us, learn what happened and learn how to prevent future attacks. And it seems to me that really what the majority is doing, that they simply wish to wear you down. And, hopefully get you to say something that they can then later use. I don't see the utility of that. When the chairman returns, I'd be curious as to if we just plan on going all night, continuing to badger the witness, or if there is in fact an end point to this, because I don't think it's fair to the witness to have to sit there for that long and go over intimate details. I guess we learned whether or not you had a fax machine, so I guess that was useful. But did you talk to this person? Did you talk to that person? Was this person there? Was the other person there? And let me just say, I'm very impressed by the number of answers you have and by the memory you have of all the details of this event. But I hope we will consider how much longer we're going to continue to do this. And as to the last line of questioning, to imply that you didn't care about your personnel, how many countries, how many different embassies, different consulates did you visit during your time as Secretary of State? Roughly. I know you don't know that off the top of your head.
Well, at least 112, and I think more than that because I sometimes visited the embassy itself plus a consulate in a country that I was in.
And can you give us a flavor? I know you went at one point to the Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo because I have an interest in that area, which is a very dangerous place to be. Can you give us a flavor for some of the places where you visited your personnel?
Well, Congressman, I did go to the Democratic Republic of Congo. I went to Eastern Congo because of the horrific violence there and the particularly unstable situation in that region. I obviously went to Yemen, and I have made many trips to Afghanistan and Pakistan, and had the opportunity to visit our diplomats and our development experts in dangerous places. One of the places that is particularly hard now is Iraq, and it was hard then. Egypt during the revolution was very challenging, and there I came under giant protests against the United States, against me personally. On a visit to the consulate in Alexandria, my team was pelted with tomatoes and shoes and other insults hurled at us, which put a lot of pressure on the diplomatic security. I obviously went to Tunis and worked hard to help support Tunisia, and they, as of now, seem as though they are working toward some kind of resolution. I visited Beirut. I was in Jordan and in Turkey numerous times during the uprising against Syria. So I think that it's a long list, and it's by no means a complete one.
And let me just say that the line of questioning recently has been basically implying that you don't care. Okay, there's no other way to interpret what we just heard, is to say, oh, you didn't make this phone call, you didn't talk. Well, what month, what day, what time? Did you really care? Did you visit them 3 times or just 2? Okay, the line of questioning is implying that you don't care. And there are 2 things that are troubling about that. First of all, you do, or you wouldn't be doing this, or you wouldn't be representing the people that you do and doing the jobs that you did. But second of all, whether or not you care has nothing to do with learning what happened in Benghazi and how to solve the problem. So all the while, and I was chastised last time for claiming that the majority was trying to be partisan, and then we got a recitation of your political back and forth about how to talk about, who should get credit for Libya, being chastised for that. But it is clear that they are trying to attack you personally. And I really wish that we could focus on the issues instead of that. But to get into that level of questioning, I think is not helpful to this committee. It's not even helpful to the Republicans, for that matter. It's clear that you care. And I'll simply go back to where we've been a couple of times. Tell us again, how many embassies do we have in the world?
More than 270 countries we're represented in.
Right. And on some level, the Secretary of State, Secretary Kerry now, you before, is responsible for all of them.
That's right.
And how many personnel, roughly?
70,000 between the State Department and USAID.
And you're responsible for all of them as well.
That's true, Congressman.
Can any human being on the face of the planet protect every single one of them every second of every day?
Well,
that's a rhetorical question.
We can try. We can try. And, you know, Congressman, we have, as I just said, 270 consulates and embassies. We are represented in 194 countries. Some of them are very friendly to us. Some of them are our adversaries. But I do want to pick up on the point you're making because I really appreciate it very much, Congressman. I care very deeply about the people who serve our country. I worked with them. I knew them. I saw them in action. On my last full day as Secretary of State, we were able to hold a ceremony awarding the 5 diplomatic security agents the highest award for heroism that the State Department has to offer. We held it then because we wanted to be sure that the 5th man could be there because he'd been in the hospital for so long. And he was able to be there. I got a chance to meet their families. I got a chance all at once, not just individually, but all together, to thank them and commend them for their heroism. And I'll tell you, the agent who had been in the hospital all those months, as I was leaving, he called me over. He said, "Secretary, please do everything you can to make sure I get to go back in the field." And I told him I would. And it was one of the requests I made on the way out the door. He was determined to go back, to do what he could to protect our diplomats, to protect you when you travel. And I was so struck then, as I had been so many times before, about the quality and the integrity and the courage of those Americans who serve us, whether in uniform or out. I care very deeply about each and every one of them.
Thank you. And if you have one other point to make, do you happen to know where the CIA director, General Petraeus, was when the second attack happened on the CIA and where he went? Well,
no, I do not. I don't know where he was when I reached him and spoke with him.
Yeah, he was home, operating out of a skiff. And after the attack, he continued to operate out of that skiff, which again is why this would be a far more productive investigation if we actually had the CIA director and DOD, instead of trying to pick apart every single solitary thing you said or did during the course of this, and sometimes even going before and after that. If we actually were trying to get to the truth of this, we would have a broader array of people to talk to so that we could get there, instead of picking you apart at every conceivable turn. You know, we've gone back and forth. And I just want to make one other point. Congressman Jordan, you know, I like you. I have a great deal of respect for you. But this, you know, whole going back twice now to the some have implied that this was because of a video. Somehow you just substitute the word some for I and think that there's no difference whatsoever in that sentence. And that's mind-boggling. I mean, and to badger over and over and over and over again. Why did you say it was because of the video? Well, I didn't. Why did you say it was because of the video? Well, I didn't. Why did you say it was because of the video? You know, I guess this can go on for another 6 or 7 hours, but I think we all understand the English language. And when you say some have implied, that means, well, I guess it means that some have implied. Some others have implied. So, you know, it's just very frustrating. I serve on the Armed Services Committee with Mac Thornberry, who's the chairman of that committee, and we disagree about a heck of a lot. But, you know, we have great arguments in that committee, but it never, ever comes close to descending to this level. Congress can, in fact, function. The House Armed Services Committee, under Buck McKeon's leadership before him, under Mac Thornberry's leadership now, and all of the members of that committee, they aggressively question administrative witnesses. And I've seen it, and we've gone back and forth and done it. But there is always an element of respect for the fact that we are all doing a very difficult job. You know, and anyone across this dais who's been in a tough campaign knows what it's like to have single thing you say, every single thing you do, every look that is on your face, everything that you wear, picked apart. It's not helpful. It's not helpful to the American public, and it's not helpful to the political process, and it's damn sure not helpful to the people who died in Benghazi or to their families. So I hope we can do better, and I hope that we can be done with the repetitive badgering after 9.5 hours. And I thank you for putting up with it for that long and for your service.
Gentleman yields back. The chairman now recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan.
Secretary Clinton, to get to the truth about Benghazi, we need the complete record. Your emails are part of the record, and we believe the record might be incomplete, in part because your version of events surrounding your email situation keeps changing. Last month, on September 20th, you said, quote, "I'm being as transparent as possible, more transparent than anybody else ever has been." You didn't say more transparent than anybody. You said more transparent than anybody else ever. Now, my definition of transparency includes being honest and straightforward, and being honest and straightforward right from the start, right from the get-go. So let's look at a few things that you said here in the last few months. On March 10th, you said this. You provided all work-related emails erring on the side of anything that might be a federal record. In September, you revised that statement, and you said Mr. Blumenthal had some emails that you didn't. Of course, the revised statement was after we interviewed Mr. Blumenthal about Benghazi and found out that we didn't receive from you and the State Department the same information we received from him. In March, you said it was your practice to email government officials on their .gov accounts. Later, you revised that statement, and you said there was a fraction of emails with work-related information sent to government officials on their personal accounts.
I'm sorry, but what does this have to do with what happened in Benghazi?
Of course.
When are we going to get there?
The gentleman is not recognized. The gentleman from Ohio controls the time.
And it has everything to do because we want the record so we can get to the truth. And maybe if the gentleman from Washington would have shown up for more than just 1 hour of one interview, he might know a little more about the situation as well and the lack of getting the record. Of course, this second statement, the revised statement, was after this committee had contacted Huma Abedin, Jake Sullivan, Philippe Reines, asking for their personal accounts, which of course you knew would mean we would get their emails. And that first statement in March was not accurate. In March, you said no classified information was sent or received on your personal accounts. You later revised your statement and said no information marked classified was sent or received on your personal account. And once again, your revised statement was after the Inspector General for the intelligence community had examined your emails and determined that, yes, some indeed were classified. Secretary Clinton, seems like there's a pattern of change in your story. In March, you say one thing, the truth comes out, weeks and months later, you say something else. That's not being the most transparent person ever. That's not even being transparent. So, if your story about your emails keeps changing, then how can we accept your statement that you've turned over all work-related emails and all emails about Libya?
Well, Congressman, I have said repeatedly that I take responsibility for my use of personal email. I've said it was a mistake. I've said that it was allowed, but it was not a good choice. When I got to the department, we were faced with a global financial crisis, major troop decisions on Afghanistan, the imperative to rebuild our alliances in Europe and Asia, an ongoing war in Iraq, and so much else. Email was not my primary means of communication. As I have said earlier, I did not have a computer on my desk. I've described how I did work in meetings, secure and unsecure phone calls, reviewing many, many pages of materials every day, attending a great deal of meetings, and I provided the department, which has been providing you, with all of my work-related emails, all that I had, approximately 55,000 pages, and they are being publicly released.
I appreciate it, and let's get into that. Those 55,000 pages, there were 62,000 emails, total emails on your system. You have stated that you used a multi-step process to determine which ones were private, which ones were public, which ones belonged to you and your family, which ones belonged to the taxpayer. Who oversaw this multi-step process in making that determination, which ones we might get and which ones that were personal?
That was overseen by my attorneys, and they conducted a rigorous review of my emails. And
these are the folks sitting behind you there, Mr. Kendall, Ms. Mills,
yes,
Ms. Samuelson?
That's right.
All right. And you said rigorous. What does that mean?
It means that they were asked to provide anything that could be possibly construed as work-related. In fact, in my opinion, and that's been confirmed by both the State Department.
I'm asking how it was done. Did someone physically look at the 62,000 emails, or did you use search terms, date parameters? I want to know the specifics.
They did all of that, and I did not look over their shoulders because I thought it would be appropriate for them to conduct that search, and they did.
Will you provide this committee, or can you answer today? What were the search terms?
The search terms were everything you could imagine that might be related to anything, but they also went through every single email.
But that's not answering the question. What were the search terms? Search terms means terms. What terms did you use? What were the date parameters? What date did you start? What was the end date? And the emails in between there we're going to look at.
Well, Congressman, I asked my attorneys to oversee the process. I did not look over their shoulder. I did not dictate how they would do it. I did not ask what they were doing and how they made their conclusions.
You don't know what terms they used to determine which ones were your emails and which ones the State Department got and therefore we might get?
You know, the State Department had between 90 and 95% of all the ones that were work-related. They were already on the system. In fact, this committee got
I'm not asking about those. I'm asking about the 62,000 that were exclusively on your system.
90 to 95% of all work-related emails were already in.
Well, we know that the National Archivist, Secretary Clinton, we know the National Archivist said 1,250 were clearly personal. No way you should have sent them to the State Department. And then we also know that 15 you missed because we got those from Mr. Blumenthal when he came and was for his deposition.
Thank you.
So if you missed 15 you should have given us, and you gave us 1,250 that not we say, but the National Archivist says you never should have turned over. You erred on both sides. So again, that's why we want to know the terms, because if you've made a mistake both ways, you might have made more mistakes we don't know.
Well, first of all, you had 9 hours with one of my attorneys, and since I think the Democrats just finally released the transcript, I
specifically asked Ms. Mills.
Well,
I did. I asked her about this, and she gave me basically the same kind of answer you're giving me.
Well, she'll be happy to supplement the record.
But she's not on the witness stand today. You are, and I'm asking you.
Well, but I asked my attorneys to do it. I thought that was the appropriate way to proceed.
Let me do one other statement. Because it sounds like I hope you'll turn those. I hope we'll know the terms. I think the American people like to know what terms you used to determine what we might get, so that we could get all the information on Libya and find out what happened where these 4 Americans gave their lives. I think that's critical. In March, you also said this: your server was physically located on your property, which is protected by the Secret Service. Now, I'm having a hard time figuring this out because this story's been all over the place, but there was one server on your property in New York and a second server hosted by a Colorado company and housed in New Jersey. Is that right? There were 2 servers?
No. There was a server that was already being used by my husband's team, an existing system in our home that I used. And then later, again, my husband's office decided that they wanted to change their arrangements, and that's when they contracted with the company in Colorado.
And so there's only one server, is that what you're telling me? And it's the one server that the FBI has?
The FBI has the server that was used during the tenure of my State Department service.
Okay, in your statement, you said which was protected by the Secret Service. Why'd you mention the Secret Service?
Well, because
here's what I'm thinking. Could a Secret Service agent standing at the back door of your house protect someone in Russia or China from hacking into your system? Why'd you mention the Secret Service agent?
out of just an abundance of being transparent.
Transparent. What's the relevance to protecting from classified information?
There was nothing marked classified on my emails, either sent or received, and I want to respond.
Use the right term there. Use marked. Yeah, that's the one. That's
well,
what you revised. Use the revised statement there.
Well, Congressman, there was a lot of confusion because many Americans have no idea how the classification process works, and therefore I wanted to make it clear that there is a system within our government, certainly within the State Department, where materials that is thought to be classified is marked such so that people have the opportunity to know how they are supposed to be handling those materials. And that's why it became clearer, I believe, to say that nothing was marked classified at the time I sent or received it.
All right. All I know is that's different what you said in March. I got one last question. The FBI's got your server. They're doing a forensic review of your server. They may recover emails that you deleted from your system. So, I didn't say this, you said it. You just said a little bit ago too, transparency. You said you were the more transparent than anybody else ever. So I want to ask you just one simple question. If the FBI finds some of these emails that might be deleted as they're reviewing your server, will you agree to allow a neutral third party, like a retired federal judge, to review any emails deleted to determine if any of them are relevant to our investigation?
Congressman, as you point out, there is a security inquiry being conducted by the Department of Justice, and I trust that they will do whatever is appropriate to reach their conclusions.
But would you, as the most transparent person ever, would you commit to saying, if whatever they find, I want a retired federal judge to evaluate that and look and see if we need some of that information to get to the truth?
I have been releasing my emails to the public. That is transparency, and as I stand by my statement, so far as I know, in the modern era, I am the only government official who's ever done that.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair will now recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Westmoreland.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, so far today I've said good morning, good afternoon.
You all serving breakfast,
evening.
Congressman?
So let me go ahead and say good night. You know, I may be the only person on this side that doesn't really care about your personal email, because I know that I think you said Colin Powell had one. The thing that bothers me is that it was a personal server. I think that's the difference, because Mr. Powell's emails all went through the State Department server. So just to clarify it, I think the problem is that you had the full control of your emails because they were on a private server and not the government server. The other thing I'd like to say is to Ms. Duckworth, if you would read the testimony of the number of diplomatic security agents that served in Benghazi. Most of them were temporary duty, 45, 60 day people that served. If you'll read that, I think you'll find that a lot of these things that the Secretary said as far as enhancements was paid for by petty cash out of their own money, and not really fulfilled or completed. The other thing I want to ask you, Madam Secretary...
Will the gentleman yield for just 20 seconds?
Yeah.
I think that's why it behooves us as members of Congress to increase the security budget for the State Department. routinely get less than they need. And I think that Americans in general would not begrudge more money for security to safeguard our diplomats. But I agree with you that the report does say that.
Well, reclaiming my time, there was $20 million that she was going to send to Libya for their security upgrades. You mentioned the sixth man, that you had to wait on the sixth man.
The fifth man, I'm sorry. The
Okay, all right. I was going to say there must have been somebody hiding in the closet or something that we didn't know about. You also said in one of the last things that the State Department sent more security from Tripoli to Benghazi during the attack.
Mm-hmm.
There was not a State Department person on that plane. There were 4 GRS agents and 2 TDY DOD people
and
an interpreter.
Well, that is exactly right, and that's why the cooperation and coordination that
Ma'am,
I've been talking about with Congress.
From all the information we've got, Mr. Glenn Daugherty is the one that said we are going down to help our brothers, and he got permission from the chief of station to go down there, and he took 3 other GRS agents, and then he got the 2 DOD guys that wanted to go, volunteered to go, and they took their interpreter, they chartered the plane, and they went down there. It was not a State Department deal, and in fact, if you want to know the truth, the only option that the State Department had was the FEST team, as you and I talked about before. Now, you mentioned that it was for rebuilding, and I've got the State Department thing here about the FEST, and I would read it, but it's going to take up too much of my time, but there's not anything it doesn't say anything about rebuilding anything. It says that it's for crisis management expertise, time-sensitive information, planning for contingency operations, hostage negotiating expertise, which we thought at one time that the ambassador may have been kidnapped, reach back to Washington, D.C. agencies, and specialized communications capabilities. Now, that's what it says on the State Department website. And, you know, that would have been the one thing that you could have done to get people on the way over there to help those folks that were still in an ongoing battle that was ready to go, sitting there. But you know what? That plane never got out of the hangar. Those people never got assembled. And we've got a chain of emails that the first recommendation came back is the FES from your own people. And then the FBI told your employees that the best way to handle the situation was to send the FES team, and that was the way it had always been done. So did you make the decision not to send the FES team?
Well, Congressman, first let me say that it's important to recognize that our Deputy Chief of Mission, Greg Hicks, was fully engaged in helping to put together the team that flew from Tripoli to Benghazi, and we were very grateful that the CIA station chief and his colleagues were behind that, and we were, very appreciative. They, as you know, didn't get there in time because the attack on the compound was very swift. It was over in less than an hour, but they did help eventually to evacuate, and it was just an additional tragedy that Mr. Daugherty lost his life in attempting to stave off the attack on the CIA annex. With regard to the FEST recommendation, everything you read was no longer applicable to our compound in Benghazi, unlike the FEST team responding in Nairobi, where we were going to have an ongoing embassy presence. That was our embassy. The FEST team was very much involved in helping to stand up the communications and literally begin to get the embassy function again, despite the fact that Americans and many of the locally employed staff had been murdered in the terrorist attack. So it was our judgment that the FEST team was not needed, was not appropriate for Benghazi.
But you really didn't know what was going on at that point when you could have pulled
Well,
the trigger.
we did know. We knew from the reports we were getting back from our diplomatic security officers that they'd had to abandon the facility, that it had been set on fire.
Okay.
It was, they were forced to take refuge with our CIA colleagues at the CIA Annex. And remember, the FEST team is not an armed reaction force. That is not what a FEST team does.
Ma'am,
and
I
so
know that.
we had an armed reinforcements coming from Tripoli.
But that was the only tool that you had to get people over there yourself, not the DOD.
But
This
what
would
would
have
be,
been
what, I'm sorry, Congressman,
Well,
I mean, look.
Evidently, it has served its purpose from being put in the different places it is responded to. But I want to talk to you just a little bit about your emails, and that is that I think you said it was October that you received a letter that asked you and former Secretary of States to present all their emails. Is that correct?
That's my memory, yes.
Okay. Now, in August, the State Department met with your attorneys to talk about the lack of the emails that they had. Did you know that?
I didn't at the time, no.
You didn't know that they were meeting, that the State Department was meeting with your attorneys?
Not at that time. And as you also recall, the State Department was beginning to turn over to this committee my emails because they had between 90 and 95% of all my work-related emails in the State Department system.
But, ma'am, they met with your attorney, and your attorney that they met with happened to be Cheryl Mills, which was your chief of staff.
That's correct. That's correct.
Now, is that weird that your attorney was your chief of staff, so that attorney-client privilege may have kicked in there
She was my counsel before she was my chief of staff. She became my counsel again after she was my chief of staff.
Well, I know that when the email went out that night, it called everybody undersecretary, director, spokesman, and it said Miss Mills was counselor. It didn't say chief of staff. And that was the night of the attack. But let me just go a little bit further. You said that you found out in October, but your attorneys met with the State Department, I believe it was in August. Now, from that time, you said you turned over everything and that your lawyers went through this. And I believe it was in November, after finding out in October, that they had reviewed all these emails. Now, the State Department hadn't been able to give us all those emails in 2 years, but your attorneys, you must have some of the fastest reading attorneys in the world to go through that. I know you've got a group of them there sitting behind you, but how many attorneys does it take to go through 65,000 emails in 2 months?
Well, first of all, the process to provide information to the Congress with respect to Benghazi started before I left the State Department. There was a concerted effort to gather up any information that might be responsive.
Did you tell them you had a private server at that time?
You know, I know that...
Well, if they were gathering emails, you had to tell them that you had a private server when you were there.
The server is not the point, it's the account. And I made it a practice to send emails that were work-related to people on their government accounts. In fact, you know, Secretary Kerry is the first Secretary of State to rely primarily on a government account. So...
I'm not talking about the account, I'm talking about the server. But one last point, I'll close with this and then the chairman can give you time to answer. Let me tell you what I thought. I think that your attorney sat down with the State Department and they said, we got a problem. And so we got to come up with something that this is not just the secretary having these emails in a private server. So I tell you what, let's do. Let's go back and ask Madeleine Albright, who was Secretary of State in 1997, that never even had an email account. Or let's go back and ask, Colin Powell, Condoleezza Rice, and me to provide all this information. I'm just telling you, it doesn't smell right, and so I yield back.
Well, if I could respond, I think in the course of trying to answer and archive information, the State Department determined that they did have gaps in their record keeping, and it was much more than about me. They had gaps with respect to others, both other secretaries and others within the State Department. And the technology in the State Department, indeed throughout our entire government, is notoriously difficult and often unreliable. And I think it was the State Department's efforts to try to fill some of those gaps. So I didn't know at the time that there had been such a meeting. I learned of it subsequently. And when I received a copy of the letter that was sent by the State Department to me and the other 3 preceding secretaries of state, I immediately said, well, let's help them fill the gaps, even though I believed that the vast majority of my emails were already in their system. And we did. We conducted the investigation, the survey that I have described to you, and turned over more than 30,000 work-related emails, 55,000 pages to the State Department. 90 to 95% were already there. We sent so many that some were going to be returned because they were clearly not work-related. We did our best. I did my best to make sure that if there were gaps in record-keeping, at least my materials would be there to help fill any gaps above and beyond the 90 to 95% of emails that were already in the system.
Well, I'm not an attorney, but I think Ms. Mills is a good attorney.
Regular order, Mr. Chairman. At this late hour, I insist that 4 minutes after regular 10-minute time should be cut off with questioning.
The gentleman is out of time, just like almost every other member has been out of time throughout
Not 4
the day.
minutes out of time, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, you'd be surprised.
Well, it's a late hour, and our witness has been here for more than 9 hours. I think in the interest of brevity.
And as soon as the gentlelady finishes, I'll recognize the next member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that courtesy.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Well, Madam Secretary, I don't know how you're doing, but I'm exhausted. If we stay here much longer, you're going to have to take that 3M phone call from the committee room. In fact, your testimony has not only gone on longer than both of your prior testimonies to the House and Senate combined, but I don't know if pleased is the right word, but I'm able to inform you that your testimony now has gone on longer than all the other hearings that we have held combined. But in the interest of full disclosure, we haven't done very much. So we've only had 3 hearings in the last year and a half. But still, that's pretty impressive because some of those hearings were with multiple witnesses, and you have now outlasted all of them. But I do think you can tell when you're getting to the point of diminishing returns when you have members of the panel who are inventing testimony for you or imagining conversations you're having with your lawyer as well. As for your emails, I feel like channeling Bernie Sanders here tonight, but I'm no Larry David, and I know I wouldn't do it right. So instead, I'll tell you about the other person I agree with on your emails, and it's our chairman, who was asked on Fox News by Chris Wallace what your email use has to do with investigating what happened in Benghazi, and Chairman Gowdy's response was, well, probably not much of anything. As we, I hope wind up tonight, I want to just make one observation about your emails, because I think it's true of the investigation generally. For all the talk about your emails, what's interesting to me is not a member here, either on the news or in leaked form or whatever, has said anything about the content of your emails that add any insight to what we already know. So it's fascinating to me that for all of this talk, They have not pointed to a single thing in those emails of substance that alters our understanding of what happened in Benghazi, that alters the conclusions of those 7 or 8 other investigations. And what's true of your emails is true of this broader investigation, which is, here we are 17 months later, $4.5 million later, and we have nothing new to tell the American people. I have struggled to find something to ask you tonight that hasn't already been asked an infinite number of times, an infinite number of ways. And I'm not going to go through the exercise of searching for a question to be asked again. It's too late for that. But having, I guess, started by pondering what the core theory was of my colleagues, and I do appreciate at least one of them taking a stab at it, I do feel it's my responsibility now as I wind up to tell you what my theory of what's happening is. Speaker Boehner did not want to form this committee. He said so, not to me, but he said so on national TV. He said, what is to be gained by having yet another committee after all the other committees we've had investigate? What is to be gained by this? This is a bad idea. At some point, something changed the Speaker's mind. Now, I'm not in the room when the Speaker makes the decision to reverse course. In reading a profile of our chairman, he wasn't in the room either. He got a call from the Speaker when he was back in his district saying, I've decided to form a select committee. How would you like to be the chairman? I'll bet Mr. Chairman wishes he never got that call. So who was in the room? Well, Kevin McCarthy was in the room. There is nobody better situated to know why this committee was formed, why the Speaker changed his mind, than the Speaker's number 2, Kevin McCarthy. So with all due respect to our chairman who says, shut up, other members, you don't know what you're talking about, I'd have to say, actually, the one person who does know what he's talking about was Kevin McCarthy. So that's why I think we're here. And it would be one thing if it was that comment in isolation. It'd be another if we didn't have one of their own team, a GOP investigator who's going to vote for whoever the Republican nominee is. He tells us proudly, saying the same thing. But it's the way we've conducted ourselves that is the most compelling evidence that that's the only object here. I mean, I think we've seen amply tonight in the questions. There's very little interest in what actually happened. There's not much interest in how we can prevent it in the future, but there's a lot of interest in trying to score points against you tonight. Everybody, I think, on this side of the podium is hoping they're the one that does the gotcha that makes the news. Well, it's terrible abuse of our responsibility and our power, and I think we'll rue the day that we did this. I have no questions, Madam Secretary, and I appreciate your patience, and I yield back. I'd be happy to yield to my colleague, Mr. Cummings.
Madam Secretary, I want to associate myself with the words of my colleague, but I want to go back to the ARB. And my 20 years on the Oversight Committee, one of the things that I've tried to do is try to make sure that I protect the reputations of the people who come before our committee, be they Republican witnesses, be they Democrat or independent. The reason being that I realize that there's life after the hearing. And so often, Madam Secretary, what happens is people come before these hearings, their families watching, colleagues watching, they are torn apart, and then in many instances, things are corrected later on. Instead of it appearing on the front page of the newspaper, it's on page 33 at the bottom in a little paragraph. And you were talking a little bit earlier about the night of the tragedy. And I've done a lot of depositions in my life as a lawyer. But I can tell you, and I think you should be very proud of this, When I listened to Cheryl Mills, to Mr. Sullivan and Ms. Abadan, when they talked about this night and what you did that night in their transcribed interviews, all of them were basically brought to tears. And I remember sitting there saying to myself, you know, if you can create a culture in an organization where people, in talking about their boss and how she reacted and what she felt, that would bring them to tears, it says a lot. And I realize that you've gone through a lot, but the fact still remains that, and it bothers me when I hear people even imply that you didn't care about your people. That's not right. And then I sit here and I watch you. And I saw how you kind of struggled when you were talking about that night. And I just, for one, want to thank you, and I appreciate what you've done. It has not been easy. You're right, it's easy to sit up here under these lights and Monday morning quarterbacking about what could have been, what should have done. You have laid it out. I think you have said this has not been done perfectly. You wish you could do it another way. And then the statement that you made a few minutes ago when you said, you know, I have given more thought to this than all of you combined. So I don't know what we want from you. Do we want to badge you over and over again until you get tired, until we do get the gotcha moment that he's talking about? We're better than that. We are so much better. We're a better country. And we're better than using taxpayer dollars to try to destroy a campaign. That's not what America is all about. So you can comment if you like. I just had to get that off my chest. Madam Secretary.
Thank you, Congressman. I came here because I said I would. And I've done everything I know to do, as have the people with whom I worked, to try to answer your questions. I cannot do any more than that. The answers have changed not at all since I appeared 2 years ago before the House and the Senate. And I recognize that there are many currents at work in this committee, but I can only hope that the statesmanship overcomes the partisanship. At some point, we have to do this. It is deeply unfortunate that something as serious as what happened in Benghazi could ever be used for partisan political purposes. And I'm hoping that we can move forward together. We can start working together. We can start listening to each other. And I appreciate greatly what you said, Ranking Member Cummings.
Thank you very much.
Madam Secretary, before we go to Mr. Pompeo, Mr. Schiff from California made reference to a phone call that I received from Speaker Boehner, which is correct, I did. And Speaker Boehner never mentioned your name in the phone call. And then my friend from California suggested that maybe I wished I had not received that phone call. And I'd like to assure him that he could not be further from the truth. Learning about the 4 people, 2 of whom you worked with, and all 4 of whom we count as fellow Americans, is worth whatever amount of political badgering that may come my way. I have seen the personification of courage and public service. So Adam, the answer to your question is no, I don't regret it. I'm a better person for having learned more about the 4 people that we lost in Benghazi, and that's why we signed up for it. And with that, I'll go to Mr. Pompeo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Schiff, you also suggested that you had to be in the room with the Speaker. You're right, he was originally against the formation of this committee, but you don't have to guess as to why he formed it. He made it clear when he announced this committee. It was because the State Department turned over information in a FOIA request that had not been turned over to the previous committees. He was concerned about that. And he realized that the State Department and other government agencies may well not have provided those other committees the information they needed to complete their tasks. So you don't need to speculate. One more administrative item. Mr. Westmoreland said that there was a meeting between your counsel, Ms. Mills, and State Department regarding your emails. He said the meeting was in August. It was actually in July. It was a little bit earlier, and I just wanted to make sure that the record reflected that. Secretary Clinton, I have a few questions to ask you. We've saved them for the end of the day because it may be that you can't provide answers to me to these questions in an open setting. So it's been a long day. I wanted to give you that heads up. These are questions that I would like to get answered, but it may be that an open hearing is not a place which you'll be permitted to provide those answers because of the nature of the answers you'll provide. These are yes or no questions. Were you aware, or are you aware, of any efforts by the U.S. government in Libya to provide any weapons, either directly or indirectly, or through a cutout, to any Libyan rebels or militias or opposition to Gaddafi's forces?
That was a very long question, and I think the answer is no.
Were you aware, or are you aware, of any U.S. efforts by the U.S. government in Libya to provide any weapons, directly or indirectly, or through a cutout, to any Syrian rebels or militias or opposition to Syrian forces?
No.
Were you aware, are you aware of any efforts by the U.S. government in Libya to facilitate or support the provision of weapons to any opposition of Gaddafi's forces, Libyan rebels, or militias through a third party or country?
No.
Did you ever consider the idea of using private security experts to arm the opposition?
Using private security?
Yes, ma'am. I'll ask the question again. Did you ever at any time consider the idea of using private security experts to arm the opposition in Libya?
Not seriously, no.
What does not seriously mean, ma'am?
Well, I think you're referring to a reference in one of Sid Blumenthal's emails.
No, ma'am, I'm referring to a reference in your email.
Well, the answer is no.
Ma'am, I'll read you the email. It says, FYI, this is to Mr. Sullivan seated behind you. It says, FYI, the idea of using private security experts to arm the opposition should be considered. Were you just not serious?
It was not considered seriously.
But you thought about it. You thought it might be both appropriate and lawful when you sent that note to Mr. Sullivan.
Well, I'm open to ideas, but that doesn't mean that they're either considered seriously or acted upon.
Were there any further emails or discussion with respect to that issue of potentially arming private expert or having private experts arm the Libyans?
Not that I'm aware of.
Another series of yes or no questions, Madam Secretary. Did you ask the Department of Defense how you were going to get your people out the evening that the incident occurred?
That was one of the matters that was discussed with the Department of Defense, yes.
And did you ask about what assets were positioned in place that they might be able to help?
Of course, that was part of the conversation from the very beginning.
Did you ask about how long it might take them to arrive, either in Tripoli or Benghazi?
Yes, we did.
You earlier said today, a couple hours back, that there were no military resources that could have arrived in Benghazi in a reasonable time. That's your testimony from today. What was a reasonable time?
According to what we were told by the Defense Department, within a number of hours. There was not any way to get assets deployed in time to get to Benghazi. Of course, it was too late for our compound. And the idea of evacuating from the CIA annex was seriously addressed before the attack, but then obviously implemented after.
Yes, ma'am. But when the initial attack occurred, You had no idea how long the incidents would continue, did you?
It was over within an hour.
Yes, ma'am. There was a subsequent attack and could have been a third and a fourth. So when the initial attack occurred, did you have any idea what the magnitude and the duration of the events of that night would be?
Congressman, I don't understand your question. We knew that the attack was over. We knew that our diplomatic security team had to evacuate from the compound to the CIA annex, and we were in a frantic search to find Ambassador Stevens.
Yes, ma'am, but several hours elapsed and there was a subsequent attack, and you didn't know that that subsequent attack would take place. I'll concede that. My question is, why was heaven and earth not moved at the initial sound of the guns, maybe even putting tankers in the air from McConnell Air Force Base in Kansas? You simply didn't know how long the series of events was going to continue, nor did you know how long the risk to the people that worked for you was going to remain.
Congressman, you will have to ask the Defense Department these questions. We certainly asked that all effort be made to deploy any assets that could be of use in Benghazi. I know that they put a number of assets in the United States, in Europe, on alert, but we were advised that it would take a number of hours to get there, and with respect to the CIA annex, you should talk with the intelligence community about that.
Yes, ma'am, we will do that, and in some cases we have asked those questions. You talked earlier about Mr. Katala, who is sitting in a prison cell not too far from where you and I are sitting here this evening. I too share your view that I'm glad that we've pulled one of the terrorists who was involved in the murder of U.S. government people on that night. When that attack took place, Mr. Katala, according to the indictment from the Justice Department, Mr. Katala and his folks removed documents from the temporary mission facility. Were you aware of that?
Yes, we later became aware that documents had been removed, but there was no classified documents at Benghazi.
And how do you know that?
We know it through our own investigation about what documents were at Benghazi, and there were no classified materials to the best of our information.
Yes, ma'am. Do you know if there was sensitive information?
I suppose it depends on what one thinks of as sensitive information. There was information there, and some of it was burnt, either wholly or partially. Some of it was looted, and some of it was recovered eventually.
Madam Secretary, do you know where that material that was looted went? Do you know into whose hands it fell? And do you know the nature and contents of that material? You seem very confident it wasn't classified. I don't share your confidence. But nonetheless, do you know where that material went?
I think that it is very difficult to know where it ended up, but I want to just reiterate the point that I made. This was not a facility that had the capacity to handle classified material, and there was, to the best of our information, Congressman, no classified material at the Benghazi facility.
Ma'am, the fact that it wasn't capable of handling classified material doesn't mean that there wasn't any classified material there. Is that correct?
Well, the procedure is not to have classified material at such a facility, and again, to the best of our knowledge, there was not any there.
Yes, ma'am. You're not supposed to have classified email on your private server either. And
I did not, Congressman.
We're aware that sometimes classified material ends up in places where it ought not be. I want to go back to your statement that you said you didn't ever seriously consider arming private security experts. Tell me why you ever considered it at all.
We considered a whole range of issues. We knew that the insurgents fighting Gaddafi needed support, and what they were provided was air support facilitated by the United States. The United States did not provide any private contractors to assist them.
There was an email that was from Mr. Blumenthal and an email before that also discussing the same situation. Do you know who Mark Turi is?
No, I don't recall that I know who that is.
He was a private trafficker in weapons. He was working with Mr. Stevens, and attempting to develop an authorization with the State Department so that he could, in fact, deliver those weapons into Libya. Does any of that ring a bell to you?
No, it does not.
So you never saw the email that was from Mr. Stevens to, I think it went to Mr. Sullivan, where he says to Mr. Turry, this is Mr. Stevens now, says to Mr. Turry, thank you for this information. It's information about his attempt to get authority to ship arms into Libya. He says, thank you for this information. I'll keep it in mind and share it with my colleagues in Washington. Regards, Chris. Or actually, regards, Chris Stevens.
I don't know anything about that specifically. I do know that you're referring to a document, and if you are, could you tell us what tab it's at?
Yes, ma'am. I'm not certain it's in there as a tab, but I'm happy to provide it to you.
Mr. Chairman,
well, it's a little difficult to answer questions about documents
yes,
we don't have, but I can answer you. There, whatever was considered, either out of politeness or out of interest, there was not any action taken so far as I know.
Mr. Chairman, regular order.
Mr. Chairman, I have just 60 more seconds.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the last Republican questioner went over by 4 minutes, and given that we're allowed 10 minutes of questioning each, and the late hour and the fact that we're a minute beyond testimony already, I think that it's appropriate to ask for regular order and that questioning be closed for this particular member of the panel.
The gentleman is recognized for 60 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to come back to one issue we talked about a couple hours back about accountability. You said that you didn't have the authority, lawful authority, to terminate any employees. Is that correct?
That is correct, and it is because of the laws and the regulations of our government, Congressman.
Did you have the authority to provide a counseling statement to any employee?
I do not know what you're referring to.
In other words, you couldn't fire them, but you could put a letter in their employment file saying, "Hey, you didn't do your job well." Did you?
Well, I think it was pretty well known that the ARB did not think they did their job,
yes,
and the ARB specifically said, and some of this has been declassified, as you know, about personnel matters, that they could not find breach of duty, but they were as firm in saying that there were failures in the performance of the people that they named.
I'll just ask
Chairman, regular order.
Just 2 yes or no questions.
60 seconds has already elapsed. I believe the chairman granted
I'll wait for the next round.
60 additional seconds.
Mr. Chairman, just before my time starts, he just said something that I just want to make sure we're clear. He just said he's going to wait for his next round. I thought we were kind of closing down here.
Parliamentary inquiry. How late are we going tonight?
Gentleman is recognized to ask 2 yes or no questions.
Madam Secretary, did you ask someone or did you prepare a counseling statement or letter of reprimand for any employees at the State Department connected with the incidents of September 11, 2012?
There was a process that is the appropriate process for dealing with issues concerning performance, and that was followed. It continued into my successor's term, and the Secretary of State, Secretary Kerry, made whatever the final determinations were.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman's time's expired. The chair will now recognize the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Cummings.
Thank you very much. I know the hour is late. But, Madam Secretary, I need to go back to something. The ARB. You know, maybe it's because I'm getting older and care about legacy, reputation, that kind of thing. But there's an 83-year-old gentleman named Ambassador Pickering. And I've heard a lot of testimony. I was there for his deposition. I was also a transcribed interview. I don't remember which it was. And then before his testimony before the Oversight Committee. And when he talked about his appointment to the ARB, he talked about what an honor it was. And I think the thing that bothers me about a lot of this that has gone on is that when there have been attacks on the ARB, it's as if, I mean, it's like attacking him. And at 83 years old, I refuse to sit here and let that go by. And I remember listening to him, and I said to myself, you know, this is the kind of guy that we all ought to honor, serving under presidents for 40 years, Democrat and Republican, high up on the chain with regard to integrity. I mean, I don't even see how you even attack this guy, all right? And one of the things he said in his testimony, he said, and this was, you appointed him, and he talked about the appointment, and I quote from a June 4th, his June 4th testimony. He said, Chris Stevens worked for me as my special assistant for 2 years when I was Undersecretary of State. This was not any kind of vendetta, but I felt that Chris gave me 2 wonderful years of his life in supporting me in very difficult circumstances, and that I owed him, his family, and the families of the other people who died the best possible report we could put together. And he went on and said some other things that were so powerful. And then when I hear the implications of people attacking the report, talking about he wasn't independent, or they weren't independent, it's like an attack against him. And I could say the same thing about Admiral Mullen. And I just want you to tell us about why you picked the folk that you picked. And by the way, it's done by law. I mean, that's what you're supposed to do. The law says you're supposed to pick these people.
That's right.
And so why don't you tell us how you picked them? Were you looking for yes people? I mean, what were you looking for?
Well, Congressman, I greatly appreciate your strong words of commendation on behalf of both Ambassador Pickering and Admiral Mullen. You're right. The statute is very clear. The Secretary of State picks 4 of the 5 members of the Accountability Review Board. As I said earlier today, there have been 19 Accountability Review Board reports. And I think myself and prior secretaries have been very fortunate that they could call on distinguished Americans with long records of service to perform this very important task. When I was thinking about who has the integrity, the independence, the experience to give us an unvarnished look at what happened, the first person I thought of was Ambassador Tom Pickering. He has, as you rightly say, served our nation for more than 4 decades. He holds the rank of career ambassador. That's the highest position in the Foreign Service. He served as Undersecretary of State for Political Affairs. He served as our U.S. ambassador to Russia, India, Israel, El Salvador, Nigeria, and Jordan. And he also served as the U.S. ambassador and representative to the United Nations, where he led the U.S. effort under the first Bush administration to build a coalition in the UN Security Council during and after the first Gulf War. It's a man who had served in high posts and dangerous posts. He understood what was to be expected, and I counted on him in giving me the most comprehensive report possible. I also wanted to find somebody with military experience, because these questions that have been raised about, could we have gotten assets there? What actually happened with the diplomatic security agents? And Admiral Mike Mullen, who had just recently retired as the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, was again, I thought, the perfect choice to work with Ambassador Pickering. As you know, he was nominated by President George W. Bush to be chairman of the Joint Chiefs. He served as Chief of Naval Operations. He led NATO's Joint Force Command, U.S. naval forces in Europe. commanded a missile cruiser, a missile destroyer, a tanker. He served in Vietnam and the Persian Gulf. Excuse me.
You need some water, Madam Secretary?
Would you like us to take a 60-second, 2-minute break?
No. Just let me grab a lozenge. So, Congressman, I had the utmost confidence in both of them.
Thank you. Let me say this. You know, this hearing began with the chairman reading a list of questions that he claimed were unanswered. In fact, those questions had been asked and answered many times. As a matter of fact, when we go back to the last questioner, you know, it was Speaker Boehner who, as a matter of fact, last Tuesday, Madam Secretary, Speaker Boehner acknowledged to Fox News the allegation that the U.S. government was involved in an illegal weapons program in Libya has been, and this is according to him, investigated by the House Intelligence Committee and debunked. That's what Speaker Boehner said about this illicit weapons transfer situation. Do you want us to hold up, Madam? Okay. And so, going back today, so these questions again were many asked and answered. The new documents we obtained and the interviews we conducted don't contradict the conclusions from the previous investigations. They simply confirm them. Even after this marathon grilling, the Select Committee has found no evidence of any nefarious activity on the part of the Secretary. She did not order the military to stand down, and there is still no indication that she approved or denied requests for security in Benghazi. As the day has dragged on, the Select Committee's cost is raised up to $4.8 million. That's taxpayer dollars, by the way. 2 weeks ago, the State Department informed the Select Committee that it had spent $14 million responding to requests relating to Benghazi over the past 3 years. This does not include the costs incurred over the past 3 years by other federal agencies, such as the Department of Defense. In a letter to Congress on March 11, 2014, the Defense Department estimated that the total cost it has expended during previous congressional reviews ran into, quote, the millions of dollars. So that's at least $20 million right there. And that's a conservative estimate because it does not include the cost of the 7 previous investigations by congressional committees. When I think about that amount, $20 million, it pains me to imagine what that money could have done. I don't want anyone to mistake what I'm saying. Of course, we needed to know what happened in Benghazi so we could take action to help prevent it in the future. And I have personally investigated this. We compiled an entire database of information on our website about a year ago. We put together a 133-page compendium. We released a new report this week with the results of 54 interviews. And I want all of those transcripts to be made public to the American people after the appropriate redactions. They ought to be released. I want the American people to see every word, of course, with appropriate redactions, because I don't want anybody accusing me of saying otherwise. But finally, my point is this. Instead of spending this entire $20 million on these 8 investigations, we could have dedicated at least some part of those funds to actually increasing security for our diplomats overseas. Even if it were just a fraction of that amount, I can't help but wonder how many consulates could have been improved, how many embassies could have been better protected, and how many more of our patriotic American diplomats would be safer today. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Madam Secretary, I couldn't help but think when he was using the $20 million figure, that's 2 more ISIS fighters that we could have paid for. I refuse to put a price tag on the lives of 4 Americans. I don't. Your figure of 20 million is wrong, Mr. Cummings, and that's not what the State Department told us. But I don't care what the figure is. There is no price tag when it comes to justice for 4 people who gave their lives for this country. Madam Secretary, with respect to the ARB, I want to ask you this. If you were investigating Benghazi or what happened in Benghazi, and there was an author of an email 3 months to the day, 3 months to the day from when our 4 fellow Americans were killed, the author of the email says anti-American demonstration, looking for Americans to attack, game changer, soft target, no continuity, the cost to continue to do business there may become challenging. Would you want to talk to the author of that email if you were investigating Benghazi?
The Accountability Review Board had full run of the State Department to talk to anyone they chose to talk to. It's my understanding they conducted more than 100 interviews, and they were well aware, as their report reflects, of the dangerous situation in Libya.
I don't want to interrupt you. That actually was not my question. My question is, would you want to talk to that person? Not whether or not the ARB did, because the ARB actually did talk to that person. My question is, wouldn't you want to talk to that person if you were investigating Benghazi? Well, I promise it is not a trick question. The answer is yes. You would want to talk to the person who authored that email.
And as you just said, Mr. Chairman, the ARB did.
Yes, and the co-chair of the ARB called your chief of staff and told the author of that email not to go to Congress. That's my point. My point is the ARB did some good things. That's why our first 2 hearings were on making sure the recommendations by the ARB were actually implemented. But when the author of that email is going to be brought before Congress and one of the co-chairs calls your chief of staff and says, I don't think that that witness is going to be a good witness, Madam Secretary, with all due respect, she's a fact witness. Whether she's good or bad, the author of that email has a right for Congress to question them. I mean, that's not even a close question. So somebody can be a good person, and I have no doubt that Mr. Mullen and Mr. Pickering both are. But this is also what I don't doubt. I don't doubt that that phone call was made to Ms. Mills saying don't send Charlene Lamb before Congress. She's not going to make a good witness. And I don't doubt that there's not a transcript from any of the ARB interviews. And you may say, well, why does that matter? If you're going to write a report, and you want to write a report with specificity and particularity, you have to cite the transcript. And I can't tell you a single question that was asked of a single ARB witness because there is no transcript. So my point is not that the ARB did a bad job or a good job. My point is from a standpoint of a serious investigation, it was an inadequate job. And I want to hopefully prove that to you. There used to be a stack up there when Mr. Smith was with us about all the previous investigations that Congress and the ARB had done. Did any of those previous congressional investigations or the ARB have access to your emails?
Mr. Chairman, first of all, the witness you were referring to did appear before Congress.
That was not my point.
But your implication was that that witness was stopped from going to Congress. In fact, that did not happen, Mr. Chairman.
No, she definitely came. Yes. No, that's not my implication. My implication is the co-chair of what you call an independent accountability review board was calling someone he was supposed to be investigating to say, please don't send that witness to Congress. They're not going to show up well. That's my point. My point is, how can you consider that to be,
Well,
have you ever heard of a judge calling the DA or the defense attorney and say, don't call that witness?
I really don't care what you all say about me. It doesn't bother me a bit. I do care a lot about what you're implying about Admiral Mullen, and I will not sit here and hear that.
Well,
Admiral Mullen served this country with great distinction. He served the State Department with great distinction in being the co-chair of the Accountability Review Board. And I think his work speaks for itself.
Well,
and I'm sorry that the important work that was done by that board is held in such low regard by some members of this committee, and I deeply regret it.
Are you doubting that he placed the phone call? Is that the purpose?
I know nothing about the phone call.
Well, I do, because he testified before another congressional committee. He admits it was a mistake, Madam Secretary. I don't know why you can't.
Well,
he admits it was a mistake to call and say, don't send a fact witness before a congressional committee.
Well, I think that
doesn't mean he's a bad person. It just means that when you hold up the ARB as independent and your chief of staff picked most of the folks on it, Patrick Kennedy had a role in picking some of the folks on the ARB, despite the fact that some people think Patrick Kennedy may have also been involved in approving or not approving. If you need to read a note from your lawyer, you're welcome to, Madam Secretary.
No, it's just hard to sit here listening to the comments you're making about someone that I consider to be a great American. If he said he made a mistake, that's even more proof of what a fine gentleman he is and what a great public servant he's been. It doesn't in any way, what you're saying, impugn his service for 40 years, and certainly not his service on the Accountability Review Board. I can't help it, Mr. Chairman, that you all don't like the findings of the Accountability Review Board. I can't help it that you don't like the findings of all the other congressional committees.
We had 2 hearings where we did nothing but discuss the implementation of the ARB findings, Madam Secretary. So with all due respect, we've had more hearings about the ARB findings than we have with you. So don't tell me that we don't care about the ARB. We had 2 hearings. My point is this: the ARB nor the previous congressional investigations had access to your emails, did they?
I don't know what they had access to. I know that during the time I was at the State Department, there was certainly a great effort to respond to your predecessor, Congressman Iss's inquiries, and many thousands of pages of information was conveyed to the Congress. And I know that the State Department has worked diligently and persistently to try to respond to the many requests that it has received. And I think that given the pressure and stress of business they've been under, they have performed as well as they could. So you will be getting, and in fact the entire world will be getting, all of my emails, because they're all going to be public, and you will be able to read them along with everybody else.
Madam Secretary, that actually was not my question. My question was whether or not the previous congressional committees and ARB had access to your emails. That was my question.
90 to 95% of my work-related emails were in the state system. If they wanted to see them, they would certainly have been able to do so. You know what? That is maybe the 10th time you have cited that figure today. It is.
And I have not heard anyone other than you ever cite that figure. Who told you that 90 to 95% of your emails were in the State Department system? Who told you that?
We learned that from the State Department in their analysis of the emails that were already on the system. We were trying to help them close some gaps that they had.
Can you provide me with a name? Because when I asked the State Department about 10 days ago, what's the source of that figure, they shrugged their shoulders.
Well, you can look for the state.gov addresses, and they certainly pop up.
Right, and the Inspector General report, Madam Secretary, the Inspector General report, which you can't argue by perfect analogy, but you can certainly extrapolate. The Inspector General report found that less than 1% of State Department emails, record emails, were captured. So they give a number of less than 1%, and you give a number of 90%.
Well, I don't know what you're referring to. I can only speak about my emails, my work-related emails.
Well, let's talk about your work-related emails. We asked for them last year, and the State Department gave us 8. If they had 90% of yours, why did we only get 8?
Well, I don't know initially what you asked for, but I know that they tried to be responsive. 90 to 95% of them were on state.gov. I understand that the committee broadened the scope of their requests, and I think that in response, the State Department has been trying to provide what you have requested. In the meantime, they're going through the process of making all of my emails public.
You think our first request, there were only 8 emails responsive to our first request?
I can't speak to it. I believe your first request was for Benghazi, and I believe that the State Department did a diligent search. Then I believe you expanded it to Libya and weapons and maybe a few other terms, and I believe they conducted
our jurisdiction hasn't grown, Madam Secretary. Our jurisdiction is the same thing it was. Let me ask you this. You say that you turned over everything. I don't get a chance to watch you a lot on television, but when I see you are interviewed, you make a point of saying, I turned over everything.
All my work-related emails.
How do you know that?
I know that because there was an exhaustive search done under the supervision of my attorneys, and that is exactly the outcome. We turned over every work-related email. In fact, as somebody referred to earlier, we turned over too many. In the State Department and the National Archives said there were 1,246 out of the 30,000 plus that they've already determined did not need to be turned over.
And you have a really good group of attorneys, which makes me wonder how they missed 15 of them.
Well, if you're talking about Mr. Blumenthal, which I assume you are, he had some that I didn't have, and I had some that he didn't have, and I was under no obligation to make any of his emails available unless I decided they were work-related. And the ones that I decided that were work-related, I forwarded to the state.gov accounts of the people with whom I worked.
Madam Secretary, is there any question that the 15 that James Cole turned over to us were work-related? There was no ambiguity about that. They were work-related.
Well, they were from a personal friend, not any official government, not any government official, and I determined on the basis of looking at them what I thought was work-related and what wasn't, and some I didn't even have time to read, Mr. Chairman.
Are you telling me the 15? Are you telling me that the 15? I will tell the gentle lady from California that I'm going to take a little bit extra time, just like everybody else has, and we can either do it this round, or we can do it next round.
May I make a simple inquiry about how many more minutes the chairman plans?
The fewer the interruptions, the quicker I can get done. I'll put it to you that way.
Okay.
How's that?
I'm just
the 15.
Mindful of the time.
My question to you on the 15 is: did your lawyers find them and decide that they weren't work-related, or did they not find them?
Well, I don't know why he had emails I didn't, and I don't know why apparently I had emails he didn't. And all I can tell you is that I turned over every work-related email in my possession.
All right, I'm going to make 2 more observations, and then we're going to call it a night. The first observation that I would make is that when you speak to the public, you say, I turned over everything. That's, for the most part, a direct quote. When you talk to the public, you say, I turned over everything. When you talk to the court, you say, while I do not know what information may be responsive for purposes of this lawsuit, I have directed that all my emails on clintonemail.com in my custody that were or potentially were federal records be provided to the Department of State, and on information and belief that was done. Why the different explanation depending on who you're talking to?
Well, one is a shorthand, Mr. Chairman.
Well, why not just tell the court I turned over everything?
Well, you know how lawyers are. They use more words perhaps than they need.
Trust me, I know that, and they charge you for every one of them.
Yeah, I'm well aware of that, Mr. Chairman, and the clock is ticking.
Well, one more, and I'll pay Mr. Kendall's fee for the last question.
Oh, I don't think you want to do that, Mr. Chairman.
I probably can't do it. You see my point, though? You're very definitive when you're talking to the American people that you turned over everything.
That's right.
But they're those kind of lawyerly fudge words when you're talking to court on information and belief.
Well,
and the reality is, even tonight, you cannot tell us that you turned over everything because you didn't think you missed the 15.
Well, I didn't have them. I turned over everything I had. Everything I had has
Which
been
means
turned
the
over
system
to the
you
State
had
Department.
somehow missed those 15.
Well,
last question on your system. Mr. Cummings said that your email arrangement was inappropriate. I think the president may have said it was a mistake. You have said that it was a mistake. My question to you, Madam Secretary, is was it a mistake for the 4 years that you had that email arrangement? Was it a mistake for the almost 2 years that you kept the public record to yourself, or has it manifested itself as a mistake in just the last 6 months?
well, since I believed that all of my work-related emails to .gov accounts were being captured and preserved, it wasn't until I was asked to help the State Department to fill in what they saw as some record-keeping gaps, not just with me, but with others. I did the best I could during those 4 years and thought that everything that I was emailing that was work-related was being preserved.
If you can find a source for the 90 to 95%, I would be grateful for it, and we would probably have fewer questions. If there is a source that you can provide that 90 to 95% were on the State Department system, then I'll know that I need to ask the State Department what took them so long. Because I'm just telling you, Madam Secretary, I got 8 emails the first time I asked, and now I've got over 1,500. So there's some disconnect there.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think that is a fair question. And I'm not at the State Department any longer, but I do want to defend them. They are under the most extraordinary pressure to answer congressional inquiries. I saw a figure recently that FOIA requests have jumped something like 300%. They don't have the resources. They don't have the personnel. They take their responsibility of reading every single line, and as Ranking Member Cummings reminded us, having to redact personal information, personnel information, obviously they take it very seriously. I think they're doing the best they can, and I know that they've tried to be responsive to you and to the many other requests that have come their way.
Well, Madam Secretary, on behalf of all of us, we want to thank you for your patience and for your willingness to come, and you have been willing to come in the past, as I noted in my opening, and we appreciate it, and with that, we will be adjourned.
Thank you.
Into President Obama's speech from Republican Senators Mitch McConnell and Lamar Alexander. That's the 4 Americans. That included Ambassador Chris Stevens. This 2.5 hours.
Committee will come to order. Let me begin by welcoming the new members to the committee, Senators Kaine and Murphy, Senators Johnson, McCain, Flake, and Paul. Since the full Senate has not passed the committee resolution officially seating members, I want to ask unanimous consent of returning members to allow our prospective members to participate in today's hearing. And if there is no objection, so ordered. Madam Secretary, let me welcome you and thank you for honoring your commitment to come before the committee after the Administrative Review Board's findings. You said you would after the findings were completed. And, of course, you had a bit of an intervening challenge, and we're thrilled to see you here today doing well. And to take time out of your schedule in these final days to discuss the tragic events that occurred in Benghazi on September the 11th and the lessons we need to learn from that event to ensure that all American personnel are fully protected and our embassies fully secure wherever they are. In your tenure as Secretary of State and your appearances before this committee, you have always been upfront, forthright, and energetic in defending our Foreign Service officers and their needs, and I, for one, commend you for it. Unfortunately, the tragic events in Benghazi are a sad reminder of the inherent risks that come with diplomatic engagement in parts of the world that are struggling to build new governments from what has often been a chaotic situation, and underscore the very real courage of the unsung men and women who put their lives at risk to serve this nation's interests in those areas. Let me say I respect what you have done during your tenure as Secretary of State in representing not only this nation, but all of those in our Foreign Service who are on the diplomatic front line in turbulent and dangerous parts of the globe. It's a reflection of your leadership, as well as your patriotism and your abiding belief in the power of our policies to move the world towards democracy, peace, and preservation of human rights. Your candor before this committee has been a trademark of your service as Secretary of State, and I believe that every member has always welcomed your openness and your cooperation. Your letter of December 18th to Chairman Kerry was appreciated by members of both sides as another example of that openness and cooperation. Let me say we share your mission here today, and that we look forward to a constructive dialogue today to learn from the events that occurred in Benghazi and to devise policies to better protect the nearly 70,000 men and women serving in D.C. and in more than 275 posts around the world. Ambassador Chris Stevens, Sean Smith, Tyrone Woods, and Glenn Doherty lost their lives on September 11, 2012 during terrorist attacks on the special mission Benghazi. As a committee, we honor their service to our nation and we grieve with their families, but we also resolve to take specific actions to prevent future incidents. We may not be able to prevent every single terror attack in the future, but we can and we must make sure that our embassies and employees, starting with high-risk, high-threat posts, are capable of withstanding such an attack. To that end, Secretary Clinton and the Department have embraced and agreed to implement all 29 of the Administrative Review Board's recommendations, and today we'll hear more about the progress that the Department has already made towards implementation of many of the recommendations. But I would add that Congress is not without responsibility here. We also have an obligation to do our part to comply with the Administrative Review Board's recommendations. It is my intention to work with the members of the committee and the Department in the coming months on legislation that will improve security and better protect our employees. One of the first and easiest things that we can do is to ensure that the Department's contracting rules allow for sufficient flexibility to allow them to quickly make decisions where security is at risk and to hire local guards not only on the basis of the lowest price technically acceptable, but on a best value basis to ensure that we are not just checking the box when it comes to securing our building and protecting our people. State has this authority through March for Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Iraq, but value should be a priority in all locations and particularly in high-risk environments. We're also looking at where sole source contracting may be appropriate to respond for certain security-related contexts. The Administrative Review Board also supports expanding the Marine Security Guard program, hiring and equipment more diplomatic security personnel, and of critical importance, authorizing full funding for the Embassy Construction Capital Cost Sharing Program. The Capital Cost Sharing Program for Embassy Construction was created in the aftermath of the 1998 bombings of the U.S. embassies in Nairobi and Dar es Salaam that resulted in 224 deaths, including 11 American citizens. In its first year, it funded the construction of 13 new facilities, followed by 11 in 2006 and 9 in 2005. Nearly every year since, fewer facilities have been built than in the previous year due to both funding decreases and the fact that the allocations to the account have never been indexed to inflation. Costs in the construction industry worldwide have risen tremendously. At the current anticipated funding rate for FY 2013, the Department estimates it will be able to construct just 3 new facilities, despite the fact that there are a couple of dozen posts that have now been designated as high-risk, high-threat posts that need replacing right now. But the lessons of Benghazi aren't only about adequately resourcing our security operations. It's also about the flow of information between the department and our foreign facilities, within the department itself, among all the agencies engaged in international work, and between the department and Congress. The department should be assessing and regularly designating which posts it considers to be high threat and high risk, using that information to drive decisions about security, and reporting to Congress on security conditions at these posts. The Administrative Review Board also makes clear that there were failures in Benghazi that resulted in an inadequate security posture, and that responsibility for these failures was shared by Washington, by the U.S. Embassy in Tripoli, and by the inexact and non-status designation of the special mission. This left unclear what the security requirements of the mission were, or should be, and left staff in the field with limited ability and resources to fix the situation. Clearly, that needs to change. There are two other crucial points made by the Administrative Review Board that I think deserve attention on a larger scale by members of this committee. First, the R placed emphasis on the growing challenge faced by all American officials operating overseas of how to remain active in high-threat environments, how to get out beyond the fortified walls of our facilities to conduct the direct local interaction required for effective diplomacy. How do we remain accessible to foreign governments, civil society, and the private sector while still securing our embassies and protecting our people in these environments? Second, the Administrative Review Board correctly points out that the Department has been resource challenged for many years, and this has constrained our mission and led to the husbanding of resources to such a degree that restricting the use of resources, even for security, has become a conditioned response. This is to say that decisions about security resources are being made more on costs than on need and value. And the answer can't be to cut more from other foreign affairs accounts to fund security. That approach fails to recognize that diplomacy and foreign aid are but down payments that yield dividends to us in terms of goodwill, open borders for the export of American products, protection of our intellectual property, and most importantly, cooperation on security and counterterrorism. So there's a lot to discuss. Madam Secretary, welcome again. We very much appreciate your time. On a personal note, since this is likely to be your last hearing before this committee, and your leadership will be missed, I know I speak for many when I say that you've been an outstanding Secretary of State, an exemplary representative of American foreign policy and American values and interests to every leader around the world. You have changed the face of America abroad and extended the hospitable reach of our nation to ordinary citizens in addition to world leaders. During your tenure, you've steered us through economic crisis in Europe, changing relations with Asia, regime change in the Arab world, a momentous transition in Libya, and a trend towards global strength based on economics rather than arms. I personally appreciate the fact that you've used your office to aggressively implement sanctions against Iran. In addition to these priorities, on nearly every trip of which you have, I think, the most traveled secretary in history, you also supported, met with, and provided a voice to those individuals that don't live in the limelight: women, children, the LGBT community, and religious minorities. You made a real difference in the personal lives of so many people, and for that you have the thanks of a grateful nation. I know you will not go gently from the world stage, and I look forward to working closely with you in the future. We thank you for your service here in the Senate and as Secretary of State. We welcome you back anytime to talk about the issues of the day, recognizing that you may not care to spend any more time in that chair than you already have, but we certainly appreciate your incredible service. With that, let me turn to my friend and colleague, the new ranking member of the committee, Senator Corcoran.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your comments, and also for following through, as we've all discussed, to have this hearing today. I want to welcome the new committee members, and I know there'll be a time for us to talk a little bit about the committee going forward. In many ways, this is closing out business from before, but I thank you very much again for having this hearing, and look forward to working with everybody on the committee. Madam Secretary, I want to thank you also. I know we've had a number of conversations over the last several weeks, and actually over the last 4 years. And I want to thank you for coming in today and honoring the commitment that you made some time ago. I know you've had some health issues still undergoing, and yet you're here today and I think we all do respect the tremendous amount of hard work that you put forth over the last 4 years. You probably traveled more than any Secretary of State in history, and came at your job in the way we all thought you would, with hard work and diligence. And I know all of us appreciate the transparency with which you talk to all of us, and candidly irreverence from time to time, which is much appreciated. I do want to say that Benghazi, I think to all of us, represents a lot of different things. In some ways, the aftermath, in particular, of what we saw represents the very worst of Washington. And, you know, the most bizarre briefing I think I ever attended was the briefing we had on September 20th, where the intelligence community said more than nothing. And it was a bizarre briefing at best. It happened in the middle of a political campaign, and obviously there was a lot of spin from the White House, and a lot of comments made on both sides of the aisle, which heightened a lot of the focus on Benghazi. I think it also represented a sclerotic department that in many ways made decisions that weren't based on what was best for those in the field. I think it represented, in many ways, a denial of the world as it really is today. And I think after reading the ARB, it also represented, to me, a committee that has never done its work, or at least in the 6 years that I've been here, has never done the kind of oversight that this committee ought to do. But I think it also represents an awakening. I know that you have known this, and I know especially many of the members on this committee have known this, but the spiking of the ball and the thinking that when Osama bin Laden was gone, that was the end of al-Qaeda, we know nothing could be further from the truth. And the Arab Spring has actually ushered in a time where al-Qaeda is on the rise. The world in many ways is even more dangerous, as we lack a central command and instead have these nodes that are scattered throughout North Africa and other places. And I think this creates an opportunity for us to develop a policy that really addresses the world as it really is today. And then thirdly, Madam Secretary, I know that it was a great personal loss to you that Chris Stevens died in the way that he did, and his 3 colleagues died in the way that they did. I know that you know I was on the ground in Libya immediately after this, and I know you've experienced this, and some of the other members of the committee have, but to look at the faces of those on the ground in Libya in a state of shock, people that we sent there doing expeditionary diplomacy, who felt like they were on a tether and candidly did not have the support from Washington that they needed to do the things that they needed to do. So I think this is an opportunity for us to examine the systemic failures. I know that you're going to be, as per our conversation last night, as transparent as you have always been. I think this is a great opportunity for the incoming Secretary to learn from what has happened. And I know that many times political appointees have great difficulties with the bureaucracy that exists within a department, where sometimes people feel they can wait you out until the next person comes along. So I think this is an opportunity for us to look at those failures. I think it's an opportunity for us also as a committee, but also as a country, to develop a foreign policy that reflects, again, the dynamics of the region as they really are today. And then lastly, I think this is an opportunity for this committee to finally do the work that it should have been doing for years. When you read the ARB report and you realize that we have never done an authorization of the State Department in the 6 years that I've been here, we've never looked at how foreign aid has been spent. We've never done a top-to-bottom review. I know that it's something that people like you who come to this position look at as something that is healthy and can be done in partnership. I know there was some mention of cost, and I was really disappointed with the ARB when the first thing that came out of the mouths of 2 people that I respect was money, money, money. The fact is, this committee would have no idea whether the appropriate amount of money is being spent or if that could have prevented what happened in Benghazi, because we've never done an authorization. So I look at this as a tremendous opportunity, and I want to close again by thanking you for your service, thanking you for your friendship, thanking you for your transparency, and I certainly look forward to your testimony and know it'll be presented in a way that will be constructive and helpful to us in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Corker. With that, Madam Secretary, we welcome your remarks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, members of the committee, both older and new. I'm very grateful for this opportunity, and I thank you very much for your patience to give me the chance to come and address these issues with you. As both the chairman and the ranking member have said, the terrorist attacks in Benghazi on September 11, 2012, that claimed the lives of 4 brave Americans, Chris Stevens, Sean Smith, Tyrone Woods, and Glenn Doherty, are part of a broader strategic challenge to the United States and our partners in North Africa. Today, I want briefly to offer some context for this challenge, share what we've learned, how we are protecting our people, and where we can work together to not only honor our fallen colleagues, but continue to champion America's interests and values. Any clear-eyed examination of this matter must begin with this sobering fact. Since 1988, there have been 19 accountability review boards investigating attacks on American diplomats and their facilities. Benghazi joins a long list of tragedies for our department, for other agencies, and for America. Hostages taken in Tehran in 1979, our embassy and Marine barracks bombed in Beirut in 1983, Khobar Towers in Saudi Arabia in 1996, our embassies in East Africa in 1998, consulate staff murdered in Jeddah in 2004, the Coast attack in 2009, and too many others. Since 1977, 65 American diplomatic personnel have been killed by terrorists. Now, of course, the list of attacks foiled, crises averted, and lives saved is even longer. We should never forget that our security professionals get it right more than 99% of the time against difficult odds all over the world. That's why, like my predecessors, I literally trust them with my life. Let's also remember that administrations of both parties, in partnership with Congress, have made concerted and good faith efforts to learn from these attacks and deaths, to implement recommendations from the review boards, to seek the necessary resources, and to do better in protecting our people from what has become constantly evolving threats. That is the least that the men and women who serve our country deserve. It's what, again, we are doing now with your help. As Secretary, I have no higher priority and no greater responsibility. As I have said many times, I take responsibility, and nobody is more committed to getting this right. I am determined to leave the State Department and our country safer, stronger, and more secure. Now, taking responsibility meant moving quickly in those first uncertain hours and days to respond to the immediate crisis, but also to further protect our people and posts in high-threat areas across the region and the world. It meant launching an independent investigation to determine exactly what happened in Benghazi and to recommend steps for improvement, and it meant intensifying our efforts to combat terrorism and figure out effective ways to support the emerging democracies in North Africa and beyond. Let me share some of the lessons we've learned, the steps we've taken, and the work we continue to do. First, let's start on the night of September 11th itself and those difficult early days. I directed our response from the State Department, stayed in close contact with officials from across our government and the Libyan government. So I saw firsthand what Ambassador Pickering and former Chairman Mullen called timely and exceptional coordination. No delays in decision-making, no denials of support from Washington or from our military, and I want to echo the review board's praise for the valor and courage of our people on the ground, especially the security professionals in Benghazi and Tripoli. The board said the response saved American lives in real time, and it did. The very next morning, I told the American people that heavily armed militants assaulted our compound, and I vowed to bring them to justice. And I stood with President Obama in the Rose Garden as he spoke of an act of terror. It's also important to recall that in that same period, we were seeing violent attacks on our embassies in Cairo, Sana'a, Tunis, Khartoum, as well as large protests outside many other posts where thousands of our diplomats serve. So I immediately ordered a review of our security posture around the world with particular scrutiny for high-threat posts. I asked the Department of Defense to join interagency security assessment teams and to dispatch hundreds of additional Marine security guards. I named the first Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for high-threat posts, so missions in dangerous places get the attention they need. And we reached out to Congress to help address physical vulnerabilities, including risk from fire, and to hire additional diplomatic security personnel. Second, even as we took these steps, I hurried to appoint the Accountability Review Board, led by Ambassador Pickering and Admiral Mullen, so we could more fully understand from objective, independent examination what went wrong and how to fix it. I have accepted every one of their recommendations. I asked the Deputy Secretary for Management and Resources to lead a task force to ensure that all 29 of them are implemented quickly and completely, as well as pursuing additional steps above and beyond the recommendations. I also pledged in my letter to you last month that implementation would begin, and it has. Our task force started by translating the recommendations into 64 specific action items. They were assigned to bureaus and offices with clear timelines for completion. 85% are now on track to be completed by the end of March. A number are already completed, and we will use this opportunity to take a top-to-bottom look and rethink how we make decisions on where, when, and whether people operate in high-threat areas, and then how we respond to threats and crises. We are initiating an annual high-threat post-review chaired by levels. We will regularize protocols for sharing information with Congress. These are designed to increase the safety of our diplomats and development experts and reduce the chances of another Benghazi happening again. We've also been moving forward on a third front, addressing the broader strategic challenge in North Africa and the wider region, because after all, Benghazi did not happen in a vacuum. The Arab revolutions have scrambled power dynamics and shattered security forces across the region. Instability in Mali has created an expanding safe haven for terrorists who look to extend their influence and plot further attacks of the kind we saw just last week in Algeria. And let me offer our deepest condolences to the families of the Americans and all the people from many nations who were killed and injured in that recent hostage crisis. We are in close touch with the government of Algeria. We stand ready to provide assistance. We are seeking to gain a fuller understanding of what took place so we can work together with Algerians and others to prevent such terrorist attacks in the future. Concerns about terrorism and instability in North Africa are, of course, not new. They have been a top priority for the entire administration's national security team. But we have been facing a rapidly changing threat environment, and we have had to keep working at ways to increase pressure on al-Qaeda in the Islamic Maghreb and the other terrorist groups in the region. In the first hours and days, I conferred with leaders, the President of Libya, foreign ministers of Tunisia and Morocco, and then I had a series of meetings at the United Nations General Assembly where there was a special meeting focused on Mali and the Sahel. In October, I flew to Algeria to discuss the fight against AQIM. In November, I sent Deputy Secretary Bill Burns to follow up in Algiers, and then in December, in my stead, he co-chaired an organization we started to respond to some of these threats, the Global Counterterrorism Forum, which was meeting in Abu Dhabi, as well as a meeting in Tunis of leaders working to build new democracies and reform security services. We have focused on targeting al-Qaeda's syndicate of terror, closing safe havens, cutting off finances, countering extremist ideology, slowing the flow of new recruits. And we continue to hunt the terrorists responsible for the attacks in Benghazi and are determined to bring them to justice. We are using our diplomatic and economic tools to support these emerging democracies and to strengthen security forces and help provide a path away from extremism. But let me underscore the importance of the United States continuing to lead in the Middle East, in North Africa, and around the world. We've come a long way in the past 4 years, and we cannot afford to retreat now. When America is absent, especially from unstable environments, there are consequences. Extremism takes root, our interests suffer, our security at home is threatened. That's why I sent Chris Stevens to Benghazi in the first place. Nobody knew the dangers better than Chris. First during the revolution, then during the transition. A weak Libyan government, marauding militias, terrorist groups. A bomb exploded in the parking lot of his hotel, but he did not waver because he understood it was critical for America to be represented there at that time. Our men and women who serve overseas understand that we accept a level of risk to protect the country we love. And they represent the best traditions of a bold and generous nation. They cannot work in bunkers and do their jobs. So it is our responsibility to make sure they have the resources they need and to do everything we can to reduce the risks. For me, this is not just a matter of policy, it's personal. I stood next to President Obama as the Marines carried those flag-draped caskets off the plane at Andrews. I put my arms around the mothers and fathers, the sisters and brothers, the sons and daughters, and the wives left alone to raise their children. It has been one of the great honors of my life to lead the men and women of the State Department and USAID. Nearly 70,000 serving here in Washington, more than 270 posts around the world. They get up and go to work every day, often in difficult and dangerous circumstances, because they believe, as we believe, the United States is the most extraordinary force for peace and progress the world has ever known. And when we suffer tragedies overseas, as we have, the number of Americans applying to the Foreign Service actually increases. That tells us everything we need to know about what kind of patriots I'm talking about. They do ask what they can do for their country, and America is stronger for it. So today, after 4 years in this job, traveling nearly 1 million miles, visiting 112 countries, my faith in our country and our future is stronger than ever. Every time that blue and white airplane carrying the words United States of America touches down in some far-off capital, I feel again the honor it is to represent the world's indispensable nation. And I am confident that with your help, we will keep the United States safe, strong, and exceptional. So I want to thank this committee for your partnership and your support of diplomats and development experts. You know the importance of the work they do day in and day out. You know that America's values and vital national security interests are at stake. And I appreciate what Ranking Member Corker just said. It is absolutely critical that this committee and the State Department, with your new Secretary and former Chairman, work together to really understand and address the resources, support, and changes that are needed to face what are increasingly complex threats. I know you share my sense of responsibility and urgency, and while we may not agree on everything, let's stay focused on what really matters, protecting our people and the country we love. And thank you for the support you personally have given to me over the last 4 years. I now would be happy to take your questions.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, for your statement. We have a full committee present, so in order to give each member an opportunity to ask questions in the time frame that we have the Secretary, I'm going to limit those questions to 5 minutes. And I'll start off with myself. Madam Secretary, we saw some late-night reporting on discussions about the fiscal location of Mission Benghazi. And I understand this information came from the production of documents by the Department, which we appreciate your cooperation in providing those documents. My understanding is that the location of Mission Benghazi was an ongoing one, and that the ultimate conclusion of Ambassador Stevens was that we needed to be in Benghazi, the cradle of the Libyan revolution, and that while he was continuously reviewing other location options, that it was his conclusion, as well as that of security personnel in the department, that the current mission site was the best choice, despite a higher price tag because it was more secure than returning to the hotel where there had been a bomb and bomb threats, or moving closer to the annex because it was closer to the road. Can you give us your insights on the decision-making process regarding the location of the mission? And as part of that, can you also, in your response, you touched upon it in your opening statement, but what actions were you and your staff taking the night of September 11th and into September the 12th?
Well, first, you're right, Mr. Chairman, that there was an ongoing discussion. When Chris first landed in Benghazi, he stayed in a hotel along with other representatives of different nations. There were attacks in the vicinity, including in the parking lot of the hotel. The decision was made to move. The compound was selected as being a much better location in terms of security than the alternatives. But there was an ongoing discussion between Chris and others in the embassy in Tripoli, those going in and out of Benghazi, about how best to situate our post there. I did see some overnight reporting about a document. I'm not sure what it is, but I would observe that there were a lot of ongoing efforts because it was important that we were constantly asking what was the best place. As you said, in general, Chris was committed to not only being in Benghazi, but to the location. The professionals in Washington paid close attention to Chris's judgment based on his experience and his firsthand knowledge. And so we stayed. We continued to try to upgrade the facility that was attacked. Obviously, as the ARB has pointed out, there were inadequacies in the response, and those are the specific kinds of recommendations that we are currently implementing. Regarding what I was doing on September 11th, I was at the State Department all day and late into the night. During most of the day, prior to getting notice of the attack on our compound in Benghazi, we were very focused on our embassy in Cairo. That was under assault by a group of protesters. We were assessing the security of our embassy, which is, as those of you who have been there, certainly well defensed, but there were crowds that were intent upon trying to scale the wall, and we were in close communication with our team in Cairo. I was notified of the attack shortly after 4 p.m. Over the following hours, we were in continuous meetings and conversations, both within the department, with our team in Tripoli, with the interagency, and internationally. I instructed our senior department officials and our diplomatic security personnel to consider every option to just break down the doors of the Libyan officials to get as much security support as we possibly could to coordinate with them. I spoke to the National Security Advisor, Tom Donilon, several times. I briefed him on developments. I sought all possible support from the White House, which they quickly provided. Tom was my first call. I spoke with our chargé in Tripoli to get situation updates. I spoke with former CIA Director Petraeus to confer and coordinate, given the presence of his facility, which of course was not well known, but was something that we knew and wanted to make sure we were closely lashed up together. I talked with the then Libyan National Congress President to press him on greater support, not only in Benghazi, but also in Tripoli. I participated in a secure video conference of senior officials from the intelligence community, the White House, and DOD. We were going over every possible option, reviewing all that was available to us, any actions we could take. We were reaching out to everyone we could find to try to get an update about Ambassador Chris Stevens, also our information specialist, Sean Smith. So it was a constant, ongoing discussion and sets of meetings. I spoke with President Obama later in the evening to, bring him up to date, to hear his perspective. Obviously, we kept talking with everyone during the night. Early in the morning on the 12th, I spoke with General Dempsey, again with Tom Donlin. The two hardest calls that I made were obviously to the families of Ambassador Stevens and Sean Smith. And they, I have to say, were extraordinary in their responses and their understanding of the pride we had in both men and gratitude we had for their service. I would also just quickly add, Mr. Chairman, that while this was going on and we were trying to understand it, get on top of it, we were continuing to face protests, demonstrations, violence across the region and as far as India and Indonesia. There were so many protests happening, and thousands of people were putting our facilities at risk. So we were certainly very determined to do whatever we could about Benghazi. We were relieved when we finally got the last of the Americans out of Benghazi, but then we were turning around, dealing with the very serious threats facing so many of our other facilities.
Thank you very much. My time has expired. Senator Corker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary, I agree with you. When people go into the field to do the things they do it knowing of the risk. And I agree with you. One of the untold stories here is the heroic nature of many in Libya and what they did to save lives. I met several of the JSOC folks and others that risked their lives saving others. But I also have to say, in reading all the cables and that many of us have done, there were systemic deficiencies, and I know you know that. And I'd like for you to just speak to that for a moment. To my knowledge, no one has been held accountable. Our staff had a meeting with one of the State Department officials, and I hate to use this word again, but it was nothing short of bizarre as they talked about the communications. These officials were screaming out for more security, and I'm just wondering if you might mention one reform that would be helpful so that you would have known of the needs there of security that went undone.
Well, obviously I have thought about this almost constantly since that date, Senator, because, I do feel responsible. I feel responsible for the nearly 70,000 people who work for the State Department. I take it very seriously. The specific security requests pertaining to Benghazi, were handled by the security professionals in the department. I didn't see those requests. They didn't come to me. I didn't approve them. I didn't deny them. That's obviously one of the findings that Ambassador Pickering and Admiral Mullen made, that, these requests don't ordinarily come to the Secretary of State. But
if we could, I know I respect you tremendously, but we have a short amount of time. They did come in to folks.
That's right.
We did have SST people on the ground at no cost to the State Department. They were asked to be extended by the ambassador. Someone at the State Department turned that down. They were at no charge, 16 officers. So I just wonder what has happened inside to make sure that never happens again. Well,
several things. Not only are we on the path to implement all of the ARB recommendations, but we've gone beyond that. We did immediately do this high threat assessment using DOD assets as well as our own. That had never been done before. We have asked the Congress to help us reallocate funds. The Senate has given us that authority. We don't yet have it from the House, so that we can get more Marine Guards, we can get more diplomatic security guards, we can try to put more money into the maintenance, the upgrades, construction that's needed. I created the first ever, it sounds like it should have been done years ago, but first ever Deputy Assistant Secretary for High Threats. I'm also recommending that there be a regular process that includes the Secretary and the deputies in these decisions, because nobody wants to sit where I am and have to think now about what coulda, shoulda, woulda happened in order to avoid this. Now, as I said, we've had 19 ARBs. Only 2 have ever been unclassified. The one coming out of the East Africa bombings, where there was full transparency, there was a set of recommendations, many of which have been implemented along with recommendations from other ARBs, but this committee never had a public hearing about the 17 other ARBs because they were classified. So we're putting into action steps that we think will help the next secretary be able to make these decisions, be part of these decisions, have more insight into what is going on, and we would obviously welcome the opportunity to work closely with a subcommittee or a set of members to make sure that that's what's happening.
Well, thank you. I will, just many 19 or 17 have been done. I will say none of them have ever been fully implemented. And,
Senator, that's not accurate, because I heard you say that when Bill Burns and Tom Nides were here, and it shocked me. So we went back, we did a full and thorough investigation. The vast majority have been implemented, and we will give you a report to that effect, because that's the kind of, to go back to your point, Senator, if there were an authorization process, that's the kind of information that would be shared. And I see my former compatriot on the Armed Services Committee. There is always an Armed Services authorization, and there needs always to be a Foreign Relations Committee authorization.
it's my sense, my last question, it's my sense that as a nation, we were woefully unprepared for what happened in Northern Africa in general. I think you share that view, and I just wonder, I know you made some opening comments regarding us leading in that area, but it seems to me that Benghazi symbolizes just the woeful unpreparedness that our nation had as it relates to issues in North Africa, and I hope you'll address that as you move ahead.
Well, Senator, let me just briefly address what is, I think, one of the key issues for this committee, for the administration, for our country. When I was here 4 years ago testifying for my confirmation, I don't think anybody thought that Mubarak would be gone, Gaddafi would be gone, Ben Ali would be gone, that we would have such revolutionary change in this region. There were hints of it. Several of us, said the institutions were sinking in the sand, as I said in Doha shortly before Tahrir Square. So there was some feeling out there, but I don't think any of us predicted this, least of all the people in these countries who then were given a chance to chart their own futures. This is a great opportunity as well as a serious threat to our country. I hope we seize the opportunity. It's not going to be easy, because these new countries have no experience with democracy. They don't have any real experience among the leaders in running countries, in doing security. So, yes, we now face a spreading jihadist threat. We have driven a lot of the AQ operatives out of the Fatah, out of Afghanistan, Pakistan, killed a lot of them, including, of course, bin Laden. But we have to recognize this is a global movement. We can kill leaders, but until we help establish strong democratic institutions, until we do a better job communicating our values and building relationships, we're going to be faced with this level of instability. And I do have a lot of thoughts about what more we can and should do given this new reality we face.
Thank you again.
Senator Boxer.
Thank you very much. Madam Secretary, you have represented our country with tremendous strength and poise. You've won us friends, but you've always spoken out forcefully where required. I want to thank you because this is maybe the last time you come before us as Secretary here. I want to thank you for your advocacy in behalf of women around the globe. You will be sorely missed, but I, for one, hope not for too long. As you have said, you are heartbroken by those losses in Benghazi. We saw it in your face many times today as well. You were heartbroken personally and professionally. But rather than pointing to others for their deficiencies, you stepped up and you convened an accountability review board to look into this attack in detail, and you asked them to tell it the way they saw it. And I want to give you my take on that board. I want to go to something Senator Corker said, which I agreed with. The first report we got from the intelligence community about a week or so after was very confusing. It was not helpful to us. All of us, I think, felt that way. But I want to speak for myself. The difference between that meeting and the meeting we had with those co-chairs, which was also a classified briefing, couldn't have been more different. They were so impressive, they were thorough, they were strong. They did call it the way they saw it, the way you wanted them to do. And I am grateful that you have unequivocally committed to ensuring that their recommendations are implemented to the fullest extent. And this brings me to a question. As we all know, the House of Representatives urged and voted for a cut of $300 million for embassy security. Now, maybe it's irrelevant for some here, but I have a message. It does cost money to pay for embassy security, or police on the beat, or military personnel, or police here at the Capitol that protect us, which we're very grateful for and we pay for. It does cost money. So to me, I was not disappointed to hear the co-chairs say, quote, Congress must do its part to meet this challenge and provide necessary resources to the State Department to address security risks and meet mission imperatives. Frankly, I think it's a no-brainer, and the fact that we would even have a problem with it, to me, doesn't make any sense. I hope we can work together to get the resources that we need for security, which brings me to a question about working more closely with the DOD. And here it is. Have you already engaged with DOD to provide additional Marines at U.S. facilities to fulfill the ARB's recommendation that state and DOD work together to provide more capabilities and capacities at higher risk posts? And before you answer that, could you maybe address the issue in Mali right now? When you look at Mali, you see a government that is weak. They don't have the best security. Are we working on that post?
Well, Senator, thank you. You've raised a lot of very important issues. I'll try to be as quick as I can in responding to them. Let me start with the budget, because this is a bipartisan issue. Since 2007, the Department has consistently requested greater funding for embassy construction and diplomatic security. With the exception of 2010, Congress has consistently enacted less than requested. Most notably, in 2012, the Department received $340 million less than requested, close to 10% less than the request. And then over the last 2 years, cuts to embassy construction, security, and maintenance budgets were almost 10% off as well. Now, the ARB, as you said, has recommended an increase in facilities funding to $2.2 billion per year to restore the construction levels called for in the 1998 ARB report, the only other one that was ever public. And I would go back to something the chairman said, because this was a point made in the ARB. Consistent shortfalls have required the Department to prioritize available funding out of security accounts. And I will be the first to say that the prioritization process was at times imperfect, but as the ARB said, the funds provided were inadequate. So we need to work together to overcome that. We are asking for funding for more Marine security guards, for refilling the capital account so that we can begin to do the kind of upgrades and construction that's needed. Deputy Secretary Nides briefed House and Senate appropriations and authorizing staff. We've sent letters to the House and Senate leadership to ask for transfer authority language, not new money right now, but transfer authority language. The Senate was good enough to put it into the Senate version of the Sandy supplemental. It did not get into the House side, so we're still looking for the House to act. With respect to Mali, Senator, there was a country that had been making progress on its democracy. Unfortunately, it suffered a military coup by low-ranking military officers, which threw it into a state of instability. With the Tuaregs, who, as you know, some groups of, as well as other groups, had been in the employ of Gaddafi for years. He used them as mercenaries. With his fall, they came out of Libya, bringing huge amounts of weapons from the enormous stores of weapons that Gaddafi had that insurgents liberated, as well as others. And they came into northern Mali. At the same time, there was a move by al-Qaeda in the Maghreb to establish a base in northern Mali. We have been working to try to upgrade security around northern Mali among a number of the countries. Algeria is the only one with any real ability to do that. Most of these countries don't have the capacity to do that. We are now trying to help put together an African force from ECOWAS so that African soldiers will be in the front of this fight. The Malians asked the French to come in. Obviously, France is one of our oldest allies. We are trying to provide support to them. But this is going to be a very serious ongoing threat. Because if you look at the size of northern Mali, if you look at the topography, it's not only desert, it's caves. Sounds reminiscent. We are in for a struggle, but it is a necessary struggle. We cannot permit northern Mali to become a safe haven. People say to me all the time, well, AQIM hasn't attacked the United States. Well, before 9/11/2001, we hadn't been attacked on our homeland since, I guess, the War of 1812 and Pearl Harbor. So you can't say, well, because they haven't done something, they're not going to do it. This is not only a terrorist syndicate, it is a criminal enterprise. So make no mistake about it, we've got to have a better strategy. And I would hope we'd have not only a strategy that understands, making it possible for these governments to defend themselves better, for people to understand and agree with us that these terrorists are not in any way representative of their values, but that we can bolster democracy and try to give these Arab revolutions a real chance to succeed.
Thank you.
Senator Risch.
Madam Secretary, thank you for your service, and thank you for the kindness you've shown this committee over the time you've been there. I particularly appreciate your facilitating the meetings with us at the State Department with yourself when we've had issues. Moving to the issues at hand, this morning the national media is reporting that some of the, or a number of the attackers in Algeria are people who participated in the attack in Benghazi. Can you confirm that for us this morning?
Senator, I cannot confirm it. I can give you the background that I was able to obtain. This information is coming from the Algerian government related to their questioning of certain of the terrorists that they took alive. We don't have any way to confirm it as yet, but I can certainly assure you we will do everything we can to determine that. You may know that Director Mueller was just in the region meeting with leaders. He's very well aware that we have to track every one of these connections, and this will be a new thread that will be followed.
I appreciate that. Only one person has been arrested regarding the attack on Benghazi and was then released. Can you tell us whether he was one of the people that participated in the Algerian attack?
We have no information to that effect. I think you're referring to the Tunisian Harzi who appeared in a Tunisian court. Upon his release, I called the Tunisian Prime Minister. A few days later, Director Mueller met with the Tunisian Prime Minister. We have been assured that he is under the monitoring of the court. He was released because at that time, and Director Mueller and I spoke about this at some length, there was not an ability for evidence to be presented yet that was capable of being presented in an open court. But the Tunisians have assured us that they are keeping an eye on him. I have no reason to believe he is not still in Tunis, but we're checking that all the time.
Thank you. You just testified in your prepared remarks that you said, quote, the very next morning, which would have been Wednesday morning, I told the American people that, quote, heavily armed militants assaulted our compound and vowed to bring them to justice. I'm assuming that you had rock-solid evidence to make such a bold statement at that time.
Well, we had 4 dead people, and we had several injured, one seriously who's still in Walter Reed. And although we did not have the chance yet to meet with any of our returnees, our team in Tripoli had received them, gotten medical care for them, and had sent them on. So we knew that clearly there was an attack, a heavily armed attack. Who these people were, where they came from, why they did it, that was still to be determined.
I think you probably know where I'm going with this. The next sentence is, and I stood with President Obama as he spoke of an act of terror. Right. And of course, there's been a lot of debate as to the context that the word terror was used in. But be that as it may, I want to move to the next Sunday morning when Ambassador Rice went to the Sunday morning talk shows. And I think we all realize this happened at a politically charged time here in the country as we approached an election. Notwithstanding that, the American people are still entitled to be told the truth about these. Did you select Ambassador Rice to deliver the message to the American people?
No, I did not, Senator, and let me take this opportunity to address this, because obviously, even though I haven't had a chance to testify, I certainly have seen the resulting debate and concerns about this. You're right. It was a terrorist attack. I called it an attack by heavily armed militants.
Well done.
And, you know, that is clearly what happened. We know that. But second, the harder question is what caused it, and that we didn't know. We didn't know who the attackers were, what their motives were. Third, as the ARB makes clear after their months of research, the picture remains still somewhat complicated. And I say that because in the unclassified ARB, it is, I quote, key questions surrounding the identity, actions, and motivations of the perpetrators remain to be determined. I recommend that all members and staff read the classified version of the ARB, which goes into greater detail. I obviously can't speak to it, but it does go into greater detail because there were a variety of potential causes and triggers for this attack. There's evidence that the attacks were deliberate, opportunistic, and pre-coordinated, but not necessarily indicative of extensive planning. And fourth, Senator, I would say that I personally was not focused on talking points. I was focused on keeping our people safe because, as I said, I have a very serious threat environment in Yemen. It turned out we had people getting over that wall in Cairo doing damage until we got them out. We had a serious threat against our embassy in Tunis. I had to call the president of Tunisia and beg him to send reinforcements, which he did, to finally save our embassy, which could have been a disaster. They burned and trashed our school. So I was pretty occupied about keeping our people safe, doing what needed to be done in the follow-up to Benghazi. I really don't think anybody in the administration was really focused on that so much as trying to figure out, you know, what we should be doing. And, you know, I wasn't involved in the talking points process. As I understand it, as I've been told, it was a typical interagency process where staff, including from the State Department, all participated to try to come up with whatever was going to be made publicly available. And it was an intelligence product, and it's my understanding that the intelligence community is working with appropriate committees to kind of explain the whole process.
Well, thank you. I have some follow-up questions to that, but my time is up. But I gather you still stand by the statement you made less than 24 hours that heavily armed militants assaulted our compound and that you vowed to bring them to justice. You still stand by
Absolutely.
This. Thank you.
Senator Cardin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Clinton, first, congratulations.
and thank you for your extraordinary service to our country during these past 4 years as Secretary of State. I believe the world is safer today because America is better understood around the world. And you have been instrumental in integrating diplomacy in our national security agenda. And I thank you for that, because I do think it has paid off in heavy dividends for the American people. I particularly want to acknowledge your leadership in advancing basic rights. Senator Boxer already acknowledged the gender equity issues that you have taken international leadership on. I also want to thank you for your help in dealing with corruption, particularly with transparency in the extractive industries and the progress that we've made in that regard. Benghazi was a tragedy. We've all acknowledged that, the loss of American life. And we've also acknowledged the bravery of those people on the ground. They did extraordinary service and saved lives, and that's what they're trained to do, and we want to make sure that we acknowledge that. Also, let me just point out that you have been very open with the committee. We had a hearing on December 20th with your deputies, and they provided all the information, and you're here today, and we thank you very much for that. I want to follow up on one area of Northern Africa. You point out the risk factors that we currently have in Northern Africa. Algeria is a reminder of the global security concerns. We do not know, as Senator Risch pointed out, that the individuals who may have been involved in Libya may have been involved in Algeria. We don't know that, but we do know there's reports from the United Nations and others that weapons have gotten from Libya into Algeria, which points out our need as we look at transitions occurring in that region. Syria, Assad's not going to be there, we think, much longer. There's a lot of weapons in Syria. Are we, do we have a strategy to make sure that as we go through transition in countries that their weapons are, we're mindful that these weapons can end up harming U.S. interest, and it needs to be part of our strategy to make sure as we support alternative governments and the rebels that there is a strong priority in protecting the source of these weapons, not ending up harming Americans or harming our interests.
Well, Senator, you're absolutely right. One of the reasons that we and other government agencies were present in Benghazi is exactly that. We had a concerted effort to try to track down and find and recover as many man-pads and other very dangerous weapons as possible. Libya was awash in weapons before the revolution. Obviously, there were additional weapons introduced, but the vast, vast majority came out of Gaddafi warehouses and were, as they were saying, liberated, and then went on the black market, were seized by militias, seized by other groups, and have made their way out of Libya into other countries in the region, and have made their way to Syria, we believe. It is a red line for this administration with respect to Syria concerning the use of chemical weapons. Syria, as you probably know, in addition to having the fourth largest army before this revolution, has a very significant supply of chemical and biological weapons. Given the instability in Syria right now, what we are trying to do is to coordinate closely with a number of like-minded nations, neighbors, and partners to be able to work to try to prevent those from falling into the wrong hands, jihadist hands, Hezbollah hands, but also to try to work with the internal opposition for them to understand the dangers that are posed. So this Pandora's box, if you will, of weapons coming out of these countries in the Middle East and North Africa is the source of one of our biggest threats. There's no doubt that the Algerian terrorists had weapons from Libya. There's no doubt that the Malian remnants of AQIM have weapons from Libya. So we just have to do a much better job. The final thing I would say about this is, you know, AFRICOM was stood up about 10 years ago. I think a lot of people at the time wondered, why would we have another command in the world and why in Africa? I now think we need to pay much more attention to AFRICOM, to its capacity inside Africa. It's based in Stuttgart, Germany, for all kinds of complicated logistical and political reasons. Carter Ham has been a very dedicated leader of AFRICOM during his time there, but we're going to see more and more demands on AFRICOM, and I think that's something else that the Senate and the House are going to have to address.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Senator Rubio.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I know we all wish that this had never happened, so this hearing would never have had to happen. But it's good. We're glad to see you here, and wish you all the best. And secondarily, I want to share the sentiments of my other colleagues of tremendous respect for the hard work and service that you've put in on behalf of our country, both as a member of this chamber and then obviously now in the role that you have. One of the things that I'm most interested in exploring with you today a little bit is how information flows within the State Department, and in particular in hindsight, looking forward, how we can prevent some of this happening. And so I was curious about a number of things. First of all, were you ever asked to participate in any sort of internal or interagency meeting before this attack with regards to the deteriorating security situation in Libya?
Well, Senator, again, I appreciate your kind words, and I reiterate my taking responsibility. And as I have already said, with specific security requests, they didn't come to me. I had no knowledge of them. With regard to the situation in Libya, not just eastern Libya, across Libya, there were a number of conversations and meetings to try to see what we could do while Libya went through this transition from transitional government to interim government to elections, to try to get in there and help them with security, because it was clear that that was going to be one of their highest needs once they finally got stabilized. So, there were a number of meetings, and I personally, I went to Libya in October of 2011. I spoke with the then leadership. I met with them in international settings. We sent teams out, both civilian and military experts, to try to help them. Until recently, while they were going through their transitions, it was a very difficult conversation because they didn't have, the authority they thought. But now we're beginning, and we have a long list of ways that we're trying to help improve security in Libya.
For example, the October 2011 meeting, at that meeting, did this issue come up with regards to the inability of the Libyan government to protect our diplomatic institutions? Did that issue come up at all in that conversation?
Well, we obviously talked a great deal about the deteriorating threat environment in Libya. One of the reasons we had our own people on the ground and why we were looking to try to figure out how to better protect Benghazi and how to have understandings with those in the annex is because it's a host country responsibility, but they were not in a position to do what we would expect from an organized country. But they did have the militias, and the February 17th Brigade had proven to be responsive in the past, prior to 9/11. Other militias in Tripoli had proven to be responsive. When I landed in Tripoli, I was met by the Zintan militia. That was the welcome I had. All these guys dressed completely in black, holding their automatic weapons. That was my welcoming party. So we knew that we were piecing together what a host nation was not yet able to do.
Right. And then there was another meeting on March 2012. So just to be clear, in October 2011, then again in March of 2012, I believe that was here with the Prime Minister. And neither one of these meetings was there a specific conversation between you and them with regards to concerns that we had, that not just the deteriorating security situation, but the inability of them as a host country to meet their obligations to provide security.
Of course. Of course.
There was a conversation.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this was a constant conversation, Senator. And what I found with the Libyans was willingness, but not capacity. In Tunisia, as I told you, they had capacity, but I had to call and just tell them we had to get that capacity out there, because they're still trying to figure out how to be a state without being a security state. With Cairo, we had to call and tell the Egyptians, get your people out there. So with Libya, it was different. The Libyans were very responsive, very willing, but no levers to pull. And what we've been trying to do, and we need your help to help us pay for what we're trying to do. We are trying to help them build a decent security force to try to rein in the militias as best they can. So this was a constant conversation.
Before the attack in Benghazi, what had we done specifically to help them build their security capacities?
Well, there's a long list, and I'll be happy to provide that to you, because it is filled with, training, with equipment, with the kind of planning that they had not done before, and I'd be happy to send you the detail on that, Senator.
Senator Casey.
Madam Secretary, thank you for being here today to provide this testimony. I'm going to ask you a question that relates to the implementation of the Accountability Review Board recommendations. But before I do that, I want to express what I think is a widely shared sentiment today, both by way of gratitude and commendation for your work. We don't have time today to do a full listing of all the achievements that you should get credit for, but I'll mention maybe two or three in light of the work that you've done and some of the work we've done together. The terribly difficult challenge in dealing with and reducing the flow of calcium ammonium nitrate from Pakistan into Afghanistan, which finds its way into the roadside bombs that kill our troops, known more popularly as IEDs. And I want to thank you for that work. The work that was mentioned by Senator Boxer and others on behalf of women throughout the world, but also women and girls, particularly in Afghanistan. And maybe thirdly, even though we're still in the throes of responding to the challenge in Syria, the great work that you've done on humanitarian assistance and other elements of that strategy that we've worked together on. And also I want to commend not just the approach, but the words you spoke today about not retrenching, not retreating, when it comes to getting that balance right between engagement and also security, both high priorities. I was struck by, and I'm glad you were so specific on page 3 of your testimony about the specifics on implementation. 29 recommendations by the board, which now has found its way into, or I should say, which now is a set of 64 specific action items. And you said in your testimony, quote, fully 85% are on track to be completed by the end of March, with a number completed already. I guess I'd ask you one question about that and then one follow-up. What, if any, impediments to implementation do you perceive right now? And are there impediments to meeting those deadlines that this committee and the Congress can help you with by way of meeting that deadline and implementation?
Well, thank you, Senator, and let me thank you for those three topics you covered, and particularly your very clear focus on the IED problem and the ammonium nitrate problem in Pakistan. You and I have talked about this. You've gone there. I've gone there and carried that message, and I thank you for making it an issue. Let me say that we need your help. We need your help, number one, to hold us accountable. To keep asking whoever sits in this chair or anybody else in the department with any responsibility in this area, what are you doing and how are you doing it? And it'll help to clear up misconceptions like no our recommendations have ever been fully implemented, which I know is not the case, but it will also help to keep driving the change. I really believe that an authorization process will dramatically change the dynamic, and I strongly urge it be tried. And again, I go back to my Armed Services Committee experience with Senator McCain over those years. We had subcommittees. We took it very seriously. We held hearings. We brought people in. We had a 3-day markup that was sacrosanct, but we also had the quadrennial defense review, the QDR, where the Defense Department submitted that, and it helped to provide a framework. So When I got to the State Department, I said, there is nothing like that at the State Department. So I started the first ever quadrennial diplomacy and development review, the first ever QDDR. You can help me continue that and make the department have to ask the hard questions if you legislate it the way the QDR is legislated for the Defense Department. Secondly, you can help by making sure that the needs we come to you with, like what are the training needs, the budgetary needs, the bureaucratic changes that are needed, that you help support that. And certainly we've talked a little bit about the budget, but getting that transfer authority, if you can help us with the House, it's $1.4 billion. Marine Security Guard detachment, $553 million. We've been closely coordinating with DOD. Historically, Marine Security Guards do not do personal security. They only do protection of classified materials. So we're working through what the Guards will do and how we can use more of them. Secondly, more diplomatic security personnel, $130 million. That would fund an additional 155 DS personnel and related equipment. And then facility construction and upgrades, $736 million. We're going to have periodic reviews by these teams I started, the Defense, State, Interagency Security Assessment Teams. We're going to start a high-threat post review by the Secretary, which had not happened before. We're going to strengthen the mutual security agreements between the State Department and other government agencies when they are not co-located. We had a very good relationship with the annex in Benghazi. We helped them. They helped